right, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Planewalking, episode 21. Let's get into it. Last time we began as our players awoke on their first full day in Waterdeep, where they set out toward the Undermountain, which is a dungeonous area created from an abandoned mine where adventurers go to test their mettle and earn coin. We aren't going to test our mettle or earn coin because we both have both those things in superfluous amounts. Instead, we are going to rescue Hire's brother Monty, who we've heard has disappeared into the mines. We walked around the Undermountains, sort of welcome area above ground. Found there were different guilds trying to sign people on, lots of different bonuses. We split up and searched for clues. Dulam and Aura went off to talk to an adventurer, a half-orc named Napith Ashbasher, who told us that if we went a little deeper into the mountain, we would find the real shit, and it was just tourists above ground. Also told us that the whole first floor is civilized, and that is where the quest master is. That's where you get the real money. Meanwhile, Hire found a roguelike rat guild, which we will come back to. Deimos and Malagus had a very deep talk about Malagus betraying the group. And Deimos recognized one of the guys at Hollow Oath, which was one of the guilds, as having done Zavrix's red ritual, which resulted in a very loud, very public argument between the two. Back to Hire's rat guild. Hire soon realized that this is likely the type of guild his roguish brother Monty would have joined. So ultimately, we decided to join so we could see their guild logs and figure out if Monty had been a member. This turned out to be the case, luckily. We learned that Monty might have taken any of several quests, including recovering a stolen keg of ale from a siren, capturing some feral mimics, or recovering Jorah the Lost Apprentice. We also sort of got an idea of where he might be on a mountain. We also got an idea of where he might be on a map that the guild had of the dungeon, and so set out. In the Undermountain, first we passed through the first huge cavern. That's where we met back up with Samir, who had been waiting for a while because whatever. On the second level, the first true level of the dungeon, we were attacked by some thieves who put us to sleep in quicksand. Deimos obliterated them. Dulam and Malleus had a very sweet heart-to-heart about finding their real home. And we learned the bandits had killed 2 young men, one of who had a diary that very sadly read my adventures and was blank, except the first page that said, I went into the dungeon with my best friend. This made Aura become very emotional. Hire gave him the ring of calm emotions. And ultimately, our Do Live in the Lost and Found decided to recover the bodies and bring them in the bag of holding up to the surface, where they will hopefully be resurrected by their guilds.
It's really not that
if not, I will pay to resurrect them my damn self, because the saddest thing that's ever happened. On the third level, shit started getting real. A bearded giant walked out in front of us slowly with a giant dead stag slung over its shoulders, but luckily we avoided its eyesight. We also passed a strange feast of food we can't touch. And just as we had entered the fourth level, when there was sort of a safe area with tents set up, we set up Mega Tent. And Samir set up his own tent because he can't fucking stand to be around us. And we settled down for the night. Nice. And that brings us up to speed.
Mega Tent. You guys did make Mega Tent. Welcome back, everyone, to the Runt Pack Does D&D. Today we're going dungeon crawling, baby.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So you all have just settled down for an evening's rest, a long rest, in fact, in the very first room of the first, the first rest that you guys are going to have in this great Undermountain dungeon. Explained to you all as one of the largest in all of Faerun, this dungeon has been sprawling so far and is taking you about a day just to traverse 2 floors. And those 2 floors were both fairly occupied as well by adventurers and the like. It's been mostly seeing humans so far. You have yet to encounter any creatures or traps that look to harm you. Everything so far has been pretty well traveled. But on the fourth floor now,
Giant. Sorry to
you
interrupt.
did see that guy. That's true. But now on the fourth floor, you all are running into sparser and sparser bits of human connection. Here, only a sparse few tents are set up in this simple common room that look to be more hardened adventurers. You even see one tent similar to your own that seems to be sort of a mega tent where you see shadows behind the canvas tent walls. Would look to be several people moving around inside, and a few doused fires from where people were setting up their campfires, as Overface just explained. You all have settled down for the evening now, likely eaten some cold rations to stave yourself over for dinner. And Samir has set himself up next to you guys in a small single-person tent.
He hates us.
I assume it being sort of a dangerous space, you guys want to do watches. So who wants to take the first watch of the night?
Me.
All right, Hire. Hire, you can take
should we do 2-person watches?
Yeah, you know what? I'll go with Hire. Isn't that right, buddy?
Yep.
Let's do it, Malagus.
You didn't get the P and the yippee. Sort of fizzled out there, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, me and Hire will go first.
We got this in the bag.
Yeah, it'll be real good.
Knock yourselves out.
All right, and who wants to take the second watch?
I can take the second. I don't mind the waking up and back to sleep.
And who's gonna go with you, Oro, huh?
I guess no one.
I
I'll be
mean,
on both watches.
Should we go wake up Samir? He's in the other tent. I don't know if he can hear us.
I know he can.
we can't
he'll
let
take
Deimos
watch.
get away without a watch.
Well,
Yeah.
won't Deimos take the third watch? So maybe Deimos and Samir in the morning. I'm good at monologuing to do them.
There are 3 watches? Oh, God.
Wait, do we usually do 2 or 3?
I think standard D&D is 3, but we've actually been doing 2 recently.
Oh.
I'd prefer 2 watches just because it keeps things a little snappier.
Okay, Deimos, you're with me.
Good.
So
I'm
that's the
looking forward to
second watch you guys are gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I guess Hire, you want to head out with me? The rest of you start bedding down. You can basically rest easy because you got some strong men on the watch. He smacks you on the back, Hire.
Dulum, you're keeping watch too, right?
Of course.
Great.
As another strong man.
I rub your
Yeah,
head.
that's right.
All right, and so you guys all settle down for the evening, begin turning out your lanterns, and Malagus joins you outside of the tent Hire. You look around, you notice none of the other tents on this 4th floor landing have anybody out to watch. They all have all their lanterns turned down to darkness, and they're definitely look to be occupied. These don't look like abandoned tents, especially the large one, sort of catty corner from you all, but nevertheless, they're all seem to be well rested and not keeping somebody out like you guys are. But Malagus lights a very small lantern and lowers the cover to make it a dim light around the two of you while you sort of lean up against the tent on the outside. So listen, Hire, I've been meaning to ask you, now there's just the two of us. What's your brother gonna be like, this Monty character? You've told us you wanted to see him for a while, and to be honest, I've been seeing you scribbling in that journal of yours basically all day, and I'm just curious, are you missing him? Who are you writing to all the time?
I have to keep a journal and write letters just to satisfy that contract thing I have with
red hands,
guess,
right?
Yeah, red hands. But then I just kind of started doing it, and every day, and it felt helpful to me. But yeah, I don't know. Monty's kind of I don't know, at least he was a kind of bro type, I almost want to say. Just real friendly. But I feel like it's been a while, maybe even more for him. And I feel like
type?
I'm different out here, so maybe he is too.
What do you mean a bro type? He plays sports or some shit?
Sure, like a man's man, sort of type.
Oh, a man's man.
I don't know. Let's see. Maybe kind of like Orpheus, but if Orpheus was a bit like smoother, I guess.
Oh.
It's okay.
Smoother. Huh, that's funny.
I mean, hey, hopefully you can meet him soon and, figure out for yourself.
Oh yeah, I look forward to it. I'm just, are you lived with him, right? Or you guys were close wherever you came from?
Yeah, we lived together in a small little shack.
Then, if you don't mind me asking, why didn't he come with you when you came here?
Well, I assume he had, more important roles back in Ethera. He kind of helped people get in and out of the plane, especially, people that needed help throughout everywhere. So, and I was just making deliveries around town, so I think at the time he was needed more back home.
Huh. And this is what your god told you had to happen? It seems like if you guys were so close, it would be wrong to separate you.
Yeah. I don't really understand her vision as much as I used to, but I think I've grown a lot since leaving Ethera. Maybe she wanted me to have some time alone to, grow up and stuff. I don't know. I keep on forgetting to pray every night. We've been so busy. I wish I could just ask, but, I feel like some things, are only for her to know,
I see.
I won't, just because I'm a part of the divine plan doesn't mean I need to know it all the time, I guess.
Well, I just, it seems crazy to blindly follow someone's leadership like that. I mean, even Orpheus said that when, her, Riddicy, whatever's, orders were bad, then Orpheus would go against it. So that's, crazy to just blindly follow like that. I suppose I've never worshipped someone the way you do, so I just want to understand is all.
I mean, she's given me everything my whole life until, about a month ago. If you've ever stepped foot in Ethera, I feel like you would know, you would feel her and know, her power. And I don't like where things are now. There's certainly a lot to do to return things to how they were, if that's possible. But, I mean, I think any time just within her plane was worth it. And, I got a solid, oh God, I don't know how long I lived in that place. Malagus, how old am I again?
Oh, they said you were 40 at the place back there, so we're going to go with 40.
That's 39 long years inside there. And, that's something I can't really repay to, my goddess. But I feel like, worshiping and holding faith in the hardest times, that's at least something I can return back to her.
And on that note, Hire, I would love for you to make a perception check, please. Go ahead and do so with advantage, with Malagus helping you.
Oh, yeah. 19.
Okay, very good. Your watch continues on for a little bit. Malagus sort of continues chatting until after a while you notice he just sort of clams up. He goes, oh, yeah, I'm sorry your goddess is such a bitch all the time. It's whatever. I don't fucking care. Sort of turns away after a moment. You notice he looks to be still thinking. And the rest of your watch sort of goes on awkwardly silent as he turns back to look to you every once in a while and go, Hire, just one more thing. If you ever want to... Never mind. He turns back.
No, Malagus, I'd love to hear.
No, the way you talk about your goddess sounds really hopeful, It sounds amazing, but I've seen people really get screwed up by that level of hope, It's like, I don't know. Please don't take this the wrong way. I worry it's childish, We don't actually know how old you are. Maybe this is all you've known, but you can't trust your parents forever, and it seems like that's what's sort of happening here.
I mean...
But fuck me, I don't know God, so whatever. It doesn't fucking matter.
No, I understand, Malagus. It's just, if I don't hold on to this hope, then, what do I have left? Almost. This is
shit, man. You have your brother. You have that bird kid that we're taking care of, who, by the way, I don't think was planning to be gone more than a day. Didn't Samir put her in school?
But
But that's not here or nor there. I'm just not sure that you said that your god has sent you out here to grow up. But I'm just worried that if you just follow her directions the whole time out here, is that growing up? I mean, maybe that's normal for your people, but for me, that just seems crazy.
I certainly struggle with it too. But, I think I need to know more before I decide anything, and I certainly need to, speak to Ether more.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. Fuck me, I'm being stupid. He turns away.
Again,
What is the problem?
not what I said, Malagus. I'm just doing my best out here, and I think she is too.
At some point, Malagus slowly side eyes back to you with his hand sort of crossed over his face, and then he looks back and he doesn't say anything. He just watches out with you. And as you guys watch, your watch goes by pretty much undeterred. With the 19 perception, you pretty much catch everything that seems to be happening around here. Some small events that occur. At some point, you notice walking out of the mega tent in the other mega tent, catty corner from you all, a very what looks to be lithe human man steps out at some point, trying to tiptoe as best he can off about 5-10 feet away and pisses in a corner. He looks like he might notice you and Malagus out, especially because you have this low light lantern out with you, but he doesn't wave or even look toward your direction for a head nod. He simply just moves back after pissing and crawls back into his tent fairly silently.
Understandable. Not making friends down here.
He didn't look toward you guys at all. He was wearing like the standard traveling clothes that you might under armor, more specifically like a very frilly shirt and pants that would fit well in some plate armor. You probably wear something similar, Higher, considering your plate armor.
He's so frilly. While Malagus and I are talking, I probably give like maybe not like panicked, but like awkward and nervous like glances to Dulam every time Malagus says like yeah, whatever, just fuck me.
Looking into the camera.
It's like The Office. You writing all this down? The only other thing you guys notice on your specific watch is a sound off in the distance, rumbling down the distant cavern. As sort of mentioned before, there's no actual doorway, like specifically there are no doors that separate you from the rest of the dungeon. Rather, there's just sort of a T-shaped hallway that this floor, or rather this landing of the staircase leads out to. You hear things down there every once in a while. You haven't seen anything move across the intersection, but it does seem like there is a fairly loud sound that echoes out distantly from down deeper into the dungeon. It sounds like a clang, metal on metal, loud and ping, echoing, pure almost for a moment. He reaches your ears. You and Malagus both turn in that direction. Silence for a few moments afterward, and then nothing seems to happen.
God, I don't even want to know what the hell's made out of metal in here.
There's probably just some fucking idiots fighting down there, right? Though, damn, if it's this late at night and they're fighting, that must suck dick.
I bet it does suck dick. I mean, I don't know if people really care about daytime and nighttime down here.
Huh.
I don't know. Maybe
Shit,
they
I didn't
do.
even think about that. When should we wake everyone up, Like, it's sort of hard to tell when time has happened.
I mean, we could wake Dulam up, and then Dulam could tell us how much time has passed. I mean, we can just give like a general like time frame. What's a long rest? 8 hours. So maybe after like 4 hours or so, we wake everyone.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Doesn't have to be exact.
And after this time, then you guys feel like 4 hours have successfully passed, and Malaga sort of nudges you and goes, "All right, let's go to fucking bed."
All right, sounds like a plan. I'll get Deimos. You probably get Oro.
All right, whatever. I mean, I could get Deimos. You get Oro. Maybe I want to wake up Deimos.
Okay, just don't be too rough with him. Go easy on the boy.
Well, now you're being fucking weird about it. Were you gonna be rough on the boy?
No, I was gonna like lightly like wake him like, you know, like sort of like hands on shoulders, and then be like, hey, buddy, good morning, like that.
No. This is how you do it. Malagus
Okay, you show
sort
me.
of roughly kicks at you, Demos, and you wake up. Morning, sleepyhead. Get out there.
Ow! What the hell, Malagus?
Oh, I'm a monster. Get up.
Oh, Christ.
You should always be ready.
All right, Malagus, whatever you say. And
He smiles at you.
Ugh. I'm gonna wake you up like this, Malagus.
Sure, do it. I'll be ready.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
we'll
always
see.
ready. My reflexes are very they're very fast. All right, shut up. Right, and the first watch is over. Orpheus, you get politely woken up by Hire.
Good morning. All right, have good sleep.
Yeah, no dreams.
Not that I remember. Nothing really on my mind in particular at these few days.
Good.
Nothing like a new episode might have dealt with.
No, nothing like that. Okay, good night. Hired, Malgus. Meow.
Good night.
Right. And Demos and Oro, you guys step out for a moment. You are greeted with sort of the same sight that Hire saw earlier, just sort of a quiet little landing from the staircase. 3 other tents are here. One of them's huge, and they are all dead silent and dark. There's a small hooded lantern that you have sort of sat up next to some, like, you know, you basically can sit yourselves up against the tent or sit on like a piece of wood.
Can you see in the dark, Demos?
Yeah, I can see fairly well.
Let's turn out this light. Doesn't seem wise to draw attention to ourselves.
Sure. Good idea.
Click.
Okay, you guys turn it out. Now it is pitch black. Nothing seems to change, though, and you guys get still a pretty good view of this landing, the staircase, and the intersection leading into the 4th floor dungeon beyond. It's fairly quiet now. The sounds of both hustle and bustle of the sort of shops that were above, as well as just sort of like the distant sound of life on the surface, has drawn to a complete silence now. And it's wet and cold down here.
So, Demos,
Yeah, Orpheus?
how are you doing? You know, what's going on in Demos' world?
Oh, it's, you know, things are going pretty good, I think. You know, it's nice to be in Waterdeep, seeing new places. Definitely excited about the Magic Academy, for sure.
Oh, really? Is that something you're interested in?
I mean, yeah, you know, I feel like magic is like the lifeblood of all living things, you know, and so.
That's funny.
Oh, why is that funny, Sir Orpheus?
Our lifeblood is blood, and it's only spit. Well, we don't need to get into it. Your magic is very nice, though.
Thank you, Orpheus. You know, it feels kind of tough, though, because it feels like every time I use my magic, it feels like someone is taking mental damage from it inadvertently.
Hired?
Higher, and I feel like you sometimes, Sir Orpheus.
Oh, well, it's not you specifically. It's just this whole, like, you know, so gory. It's not you, though. It's just as gross when I do it. And when, you know, Malagus stab somebody or Dulam. I don't really know. I haven't seen Dulam do much, I suppose. I mean, not like Dulam doesn't do anything, but I mean, killing people wise.
Yeah, he's not really like a killer, but he does some pretty cool stuff with his magic.
It's pretty impressive to be a warrior without being a killer. It's a hard rope to walk.
Maybe.
Maybe. So, you know Samir pretty well, right?
Yeah, I would say so, fairly well.
Sometimes I can't tell if he's doing all right with the whole Iceland situation.
You know, that has been on my mind a bit. This whole thing seems kind of jarring for him, you know?
Yeah, I suppose I don't know what he was like before, but, like, does he seem down lately to you?
What would you say, Mason?
Just roll like an insight check for me.
Nice.
And what exactly are you looking for here? Just like personality change?
Yeah, sort of like a change in demeanor, I should say. 13.
Okay. You think that you guys have changed scenery pretty drastically here in the last just day or so. Traveling from Surcad to Waterdeep has been a pretty immense goal. And by doing so, a lot has changed. And for, someone who spends a lot of their time sort of just like by themselves, you think this big kind of move would likely frazzle him, which therefore might lead to some slight personality, like, maybe a bit more guarded, maybe a bit more personal with certain things, but you don't think anything like dangerously strange has happened insightful's.
Right.
It all seems, within the reasonable expectations of how much has happened.
Right. Yeah, so there's definitely been a lot of change for him, that's for sure. And I don't know, kind of feels like taking a cat outside of the house for like the first time, in a long time.
Huh. Okay, I see. I guess I just feel badly that, I don't know, that this happened to him.
Honestly, as strange as the situation I think he finds himself in, I also believe he finds quite a bit of joy with the new group he's found with all of us.
I think it's possible he's wanted to be an adventurer for some time.
Really?
We had a conversation the other night that apparently in the city of Brass he was a member of an adventuring party that unfortunately sort of ditched him. And he'd never tried since then, but I don't know though, because then he goes and sleeps in his own tent. I worry that he's trying very hard not to get too attached.
Interesting.
But I think that to me seems a little silly because while some of us might come and go, I think you're going to be with him for a very long time, I would guess, and the rest of you all might stay a while.
Yes, I mean, I should hope so. I mean, I will say when, the first time you all came into the shop, he did try to pawn me off to you guys. So I wonder if he has sort of this, like, and I try to say this like very quietly just in case Samir is awake. It's like self-sabotaging sort of, like view of it now,
Exactly. I think he thinks it's past his time. So he wanted you to go, like, live the dream. But now he's sort of in it, but I don't know, can't admit that to himself.
Yeah, that's tough. It feels like there's a lack of trust in the situation.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose I can't blame him. I mean, it just, based on the copper golem, it seems like him and Iceland were pretty serious for her to just up and leave, permanently, maybe?
Yeah, Iceland sort of seems like a sort of a manipulative person, And I feel like Samir definitely could have fallen prey to that sort of behavior.
Mm-hmm. I just don't understand. I mean, she hadn't given him the golem yet, right? So why bother? I don't know. It makes me think maybe she did mean to come back to him, but I don't know if that'll be a reassurance to him now, since he's pretty unhappy with her in general.
Right. It's just so tough to piece together since we know so little about Iceland and what her motives are.
Yeah.
Have you given any thoughts as to the next time you want to try again?
I don't know. It's a bit more complicated than I had thought it would be.
Yes, that is quite true. She got the best of me and Ire last time.
I think she gets the best of a lot of people, and it can't possibly be all their fault. So don't beat yourself up about it.
Well, thank you, Orpheus.
Of course.
All right, so could I get you guys to roll a perception check, please? You can either do separate ones or roll have with one person with advantage.
What's your perception?
My perception's so bad. I will help you, Sir Orpheus.
One was a natural one, so you saved that. 19.
Okay, 19, not bad. You guys continue chatting into the evening. It's a lengthy conversation you guys have here, and during your watch, yet again, not a whole lot happens. At some point, you see one of the, what looks to be more solitary tents has a small lantern flicked on inside in the middle of the night. It lightens up the room quite brightly, and both of you are immediately drawn to it. And you see the outline of a shadow of a large, hairy figure inside. You're not sure what exactly, but they look humanoid. Getting up, shuffling around, you hear a loud grunt as something snaps loudly. It sounds sort of wet and visceral, but you don't hear any other sounds, and after a little bit more shuffling from this large, hairy figure, the lantern goes out and it gets quiet once more.
He didn't leave the tent, he just swished around inside.
Inside, you only saw the silhouette against the canvas of the tent.
Hey, I'm trying to remember which floor was infected with mimics.
Oh, God, wasn't it the 4th floor?
I think it was the 4th floor.
Oh.
I'm just racking my brain. Just racking it. No, it's the 5th floor. It was the 5th floor. Okay. But
Okay, good.
they could have spread.
Oh, that's unnerving.
Mm-hmm. Good thing we're not sleeping there.
Very true. Well, at least I hope we're not.
Oh.
Yeah. If you guys recall, you did hear that there were a lot of mimics freed on the 5th floor, yes. You still have all the quest pages, right, that you printed out?
Quest pages printed out? I have...
you had you physically took the parchment pages that explained what all the quests were?
Yeah,
I thought Doolam did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. It's interesting. All right, so the only other thing that occurs during your watch, and this is a bit later into the night. This is when you guys yourselves are already starting to get a little tired from just being out for so long, a little restless. You're ready to sort of get up and start the day now. There is a sort of shuffling sound from nearby, sort of near in the dungeon. You see nothing happen in the hallway, the small T intersection nearby. But after a few moments, the two of you both notice, and with a 19 perception, it's pretty easy to tell what this is, and you recognize it. Some sort of shrub that seems to plop by the hallway, walking from one end to the other, not bothering to enter this room at all. You recognize this as an awakened shrub, a piece of plant life that has been basically brought to life by some means and is now moving about on rooted feet.
Seems like the sort of shit the apprentices of court wizards do.
Yes.
Scuffles by.
Oh, that's so strange. It's like unnerving.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of cute in a weird way, you know?
I don't know. It's little like spindly, rooty feet are kind of strange to me.
It is very unusual. But that is the end of your watch. You guys feel like it's about time for everyone to wake up.
All right. Oh, what were you going to say, Demos?
I was gonna go kick Malagus.
Yeah, beat him.
Malagus.
He is dead asleep. You can tell. The way he's sort of positioned, he's got his pillow shoved halfway up his nose. It looks like he really was rolling around nice and comfy like.
I'm gonna give him a swift kick in the stomach.
Whoopsh. You whack him hard and he curls in on himself. Oh! Jesus! He starts shouting now, and the rest of you guys just start stirring awake. Oh, fuck! Oh, I've been beat! Oh, help! Somebody! Someone wake up Samir! His boy is a fucking beater!
I want to go open the door of Samir's tent.
You want to open it?
Yeah. Doors are meant to open.
To tug on the outside. As you do so, you feel a hand from the other side, sort of stop you from unclasping the tent, and a voice from the inside, Orpheus, I'm not ready. I'm waking up, hold on.
Malagus needs your help.
He's fine, alright? Just please a moment, I need to step back, and you hear some shuffling in the tent as you see a bulge on one end, and you...
What are you even doing in there?
Just don't come in yet, alright?
Okay.
And the
Now?
hand is no longer on the other side, and you feel like he's backed up a bit.
Well, but I was told not to enter.
All
I
right.
don't want to come in so much as I want you to come out.
You don't hear a response to this, actually.
Samir?
All right, you guys want some coffee? I can whip something up.
I love coffee.
Samir?
You hear a sort of muffled, just a second, as if behind cloth.
Oh no.
Are you doing repairs? I could help.
Malagus pulls out a small coffee pot and starts putting it on the ground, pulling out a flint and steel. All right, I guess I get it going. Can someone get fucking Orpheus to stop bothering Samir? He's probably naked.
Well, I don't think Orpheus is interested in that. At least I don't, unless Orpheus is a liar.
Are you a liar, Orpheus?
Wait, what would I be lying about?
Not wanting to see Samir naked, or I guess people naked in general.
What? Samir, what are you doing? Do you need help?
No, I do not. I like privacy, Orpheus. Please give me some room. This is important to me. I've told you this before many times.
All right, whatever. I'll go help Malagus.
All right, you go over. You guys start setting up a little breakfast area. You notice none of the other tents have moved yet. You guys seem to be sort of up a little earlier, so you have some time to set up for the day.
These other tents are freaking me out.
Yeah, do you guys think they're real?
I don't know.
Me and what did we see? It was a guy, right? Like a human-looking guy.
Like, I've never met, like, a mimic before, but, like, the piss, like, seemed real from a distance,
Yeah,
you know?
Hire and I definitely saw, like, a guy. I don't think you can fake pissing, you know? Unless you can. Oh, my God.
Probably can.
Yeah, honestly, it sounds kind of easy. You just, like, take some, like, water and, like, dump it a little bit, like, in front of you.
Or, like, also don't mimics piss, too?
That would make sense. I guess I still don't know a lot about him, but yeah.
You know, that's a great thought. I never thought about that before.
But also, like, how can you tell someone's a mimic, you know?
I mean, if you
Probably
ask
when
real
they
nicely.
stay in their own tent all the time. Really suspiciously.
Well, maybe they have another job. Like, maybe they're, like, a healer, or, like, they're trying to see if any particular people pass through.
Like bounty hunters?
I mean, could be. I guess, I mean, we could always cast Identify on them, but that takes a while, and they'd have to
I have
be
to
willing.
touch them to do that, and if it really is a stranger's tent...
Yeah, and I'm sure they wouldn't take kindly to us trying to talk to them down here, to be honest.
Can I do a history check to see if I remember if mimics know how to speak a language or not?
Yes, give me, actually for this I would want yeah, this is gonna be fucking crazy. I want a nature check.
Holy shit. Okay. Holy 15.
You are aware that mimics normally do not speak languages. The standard variety of mimic can't speak.
Okay. With that, I think I will cast Detect Thoughts and use its like secondary feature where you can sense thoughts, and as long as a creature like knows a language, I can sense its like presence.
Ooh, interesting.
Whoa.
Use of detect thoughts, fun.
Very creative parts.
Yeah, very creative parts usage. So, you are just feeling out creatures that you can't see right now, right?
Right.
Okay, the spell goes out, and you detect the presence of several creatures. Of course, there are your own friends. You sense them all around you. None of you guys have an intelligence of 3 or lower, right?
No.
Nope.
Of the other 3 tents in the room, in the large tent, you sense 5 minds, the presence of 5 humanoid creatures. Some of them a bit more intelligent than others. They all seem to be in some state of deep slumber or another. All of them, all 5, are asleep. Demos, you continue sensing for the minds. 5, asleep in the large tent, catty corner from you all. There are 2 smaller tents that look somewhat single person. One of them, the one that you had identified with the sort of large harried figure, there is a creature in there. You sense a single mind, and it is awake. Very still, too. You sense a presence of something that is sitting very still. And in the last tent, you sense 2 presences, both of them asleep.
How strange. It seems as though we were almost the only ones awake last night.
That's fucking weird. It's a dungeon, right? Aren't there monsters and shit? Though I guess nothing came to attack us.
True. Except for, and I try to like whisper this to the group. Like I point out that one specific tent, with that one furry creature. except for that one, I think, I don't know, there's something strange about it. Like, me and Sir Orpheus saw, like, he was, like, snapping something, like, fleshy or something, and then he put the light out, and I don't know, I can tell he's awake, but he's just, like, sitting there.
Should we
Just
go
It
talk
was
to
like
him?
someone plucking at a wet violin. It was nasty.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I don't know.
Maybe we should talk to them. Maybe they know something about Monty.
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting bad vibes from him.
You sense him. He's still completely still there for a moment. For moments there. Demos, nothing seems to change. Is it rude to bother people? I mean, I will say last night when Hire and I were up, that guy who went to go piss didn't even bother looking at us. Like, he was like, I don't know, sticking to his own lane. I don't know, it sort of peeved me a little.
That seems very rude.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, with mimics down here and so many dangers, especially between people, I don't think it's rude to want to, like keep your distance to be safe. I think we would definitely be the weird ones if we went and said hi to them.
This is a sick and twisted plane.
Yeah.
We'd be the weird ones? Why are we the weird? They're the weird ones. Stupid.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we can talk to them, but I think doing so would be a bold effort by us.
Camaraderie amongst warriors is not a bad thing.
That is the truth right there.
I know, I'm not sure if they'll think that way, but, only one way to find out.
Right, so should I introduce myself to the scary hairy guy or to the normal people?
Well, are they asleep? There's a chance they could, try to attack us or something, right?
Yeah, maybe not the sleeping ones, I suppose.
So just the hairy guy.
Yeah, here, give me a cut. I want to sort of gather some of our rations and maybe a cup of coffee. Easily done. I'm gonna walk to the tent.
You begin walking over. Just as you're about halfway across holding this, Demos, you sense all of a sudden 3 more mines. The presence of 3 more things descending the stairs at the top of the stairs.
God, how far is Orpheus from me?
I mean, you guys are all in a small, 30 by 30 room. You could just loudly whisper and Oro would hear you.
Okay, I will loudly whisper. Orpheus, wait! Someone's coming down the stairs.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we don't have enough coffee for 4 more people. God.
I mean, we can, make more.
More? Yeah, should we put another pot? I look at the stairs, anticipating.
You look up now. A few moments go by, and Demos, you sense these presences descending, and then all of a sudden you guys can all hear the sounds of boots on stone as you see descending the stairs now are 3 robed figures. The 3 all look to be mages of some kind. They all wear bright red robes that look to be traditional with some sort of spellcaster. Each of them bears on their hip a wide tome, some sort of grimoire that looks to be some sort of spellcasting focus. They look at you all as they descend, the 3 of them being what look to be elves of sorts. You can't quite make out exactly high elf or wood elf, but you see the long pointed ears and the sort of fair complexion. They each give you a look. You notice the 3 of them don't speak a word as they look out toward all of you. They make note of the sort of silvery gray emblem that you all carry for the Running Rats guild that you're a part of. Noting it, they don't speak a word, and the 3 continue forward down the passageway, making their way toward the entrance of this floor.
You guys, I've never seen an elf before.
See, I don't think people really talk to each other down here a lot.
Huh, guess
Especially
not.
if you're from different guilds.
Yeah, they pass
Oh,
by
is that
without
what
any
it is?
mention, and they disappear into the dungeon. Guys, can we get matching clothes? That looked fucking sick. Do you see the way they just sort of strutted by?
I can see them now. Suits of armor with an inverted pair of wings on the front.
How can you invert a pair of wings?
Like upside down.
That's
What-
stupid.
Where do the wings
what the
come from?
fuck, Malagus? That's Queen Eurydice's symbol. Keep
Oh,
up,
so
you
it's
guys.
not original.
Well, I invented it for her.
Well, why can't it be Orpheus' symbol?
Why would I have a symbol?
What's your symbol?
I don't have a symbol. I'm just a knight.
Most knights I know have their own emblem on their shield,
How many knights do you know?
I don't know, a couple.
Knights wear the symbol, the emblem of whoever they serve. That's how it's done.
Whatever.
So do we want to go back talking to those guys?
Should I? It seemed like maybe not from the elf.
I mean, I just think we need to be prepared, but I think we should still do it. I think, could have valuable information.
Don't have to ask me twice. I'll walk up with snacks and coffee.
I go with...
All right, Hire and Orpheus, you guys approach this tent. It is an animal hide tent, sort of done up in a teepee fashion with a single post in the middle that hangs it up pretty high. It looks to only fit about one person, and sure enough, as you get closer, you hear the faint sounds of life from within. It sounds like someone either breathing or moving something around or rustling, perhaps, but you don't see anything.
All right, my fellow warrior, we have some rations and hot coffee ready for you, you hairy bastard.
No, don't leave with that. Hi, we just wanted to talk, if that's okay. Hi.
You hear a, hey, piss off.
What?
You heard me, piss off.
Okay, that's fair. Have you seen, like, a yellow, kobold, though?
No, you hear me one more time. I said piss off.
If you, answer this question, we'll piss off and we could, leave, the coffee and rations. Just, was one question.
The figure shuffles inside of this tent, and you see glimpses through the small, cracks in the opening of something large and what looks to be maybe brown and fluffy, or furry, maybe.
Whoa.
All right, didn't bother ya. Just trying to make some camaraderie down here.
Oro, can you say that again? Somehow your mic got, deep fried.
That's just how I said it. All right, didn't mean to bother ya. Just trying to make some camaraderie out here, We're not enemies.
Hey, the last party I came out here with got attacked by people, not monsters, people. So you forgive me if I don't trust you, right? So piss off.
Yeah, we get it.
I forgive you. I just turn around and walk away, I guess.
Do you want to,
Can
leave?
I ask, though, what was that, wet snapping noise last night?
Oh, yeah, that I was eating.
Sounded yummy.
In, one big gulp? You're a monster of a man!
Our face, don't say that. Sorry, we're being rude.
Piss off.
Leave the stuff.
All right. I set down the coffee and the rations. Thinking that he's rude, though, I withdraw the slice of raisin bread I had previously included in the rations.
All right, that's your raisin bread this morning.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that went
how
about
did it
as well as
go?
I expected.
Did you see him? What did it look like?
We saw him.
Was it a monster?
I don't really know how we're supposed to define monsters.
Ugly. Was he ugly?
I mean, kinda. But he was a good guy. He did say the last time he was down here and a group of adventurers tried to talk to them, they killed his party.
That's
So-
fucked up. What the hell?
He wasn't
that
exactly
sucks for
friendly.
him. I think a little bit more time together and him and I'd see eye to eye.
Yeah.
So wait,
All
you
right,
guys didn't see
on to
him?
the next group. We saw him a bit.
Did we see him or did we not?
You
I thought
did
we
not
did.
actually see what this thing was. You just saw glimpses of sort of brown fluff inside. You're not sure what exactly you were looking at.
Yeah, we saw him. He was sort of brown and furry. I didn't figure out if he was a human, though. Should I go ask?
I don't care. If he told you to leave, I sort of heard it from here. He was yelling pretty loud there for you to piss off.
Oh, well, if you
Sort
could
of
hear,
awesome.
that's good. Maybe that would alert the other tents. Kind of give them an idea that we're coming.
Yeah, good idea. Wait, are we going to every tent?
I mean, I don't know. I guess just what if Monty's in one of those tents and we don't even need to go to the next level?
I mean, not to burst your bubble here higher, but wouldn't Monty be deeper than this? Why would he be this high up?
Well, maybe he hasn't made it that deep yet. Could have gotten
Yeah, but-
held up at the 3rd floor.
Maybe, but they said he's been missing for weeks, right?
Good point. I mean, no harm in asking, though, right?
They might
I don't
know
know.
something.
You guys might have a glacier view of the world. Some people are sort of just assholes, Especially down here where there don't seem to be a lot of laws. I get the feeling people attack each other for much less. You might walk up to the next group and then you end up with a crossbow bolt in your eye.
It's not my eye, but I see your point.
Hurts all the same. Whatever. I don't care. Do whatever
Alright,
you want.
let-
I'm just gonna drink
let's
coffee.
Let's just keep on.
With that, you guys hear a loud unclenching.
Whoa.
Whoa.
You hear a loud unclasping noise as Samir's tent gets thrown open and he quickly exits, wearing a new outfit.
Oh my god.
He's wearing a almost all black obsidian outfit.
What?
You've never seen this yourself, Demos. He's wearing like a very thin, almost tight leather covering over his shoulders and arms that droops down to sort of gauntlets on his wrists. His shirt seems to be mostly a thin black fabric that droops down into sort of like a tunic-like appearance in his lower half. It's all black all the way down. He has long black boots as well to match, and instead of his normal giant backpack he has on, you notice he has a very slender, dyed black leather bag that seems to be very flat against his back.
Wow.
What do you do when your dad turns goth?
He does look very goth. There's just a couple too many like belt straps everywhere to hold all this stuff together.
Wow, who's this badass? Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh, Samir, you really look the part.
Samir blushes and he gives a
different.
neutral smile. Oh, thank you. That is nice. I just thought it would be good to blend in down here. Plus, I kept bumping into things with my bag on our way down.
But where did your bag go?
Oh, it's still here. He pats his back.
Do you have a bag of holding?
He looks at you, sort of confused, and then you see his like eyes light up, and he goes, "Oh, no, I don't have a bag of holding, but I can store things in large spaces."
So you have a bag that's unusually large inside?
Perhaps of sorts.
Does it have dogs in
nice.
it?
No dogs in it. No. Haha. And he looks at you and neutral smiles, and he begins packing up his tent and shoving the fabric and what little that it took to suspend it inside of his thin backpack. Okay, I'm ready to go. I heard some noise out here. Are we in danger at all? There was some shuffling and then some shouting.
You're
No,
just
we
trying to
tried
enable
talking
it.
to someone else. Didn't really
Oh,
want to
that's
talk.
good. Did you get any information about Monty?
Nope.
He just kind of yelled at us.
Yeah, he
Oh.
just kind of said piss off, and then we talked more, and then he said piss off again.
I see. Did you ask all these folk or just one? Because sometimes people are nice. Sometimes.
I wanted to ask more, but it sounds like we kind of want to stay safe right now. You know, we have a longer journey ahead today.
What do you mean? Let's go together. People are nice. Why would anyone be mean out here? We're all on the same side, right?
Well,
That's what I thought.
the guy we were talking to said, you know, his whole party was killed by another party down here. I
Okay.
kind of get
but
the vibe that happens often.
No offense, but could he maybe just be making that up to have you, as he said, piss off?
That would be fucked.
I mean, he sure could, but I mean, I think it's more likely that his group was killed based off what we've heard from this place.
I see. Okay. Whatever you want then. I mean, sure, I guess we could just head down now. What do you want to do?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay, so you guys pack up your tents then, if no one else has anything they want to do here, and sort of begin the day. The night actually went by without much of a hitch. No one was rudely awakened by anything, except perhaps some kicking between Demos and Malagus. Otherwise, though, there was not a lot of interruptions in your evening. So you guys all have a long rest under your belt, well rested. The exhaustion from the previous day has been lifted, and you're ready to sort of tackle this new one. So you pack up, and you had just had a nice breakfast. You notice after your breakfast and after you have packed up, just when you're about ready to go, there's some stirring in the large tent across the way, and Demos, you recognize this also with Detect Thoughts, that the people inside are awake now. You hear some voices inside, not at all trying to be quiet. It just sounds like sort of general good morning talk between some people that you guys don't know, but you just hear a gruff voice go, "Ugh, sleep well?" No, not really. Yeah, it was fucking sucked, right? These beds suck. Yeah, we should have bought nicer ones. Yeah, all right. You want me to get something cooking? No, let's just eat on the road. And quiet conversation continues among the people in that large tent.
It looks like another tent is awake. Higher, if you really wanted to go talk to them.
Samir, what do you think?
I'll come with you if you're frightened, Hire. Though you don't need the support. You can do it all on your own. He gives a smile.
Sure, but, you know, I'd rather do it as a team, I guess. That way, we're all on the same page about, you know, the decisions we make. No, okay, fine, it's okay, I'll go. Okay. I start trotting over.
Okay, you trot over. Anyone want to join Hire on this mission?
I chew on my raisin bread, see how it all pans out.
All right, you start chewing. Hire, you approach this large tent now. You see some people's elbows sort of pushing out from the inside, sort of similar to how you guys were when you were waking up. And now that you get closer, you hear a couple other voices inside. It sounds like there are about 5 people in here, but Demos told you that earlier as well.
As like still like pretty far from the tent, probably like halfway between our tent and theirs. I start going like, hi, I'm approaching your tent, by the way. Just wanted to ask like a question or two. I mean no harm. I'm a healer. I don't hurt people. Have you seen my brother? Maybe like a yellow kobold. And also, hi, good morning.
The voices go completely silent inside the second you begin talking, and it just remains completely still until you finish, and you hear a sort of meager voice from inside go, who's there? Name yourself.
My name is Hire Valea. I'm with the Rat Guild. It's the first time down here, just looking for my brother. Been missing for a little bit.
The Rat Guild, and the tent flap gets sort of tossed open now, and you see a half-elven woman stands before you with sort of bedhead going on right now, and looks like she is about half gotten on a suit of armor. You mean the running rats?
Yeah, those.
That's hilarious. I didn't know anyone actually joined that guild anymore ever since they had those many deaths down here.
Yeah, we're kind of new down here. What happened?
And you notice this woman takes a look and also notices the gray emblem that you guys have on each of your chests. You notice that on her plate mail that she has, half strewn on, about half cinched up, you see a bright red emblem of a fist pointing up with sort of fire behind it. You also get a better view inside of this tent. There do seem to be 5 people in here, all sort of getting ready for the day. None of them look armed or dangerous, but they're all sort of stopped what they were doing to watch you. You don't see any kobolds in here immediately. However, you do see, for the first time I think you've ever seen, Hire, there is a drow in here.
Holy cow. Drow unlocked.
As you take a moment to sort of look in the tent, though, you notice this half-elven woman notices and sort of closes the entrance quite a bit, just sort of making it where her body is the only thing you have view of inside. Whoa.
Whoa.
Just so you can't see past her, and she goes, yes, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hire, and the rest of your Running Rats Guild. This is hilarious. No, I haven't seen a yellow kobold down here. Your brother, you said? You might have to look elsewhere. Unless, of course, he was a member of the Flaming Fist?
No, I think we joined this guild because we are pretty sure he was in this one. Is there anything else you could tell us that's useful down here? We don't really know what we're doing.
You hear some quiet laughter behind the woman as she sort of closes it a bit more and looks over her shoulder and quiets someone up. You hush. All right. No, listen, I'm sorry, little friend. To give you my secrets would be to give away our gold. I can't just give you hints on how to survive down here when money is on the line. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah. No, I understand. Thanks for at least being friendly with us. I know things are kind of tense down here.
Yes, well, off you go. Good luck finding your brother. If you end up being around here a while, I'd love to get to know you perhaps on the surface. So we frequent the tavern on the first floor quite frequently. Just look for, and she looks behind her and goes, well, just look for me, I guess. And she smiles.
Could you tell me your name? Might make it easier to find you.
Oh, yes. Well, my name is Leela. It's a pleasure. She holds out a hand to you for a little handshake.
Oh, God. Tyre shakes it. Thank you, Leela.
If
good
you're
luck with
looking
your journey.
For us, anywhere, our little group does have a name. We actually just decided on it this morning.
Oh, wow. What's your guys' name?
No, well, we were just describing some things that we all enjoy and we have in common. And so we decided that we would be, the Apple Pudding Gang.
Do you guys all like apple pudding?
That's right, yes.
Suddenly, We Live in the Lost and Found doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, that's a lot better than ours. Ours is Doolum and the Lost and Found, kind of wordy. I like apple pudding.
Yes, it's quite good, isn't it? We think so as well. We're going to get it officially registered with the Adventuring Guild when we get back home tomorrow morning.
Well, I wish you luck in getting back.
Yes, thank you. I wish you all luck and good luck finding your brother. Goodbye now. And the little tent flap is swiftly thrown closed.
Yeah, fair. I walk back to the group.
See, Hyder, you didn't need any support at all. You did it all by yourself. Neutral smile.
Good work, buddy.
Yeah, you guys heard most of that. Did you guys see how I acted like all weak and pathetic? So they like laughed at me and like didn't think I was a threat. It was totally on purpose on my end.
Oh, that's
I totally believed
funny.
it.
You should try being strong and brave one of these days. I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah.
That's kind of not my vibe.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we going?
I think we're going.
All right, so you guys enter out into the day. So, you guys are exploring the 4th floor now, looking for a staircase down. There was nothing exactly you guys were looking for here. So, if you recall, the way I'm going to have you do this is rolling either a survival check. Actually, I think you guys ended up picking survival check for your roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Then we'll just do a survival check among all of you. I will take the mean of your survival checks and then reference my table here for some random event that could occur on your traversal through the 4th floor of the dungeon.
Wow.
Not 20.
Oh, nice. Not 20.
Wow.
Demos, Dulam, what do you guys get?
I got a 15.
18. Got a strong -1 to survival.
Ooh.
That's too bad.
All right, PCs are really dead weight, huh? Really bringing down the average.
But wait, Mason, surely Samir has a really high survival bonus. He seems
Hey,
like a
Samir
worldly
got
guy.
abandoned for a reason.
He lived in the woods for like 1,000 years.
He should know those woods. So you guys got an average of 13 on your roll, which is above average.
Wow.
We'll take it. We'll take it. So you guys begin traveling along the 4th floor. Here now, things are much, much more wild. Now, of course, there are still evidence of people having looted and raided many of the rooms you walk through, but with floors above you, there were lit torch sconces and well-manicured pathways basically throughout the entire dungeon floor. But here now, the torch lights are out. You guys actually have to travel with your own torch now. There are no lights in this part of the dungeon anymore, and you sort of have to move on your own. And you notice that most of the rooms you walk through are, they look like they've been well looted, but no longer are you at the point where there's like graffiti all over the wall. Now you're just in the point where it seems like adventurers down here actually are professionals, per se. And there are a couple of rooms you walk through that don't even look that raided. For example, early on in your travel of the day, you pass through a large dining room that seems to be set up in the dungeon here, where there's nothing on the table per se, but you notice there are finely gilded chairs around this great long table, and even a white tablecloth atop with some small gold inlay. If it wasn't so heavy, you could even take it and probably sell it for like 5 gold.
Orifice would walk around the tables and touch every chair with his hand.
You walk around the
touch
table
her
and
over here.
touch every chair.
Really
They're all
tactile.
a bit dusty, and you get dust on your hand by the end of it. Nothing out of the ordinary, though.
Wipe it off on my dress.
What are you doing,
right,
Oro?
checks
Jesus.
out. We're hunting minions. 100 gold piece ahead, right? I mean, not minions, fuck, mimics.
Mimics. Are they here? I thought we had to go deeper for that.
It's not that weird to think they might have made it up a floor.
All right, fair
Checking.
enough. I'll take it, I guess. You guys continue traveling through. You come across a couple other sort of just out of place things that looks like in higher floors they definitely wouldn't have been here anymore. For example, you see that there is a long sword in one of the sort of empty stone rooms that juts from the wall. Upon closer inspection, the sword itself looks to be fused into the wall, but it's very finely crafted. And you think that probably with some spell usage or maybe just with enough strength, you could rip the sword out and sell it for, a non-zero amount of gold.
Do you
I mean,
guys
we
think
could-
that thing's cursed?
We could
I could
cast
cast
identify. on it.
That is odd. It is sticking out of the wall. Who did that?
Maybe you have to be pure of heart to pull it out.
So then maybe Demos can do it.
Look, I'll identify it before we go any further. I want to go cast identify.
Okay. You cast Identify. You guys hang out for a minute. It's still very quiet in these caverns. You don't hear much, especially in terms of living things moving about. Every once in a while, you'll hear dripping water, and the air is still pretty humid. But you cast Identify. This is a magical item. It is and you identify this nearly immediately. This is a cursed magical item.
Nice.
It's cursed.
This is the Echo Blade, a sword that deals damage as a +2 sword, and deals all damage dealt with this sword is dealt back upon the user.
Yeah,
An
so
equal
however
level.
much you hurt someone else, the sword hurts you.
That fucking sucks. But wait, that's great though. What if I'm just like really beefy and I can, just sort of go hit point for hit point with someone?
But then they're probably also still hitting you at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of a sucky
mean-
sword.
I mean, I think we could still probably sell it.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's magic. Maybe someone can remove the curse, and then it's what'd you say? A extra good sword?
Yeah, it's +2 sword.
That's nice.
Sure, let's take it. I want to reach try to pull it out of the wall.
You pull, and immediately you feel it stuck fast inside the stone. You'll have to make an athletics check to pull it out.
Don't worry, not a problem. Spin on my hands. It's an unnatural 1.
Unnatural.
So that's a 2 minus 1. Is
You
what
guys
it
all
is.
see Orpheus gear up to pull this sword out of the wall. And just as you begin to retch with all your power, Orpheus, your hands slip off the handle and you go hurtling backwards.
Ah!
You barely
God,
catch
that was-
yourself from falling over, and it looks really embarrassing.
That was really hard to watch. Who's
I
next?
think it requires a trait I don't have.
Really good,
something-
Orpheus.
Probably
Really good.
something. Probably fuck you, Malagus. Why don't you do it then, huh?
Don't feel like it.
Oh, I'm Malagus. I don't feel like it. I'll hurt my feelings. Oh.
Okay, I'll try. Watch this. Nat 1.
Oh.
Just getting them out of the way with.
This time, Hire goes up, and Hire, you got a different idea. You saw Orpheus' hand slip off, so this time you wrap your hands around the sort of hilt of the blade, the cross guard specifically. And as you begin pulling, you feel your hand slide in a little bit, and you cut yourself on the tip of the blade. Ouch! For 1 damage as you go flying backwards, this time with a
Oh my
drop of
God.
blood dripping from the tips of your fingers.
Oh,
Maybe
fuck, shit. This thing's definitely cursed.
Yeah, I think that's just something the sword does. Probably no reason for anyone else to try.
Yeah, I'm good. You guys want to walk away from it?
Yeah.
I bet, Deimos, you got this.
I guess I could try, but if I get cursed or something, I'm gonna blame one of you.
It's okay. I have removed
Not
curse,
me, I
and you're
think we
already
should
cursed, so.
Oh.
That's true.
Do you think removing one curse will remove all of them?
No,
Probably one at a time.
You should get as many curses as possible so it only takes 1 spell to get rid of them.
That's clever.
Is that clever?
Yeah.
Give me a roll, Deimos.
All right, you said athletics, right?
Athletics, yeah, that's what I want.
Nice.
As you're rolling, Hire, you hear a voice from Samir going, excuse me, Hire, are you in need of medical attention? You look to have been hurt there.
No, I'm okay. It's just like a scrape on my finger. I wouldn't worry about it.
It looks to be bleeding, though. Would you like me to take a look at it?
Do you heal?
I can wrap a bandage around it and make it disinfected.
Yeah, Samir, I'd appreciate that. That's really kind.
He gives a neutral smile and creeps over to you. Demos, what'd you get?
A strong 9.
A 9, all right. You come over, and unlike the previous 2 attempts, you pull hard on it, and it looks tough, and you strain, and your muscles bulge a bit. It doesn't exit the wall, and you don't even really feel it budge a lot, but you're able to pull yourself away and sort of have some dignity after your attempt. That it looks very impressive.
I guess it's stuck in there forever.
Probably forever. Probably not coming out ever.
Maybe
All right.
pure of heart means you need to not have a heart. Let me try.
Ah,
You got this, Doolum.
you got it, Dylan.
All right, Dulum, you want to give me an athletics check?
Oh, a 21.
Holy!
Oh.
As fucking God foretold. Dulum, you reach up. It is barely in reach of your little arms as you sort of grab around the edge of it and pull. It's a little awkward, but you get the angle just right, and you feel it give in just the right way, and you yank it hard, and you all hear a loud thing sound of metal as the sword breaks free from the stone, a small piece of the stonework falling out of to the side as you sort of jump out of the way of it, Dulum, before it smacks the ground, and you look down at this beautiful, gleaming sword now in your possession. All right, you guys can now add cursed +2 longsword to your inventory.
I'll hand it over to Hire. Here, do you still have the bag?
Yeah, I got the bag. Shove it in the bag. Doolum, I'm really glad you're on our side.
Me too.
That was very nice, Dulum. I guess you do have a pure heart. That's awesome. It's crazy how few people actually do, considering so many of you fucking idiots couldn't get it out.
My heart is pure. It must have been looking for something else.
Very well done, Dulum. That was impressive. Samir gives you a thumbs up and then goes back to wrapping Hire's fingers in bandages.
Thank you, but it probably would have worked for you too, Samir.
Oh, that is too kind. Haha. He waves his hand. And Hire, you look down and you notice that your finger has stopped bleeding. Samir got a 14 medicine check to bandage you up.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
All right, and you guys move along now, continuing through this floor. With your average of 13 survival check, it does take a bit longer than previous floors to find the stairs. You're not sure if this is because of any sort of error on your part, or if there is genuinely just a larger map to sprawl through on the 4th floor of this grand dungeon. You find yourselves doubling back a couple of times. You still have this mental image in your head, Dulum, of where you guys are supposed to go, but you notice as you guys are now on the 4th floor, the map in your head doesn't exactly match the map here, specifically with lengths of things and where certain rooms connect to others. Unlike on the map, sometimes you'll find a room that wasn't there or a hallway that's about 3 times as long as it's written on the map, which leads you to question some things and double back a bit. But you guys continue on your way. On one of these sort of long double backs that you find yourselves on, you guys crest into a room on the 4th floor that looks like it's never been entered before. It is unransacked, as it were. You see what looks to be a very simple stone workshop. There's a stone table with stone tools on top, all of which would have definitely been stolen by now. You see pieces of parchment held up against the wall that, again, would have definitely been ripped up or stolen by now. And there even seem to be a few small supply stashes in here. Up against one of the far walls of this little room is a bookshelf that has some oil flasks on it. You see a couple nice lanterns. There are also just a few alchemical supplies there that don't look to be valuable by any means, but are definitely the kind of thing that if you're adventurers that have been down here for days, you need to replenish your supplies. It's an easy grab. But everything seems to be here. You notice there's only one entrance to this room, the one you guys walked through, which then is sort of that moment where you go, oh shit, we gotta turn back again. I think it was that turn we missed back there where the water sounded like it was running. But you guys get a good look inside this little room. You notice that the largest thing in this room is in the center, which is a bronze brazier. It looks to be quite valuable, but it's giant. It's at least 10 feet by 10 feet and looks to be well cemented into the ground. Inside of the bronze brazier is the burnt black corpse of a cat.
Oh.
You notice under one of its paws is a small package wrapped in twine, about the size of a human hand.
Oh god, I wish I didn't have to know what that was. I start walking towards it.
As you guys sort of look inside this brazier, you see Malagus hold a hand to his face and he goes, oh, that's fucking putrid, Jesus. And he steps back.
Yeah, the smell is thick.
What the fuck is that? Is that a dog?
You tell me.
No, pretty sure that's a cat.
Oh, even worse. Jesus, gross.
Yeah, cats don't tend to like other cats, do they?
What?
It's just a cat. It's not like it's a person, though. It does stink.
Yeah, who the fuck brought a cat this low? Or did it end up down here? It's fucked up.
Oh, let me see. Can I investigate the cat and what's in its paw?
Yes, I'd like an investigation check from you.
Yeah,
As you're doing
baby.
this, you guys notice Samir has started just sort of flipping through the sides of this room, looking at the bookshelf with the supplies on it, looking at the table, looking at some of the tools. Demos, you actually recognize a couple of these tools, albeit much cheaper. These look to be similar tools that you used to use in Samir's workshop for general artificer things.
Mm-hmm.
What did you get, Orpheus? Inside this package, which you gingerly remove, you find that the cat corpse is actually almost like dust at this point. Removing the package, you almost felt like one of the paws was gonna just drop as dust and charcoal into the brazier, but you were able to gingerly remove it just well enough that it doesn't disintegrate. The package is wrapped in leather and knotted with twine. Do you just want to open it?
Does this leather and twine look fire damaged?
It does not look fire damaged at all. In fact, it looks like it had to have been put there after.
I'll pop it open.
Guys, I know this one. Explosive runes.
Explosive.
You open it up. Fuck it, yeah, get that thing open. Inside, you find the package itself is a standard deck of playing cards. The deck is complete, though sort of organized randomly. It contains 13 cards of each suit, and just like for y'all's reference, in D&D, cards are pretty standard. You know, there are poker games in basically every city, and it's the same suits: hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades, as well as 2 joker cards. However, this deck of cards is unique as you sort of flip through it, that you notice all the face cards feature regal-looking felines.
Huh.
Cats in high positions. However, the 2 jokers are gnarly, mangy-looking dogs, done in a cartoony style. On your investigation check, you notice scrawled on the inside of the leather wrapping seems to be some short, squat, common writing done up in black ink.
Uh-huh. I read it.
You want to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're just reading things now. Where's
it,
good
do
old
it.
explosive runes when you need it? It is a small poem that you read on the inside.
Oh.
It reads, "Our small feline friend, its wit most distinguished, pushed to great end, its chances extinguished." And the word extinguished is underlined.
Pushed to great end, its chances extinguished. Huh. Just a little poem. I suppose someone left this with the... I cast Identify.
You interrupted
Oh,
yourself.
God,
Cast
it's
identify.
great because it's a minute long, so you just go quiet. Orpheus, you alright? You shut up for a bit. Orpheus.
I'm focusing.
I mean, it almost sounds like it's talking about being extinguished, and this cat is extinguished. It feels a little coincidental.
It seems like someone wrote this for the KT and left it as an offering.
I mean, I don't know. There are naturally occurring like traps and treasure down here. Maybe this could be part of it, like part of the dungeon.
Yeah, let's see what I find.
Taking a while there,
That's me
Orpheus. Hurry it up.
I'm focusing, Malagus.
During this minute that goes by, you guys hear Samir shout from the other room, "Oh, there's some nice cooking oils here that I think I might add to our supply." And he points to a small vial and he smiles.
Can we like check the room for traps like really quickly?
You can, certainly.
Okay.
Are you, I guess you're not a rogue, are you?
Absolutely not.
Hire? Oh my god, so it's just gonna be a raw perception check.
16.
The music's cutting out again, man.
What the heck, man?
The hell?
Oh man.
I don't know why it's stinking up the joint.
Seems like you're the one stinking up the joint.
Ooh. What did you get, Hire?
16.
Okay, you sort of walk around the room. With a 16 perception check, you actually notice that the bookshelf that Samir was looking at not just a moment before has a very thin outline on the wall behind it. Almost like there was a doorway there. You don't see any handle or button or any way to move it. and it looks to have been well hidden. You barely just saw it with the roll you got. Otherwise, you don't see any traps in here.
Samir, I think there might be a door behind the bookshelf you're looking at.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Well, you have a good eye, Hire.
Thanks. Should we... I mean, there's hidden treasures in secret rooms, right? We were told about that. We should look.
Yes, it looks like this room has been fairly unexplored as well. A few items that would be normal in an artificer's workshop are missing from here, so I believe some people might have been through here, but they must have missed that. Maybe we move this bookshelf aside and see what's going on in there?
Yeah. Deimos, I think we need your services again.
You hear that, Deimos? Mom is calling. Gotta go lift heavy things again.
Okay, Malagus. Just shut it. I will go and help.
All right, you walk over and help. Orpheus, you finish your spell, Identify, and these cards are not magical.
Oh, just a little offering for the kitty cat, I suppose.
All right, so what did you guys get on your athletics check?
Can I help Demos instead of rolling it myself?
All right, Demos with advantage.
Holy advantage.
I have a -1.
Oof. Is 15 good?
Yeah, it's not a particularly heavy bookshelf, especially when Samir sort of helps by taking off some of the heavier things on top of it. Nothing that important, just some like big stone bowls for mixing and other such large heavy implements that aren't valuable, but he pulls them off and you pick up the bookshelf. It's heavy and you drag it to the side, scraping the floor a bit and clear the doorway and drop it, and you notice that, yes, now that it is moved aside, you guys can all see it. Faint lines that form some sort of seam right about the dimensions of that bookshelf. There is no hole, no keyhole, no anything that you can see on here that would indicate how to open it. Oh, good find. All right, anyone got dynamite?
Maybe we need to do something in this room to open it.
Well, I mean, it's not like we know what to do unless we have to... Oh, shit, do you think you have to burn a cat every time you want to go in?
I sure hope not.
That would be pretty fucked up if you're some sort of dungeon person and you have to burn a fucking cat. I haven't seen any rooms yet. Maybe we need to go walk a little further. Maybe there's a room that's full of cats and you just drag one over here and you burn it every day.
I honestly, I don't know if that's really worth treasure at this point.
Well,
like, we're not like that broke.
I mean, is there any clues in here we found?
All right, count out these cards for me. Look for any missing. And I want to start kind of identify.
Count out the cards, Hire. None of them are missing. They're all here, including all 4 suits, hearts, spades, clubs, diamonds, and 2 Joker cards, which both have mangy images of nasty-looking dogs on them.
Okay.
That seems to be the general gist of the cards. There are 13 cards in each suit.
What if we played a card game and somebody lost? No.
Somebody's chances have to get extinguished, so what if it's that we're playing poker and someone, like, burns their best card?
I mean, yeah, that could work.
I guess I'll cast a prestidigitation to like the brazier.
Wow, way to do it fancy, Demos.
Woohoo!
All right, you light up this little brazier, and you all notice in a flicker of Demos's hands, it lights a bright, brilliant blue, wafting up almost to the ceiling immediately and drops down to a low, centered blue flame, flickering up at the edges. The burnt black cat in the center doesn't disintegrate in and merely remains at about the center of the flame as it burns around it.
I want to throw a bug in that air fryer.
All right, you throw a single bug in there. As you do so, you see the bug disappear into the blue flame, burning up immediately. A moment later, Orpheus, there is a screech in front of you. The rest of you don't see or hear this as this occurs, but Orpheus, to you, a purpley blue spectral figure, a specter of the cat, crawls out of the flames, hisses at you, and jumps at you, claws out. It surprises you at first, but as you go to dodge it, you see it follow you quickly and immediately. homing in on you as these claws come flailing towards you as they claw into you. Orpheus, you screech out in pain as you suffer 6 psychic damage.
Oh.
To the rest of you guys, you see Orpheus scream back up a bit and then sort of like loll his head forward.
Oh, what the fuck that?
Huh. Guess there's a punishment system.
Oh, there was like a ghost cat that changed. Do cats even get ghosts? I thought they just stopped living.
I don't know. I think this is some sort of trap.
I don't understand how that could be. I mean, not that it. How could
That means
cats
we
have
got it.
souls?
That means we got it wrong, though, right? Why can't an animal have a soul?
Yeah, that sort of felt like a countermeasure, like we did something.
Well, they can't have souls because otherwise they wouldn't be able to be created in Valhalla.
Huh.
I mean, right? Like,
I mean, I don't see why things with souls can't get created in Valhalla.
Didn't you make a mini higher?
It was more of a statue. I don't think I could have made a living, breathing higher.
Have you tried?
I guess. I haven't personally, but some people have tried similar experiments. But I've made plenty of animals. Well, a handful. Huh.
This brings up interesting points of your afterlife, Orpheus. Is it true then that there are souls of living things that come from nothing there, that are born in the afterlife? That means there is life there. Fascinating.
I suppose I'd always just assumed that animals weren't really alive the way we are. I look down at the live bugs in my water second.
Those aren't even animals. Those don't count.
Well, I'm not sure where the line is. Huh.
I usually draw it between insects and all the other animals.
What about lizard?
That's alive.
Okay, what about a big butterfly?
That's a bug. So,
So I can't tell if Hire is being reasonable or not. How do the rest of you all feel about this? Are bugs alive? Are animals with souls? Was that cat, and I point at it, did it have a soul? Did it go somewhere?
According to most major religious sects, all things are living and have souls and go somewhere. Though they might not be intelligent, they still go somewhere.
They still go somewhere.
It is a difference of life quality, though. These insects around us, not at all perceiving the world in the same way we do. Do not put your own emotions onto them in this way.
I hand the water skin to Samir. I don't think I want to kill any more of them.
Orpheus, you fucking kill bugs all the time. You're probably stepping on them like every day. What's the big problem?
I guess when it's an accident, it feels like, I don't know. I'd never thought about this before.
just because something has a soul doesn't mean it has emotions and feelings.
Huh.
If you think about it, souls are just a thing that living things have. It is not like it makes them special per se if everything has them. It does not give you hope or fear or love or hate. It is just a soul.
Just a soul. Souls are maybe more important than most of you realize.
Well,
Doolum doesn't have a soul, and I think Doolum's a person, right?
Doolum doesn't have a soul?
No.
So I don't think it's the soul that determines what makes something a person.
You don't understand how... Doolum aside, the rest of you, for most of the time, for most of your existence, you're going to be nothing more than a soul. It's important.
Don't you have a soul, Orpheus? In the
I am a soul.
sense? That's what you are, right? And right now you're in the body.
Sure, but I am a soul.
So why is this all of a sudden changing your opinion about insects?
I don't know. I hadn't realized. In Valhalla, you think of them. I mean, rarely insects, but for example, a koi fish. Riddicy has a koi pond. We built her. You think of them and you create them, and if it's not right, you just get rid of it, and it disappears. It's not like it goes anywhere. I guess it's different here, like everything else, but I hadn't realized how different.
I mean, it's not like they have that long of a life anyway.
Well, but wherever they go, they might have a lot longer time in front of them.
Malagus sort of slaps you on the back of our face. Hey, fucking cheer up, alright? That, mosquito we just killed probably went to some great mosquito heaven where I got to eat delicious blood for the rest of its existence. That's great, right? Did it a favor.
I'm a mosquito queen. Okay, yeah.
It's all good, alright? Quit your whining and moping.
Clearly, bugs weren't the answer, so we can let the rest of the ones go.
Okay, yeah.
Can I try throwing a card in?
Sure.
A like face card, so a cat.
Sure. Do you care which one, or are you just going at random?
King of Diamonds.
King of Diamonds card going in. You huck the card in there higher, and after a moment, nothing happens. And then, in a briefish flash of an instant, you see the cat's front paw twitch.
Wow!
That's it. Oh, look what you did, Higher. Now it's not a usable deck of cards anymore. We can't gamble. I was hoping we'd get crazy tonight in the tent.
Here, you're insane for that. I think it's working. And then I'd want to probably go a Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds, and then and then Hearts, and then probably clubs, like the
great.
King, Queen, Jack.
Awesome. You start burning them up. The little burnt-up feline corpse continues twitching as you throw more cards in, spasming almost as if it's still alive.
Ready yourselves, boys.
Ready?
This is stupid. All we have to do is burn some fucking cards.
Yeah,
Why do
I
we
wish
have to-
I would have trusted my gut.
Burn up this deck. It was so nice. You said you had a deck of cards, though, Higher? We're pulling it out tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And as you finish burning the 9th face card you have, specifically you are working down to the Jack of Clubs, right?
Oh, yeah. Thank
the
you.
kitty cat goes in and gets burned up in an instant in the blue flame. The cat twitches once more, and then you see its whole body disintegrate into dust, disappearing among the smoldering ashes of the fire. And as that does so, you all hear a very satisfying click come from the far wall. The stone outcropping, specifically the seam that you saw earlier, you see it come out of the wall just a fraction and then push further and further and further until the whole wall seems to have extended about a foot out, and it slowly begins descending into the floor. Oh, fuck yeah, well done, Higher. What are we gonna get? You think there's like a guy back there?
I hope there's not a guy back there,
I hope
personally.
we fight cats now. And it keeps descending and descending and descending until you are met with a small, little walk-in closet space. Not exactly tall or wide or even long by any means. You see just a very small little room, only about big enough for about 3 or 4 people to comfortably stand in it. And the only thing that seems to be filling it is the hunched over, crisscross applesauced form of an ancient, desiccated skeleton of what looks like some sort of tabaxi.
Wow!
The creature looks like it's been here forever, and you notice from the moth-eaten robes that seem to be adorning the skeleton, this looks to have been some sort of tabaxi monk. Though you can tell from sort of the bone structure and the sunken-in eyes that are still left, or rather the eye sockets that are left on this creature's skull. This was an old being when it died. It looks fairly plainly dressed, albeit there seem to be some nice silver rings and a very large pendant around its neck that looks to be a cat's eye dewdrop.
Oh,
Wow, this doesn't feel like a reward. But should we look at the... Alright, I guess I can cast Detect Magic. Can I do that?
Yes, it takes 10 minutes to cast, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sit down for a minute in front of it. Oh my, wow, this is incredible. It is actually an unexplored area of the dungeon. This is very fun. This feels like a good find. Maybe we can bring this corpse back up. This could have been an old adventurer or something. It looks to have some magical stuff.
huh. Wow. This is excellent work, Hire.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm focusing.
Well, while Hire does that, let me tell you guys how Malagus is. So, I would have kept that dynamite that we got all the way back in Brightbank. You guys remember that?
Yeah, where did you get that again?
Oh, where did I get that?
Yeah.
He looks at you, and then he looks at the rest of the group, and he sounds out his letters carefully. I found it. And he nods.
Alright.
Listen, don't look a gift horse in the mouse, Orpheus. I gave you a gift horse. The horse being, the
Stolen.
dynamite. Not stolen.
Given from Iceland.
No, not that either.
Then how'd you
Who'd
get it?
Who'd you buy it from?
No, definitely not bought. Let's go back to stolen.
Yeah, stolen felt the most likely.
Doesn't that make me seem so cool, though? So bad boy?
What?
Malagus, did you steal from the man or like the 99%?
Is that really how you judge theft, Hire?
I don't know, just a question.
Who's the man?
I don't know. Zavrix.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy.
All right, 10 minutes go by, Hire, as you play with this thing. Specifically the spell within your hands, and eventually you cast it out and you feel some magic around you. Specifically, the brazier behind you is magic, the door that was just opened was magic, and in front of you, the cat's eye dewdrop pendant that this figure is wearing is glowing magic. His rings are not, but they are all valuable, each in their own. You find 4 rings and 2 sort of silver, well-adorned ankle bracelets. I guess anklets is the word, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Clasped around this monk figure. You believe all of it could be sold at market for, you would guess, somewhere in the realm of like 140 gold pieces.
Holy.
It's very fine silver, sterling, unrusted silver that looks to be very old too, which is valuable these days. So if you want to go ahead and add some jewelry, adding up to 140 gold to the funds, you can. Meanwhile, this cat's eye pendant in front of you, Hire, is giving off a glow of abjuration magic.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know. Do we want to spend another 10 minutes, or do we just want to take it for now?
I can do my spell that I'm forgetting the name of. Identify. I can identify it in 1 minute.
Okay, sounds good.
Identify.
All right, you hold that identify. You guys are still hanging around here. Comes out after about a minute. So, Demos, how you doing over there, buddy? You look real tired after lifting that big bookshelf. Must have been hard for you.
No, it was not difficult at all, Malagus.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I get mixed signals from you, Malagus, sometimes.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck me. He turns away and walks away.
Oh my goodness, Malagus.
I feel like I'm hearing noises right now.
Meow.
I know I'm not, though.
I know no such thing.
All right, and Orpheus, you get Identify out to cast your spell. This is a pendant that is magically enchanted with kitty falling. Somewhat similar to a feather fall. When wearing this pendant, the wearer has resistance, aka you half the damage of all falling damage.
Wow.
We really could have used that on our climbs.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyone want to wear it?
This is done through very athletic and nimble swaying and movement of the body as the person falls, where they sort of land like a cat. Oh, this is nice. You know, I could totally use this if no one else is gonna take it. No, you guys should take it.
Yeah, I think you and me are like the least likely to fall.
It's true, I am very naturally gifted with athletics.
Well, I'm naturally gifted with climbing.
Oh yeah, well my agility is very fine.
What's your dexterity modifier?
What the fuck is that?
I'm more agile than you are.
No. You're not
Yes.
agile as shit. I'm more agile than some people here. I'm definitely more agile than, like, Samir.
Well, everybody's more agile than Samir. No offense, Samir.
He gives you a neutral smile. Okay.
I mean, Samir, if you're not that agile, maybe this could help.
No, I'm alright. Thank you.
Samir, you're
Dana?
not very chatty today.
I'm alright. Thank you. I suppose I am a little worried about where we're going. That's all. I sort of am just keeping an ear out for incoming monsters that might come and rip us in two.
Oh, you're scared. There's no need to be scared, buddy. You got a lot of strong adventurers protecting you.
Yes, but it is very common, at least from what I've heard, that an adventuring party makes it to and from their quarry, but not all of them make it back. You see, it would really make me scared if you are able to defend yourselves, but one person gets picked off and dies, and that would be horrible.
Sven, you're not going to be the one we let get picked. Okay, we're not going to let anyone get picked off and die, is what I mean.
Yeah, and we have Revivify for that. And also, to be honest, it'd probably be me.
So then we don't have Revivify for that.
Huh.
Yeah, but it would still just be like me dying. So
Nobody's going to die, you guys.
there are other
protecting
revivers
you
too.
all.
I just,
Yeah.
Orpheus, are you really thinking about the fact that this place is dangerous? We are going to, the 6th level? What if that's beyond our scope, beyond our abilities? I'm not sure if I have the adventuring experience, let alone many of us have the adventuring experience necessary to avoid traps or fight monsters or even find Hire's brother in time.
I want to sort of scrub his shoulders, you know?
He looks down at you and his eyes go wide.
You've got this! No need to be scared. Your friends are backing you up. We've got your back, you've got ours. We're going to get through this, okay?
Okay, but I'm still going to keep an ear out.
Okay.
Gives a neutral smile.
If you all only want to go so far down, I understand, but I at least need to go down that far.
No,
I'll
don't
see
you
us
even
through to
worry.
the end.
We're gonna do it, Hire. Look, you got Demos over here, heavy lifter. He'll do it.
Malleus, the things you say.
And Duelam said he doesn't have a soul, so Duelam is sort of like chopped liver. No offense, Duelam.
Not true at all.
I don't have a liver.
Can't even chop it.
Deimos, how's your agility?
It's not terrible. I mean, I don't know, Hire, out of everyone, and don't take this personally. I could really see you dying from falling.
Yeah, no,
know.
that happened once.
Oh!
Well.
Let's give it to you, Hire. What the fuck?
Sure. It does look pretty fucking cool. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Puts it on immediately.
All right, you put it on, Hire. You now are resistant to falling damage. Just falling, but there you go. There you go. Now look, now we have someone who's like a cat in the park. Isn't that funny? We should start making jokes about it. No? Nothing? Like a...
Sorry, it doesn't work as well for me, unfortunately.
It's just not funny when you do it, Malagus.
Rude.
Okay, cool.
It's just, it's like the cat accusing other people of being a cat.
I don't know what that means.
It's okay, buddy.
Okay. I get it. Whatever. All right, and you guys now have this item. You've cleared out this little room, and you shove off. You follow Duelam's path once again. As you're walking along, following it, you notice you guys are all starting to get pretty tired from the day. It's now been over 24 hours since you've seen the sun, so you're starting to hit that moment where you're quite sure if it's actually dark out yet, or if you're just exhausted because you've been doing a lot. But you continue onward for a while, and eventually you make your way into a familiar area in your map, Duelam, as you make your way to the next staircase. As you walk, Samir sort of sidles up to you, Duelam, at the front and goes, how do you know where we're going, Duelam? It's so impressive. Is this something in your autonom capabilities?
Yes, I can see the picture.
The picture of the map of this place?
Yes.
Huh. He sort of looks up and looks off. That is fascinating. You have such a good memory.
Thank you. Can you not?
Not like that. Not that well. Not, what do people say, photographic, like you have. Very impressive.
Do you have a good memory?
I think so, more than the average individual. There are less things that can harm my memory, but for example, and he looks sort of sheepishly at you as he says this now, I spent so long in that land of forest and jungle that I actually don't remember a lot of the conversations we had, us as a group, before then. Of course, I remember you all, and I remember the feelings that I felt then, but honestly, I sort of feel awkward now that I just don't remember it.
That's understandable. If you have any questions for any conversations I was a part of, I could tell you.
Well, I mean, I remember we looked into your core, and we talked about some stuff there, but I don't quite remember what. And then some creature was after you, I believe some large monster, but I don't quite remember what it was. There are little things that I just don't remember anymore, and that is actually the first time I've ever felt that in my life. I thought my memory was like yours, photographic, where I didn't forget anything, but it turns out over a long enough period of time, even mine decays, and that is frightening for me. I sort of didn't know, and he looks at you, and he sort of looks down and goes, our kind, we sort of only perish when either an accident happens or sort of when we choose to. If you continually upgrade your parts, it is not like old age actually gets to you. I thought I would remember everything forever, but now I know that is not the case. It is a scary revelation for me.
I'm sorry. If you'd like, I could help you write down some things.
Maybe that would be nice. Perhaps if you do have a good memory of the conversations that you were a part of, just Remind me of them, just so I don't feel so awkward about this.
Sure. I'll write some down for you.
Thank you. I'm glad I came to you with this. You impress me as always, Dulam. By the way, are things good with you? I know it's been a while since we've spoken about your core. One of the reasons we came here was to see Dr. Him, right? Is that still something you're interested in?
Yes, I hope to do that next, after this.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that, yes, good. And he smiles neutrally at you.
I smile back neutrally.
Oh, the neutral smile. You
Mimic.
hear a shout from behind him. I'm fucking bored. Can we go to bed now? It echoes off
Malagus,
the
our day
dungeon
just
walls. No, how could it have just begun? We spent like 2 hours at the stupid cat room.
And we got money for
Malagus.
it. Onwards.
Time doesn't pass quicker just because you bitch more, Malagus.
It does when I'm asleep.
Next time you could go like sleep in the corner, do a little cat nap.
What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like you see Hire over here with this stupid fucking pendant on. Look, it's like got a little eyeball in there. Not really, but it's like a little gemstone. Wow.
Wow.
Is this thing on?
You got to ask yourself, Malagus, whether things are worth saying.
What do you
Oh
mean?
my god.
You know how hard it is to be the comedian of the group. I have to carry it.
Malagus, we can be cats together. Does that sound good?
I'm not. I was never. I don't know what this is. I don't like it, and it's not me.
Very
Guess
much
it's
you.
just me then.
Good. Perfect. And,
So, Deimos, I guess we're walking together.
Guess you're walking alone, shit lips.
So, how's life treating you, Orpheus?
Not much different than last night.
And is that like a good thing, or?
Well, I don't know. Just a minute. Or like pops up his glasses to sort of rub at tired eyes, and Oro's eyes are bloodshot. You get the vibe he has not been sleeping.
Oh, Orpheus, you don't seem well.
No, I'm okay. Everything's been normal for a few days now.
Huh.
And those days before that too, yeah.
You know, Aura, like you can tell us if something's bothering you.
Well, I think it's kind of funny that Samir's so scared of the things, but it also hurts a little that he doesn't trust us to protect him. It sort of sounded like he thought that just because he's the slowest runner, we'd go off without him if a real problem came along.
Yeah, that is a little strange, and you know, comboed with his new like getup, like I don't know,
I know.
it's.
The get up, Deimos. What is with the
I really don't know. It feels like he's trying to send like a certain message, but like
It's adorable.
Gosh, do you think it's like a phase, or is it like, is this like the new him?
I hope it never ends.
Me neither.
Oh my god. All right, so you guys make your way then to the staircase leading to the lower level now. It was a pretty decent day's trip to make it this far. You think about 3/4 of the day, perhaps, considering how exhausted you guys are feeling. Not such that you're just going to pass out at the base of these stairs, but it was quite a walk. As you make your way, you notice in the sort of last little random find you make as you're on your trip here, Dulam, you're pretty sure you're on the right path, and something that sort of indicates that is you notice there is a unusual sight in one of the empty rooms along your path. Most of the rest of the walk during this floor is empty. Empty rooms that have been mostly ransacked, albeit dark, empty in terms of living creatures. You still find some vermin every once in a while and bugs. There are more like sort of destroyed things. For example, tables that have been destroyed into wood splinters, chairs, and or perhaps plates that have been destroyed that are on the floor that would have been swept up in upper floors, but now they're here. You do find, though, in the room leading up to the staircase, there is sort of a figure, a statue, positioned in the hallway leading toward it. You notice the statue seems to be a person, what looks to be a human, mid-stride, looking over their shoulder with a horrified expression on their face. You all recognize this as petrification. The person has a scared look, and they look to be, perhaps you would guess, a thief or some sort of roguish type, considering their attire that they seem to be wearing. It's traditional, what looks like a robe with a black hood and some heavy leather bindings and straps around their body, but they're frozen solid in stone. Around this statue are dozens of little trinkets. You see mundane necklaces thrown over the figure's neck. You see small things shoved within his hands. For example, little wilting flowers or small copper coins. There's even some small scrawlings along its body, almost like carvings into the stonework itself. In common, these look to be just small little handwriting saying, "The staircase is this way," with an arrow. Or things like, "You're getting close!" ! Throg was here.
Mount Everest type beat.
I guess this is some sort of marker.
Can I check his body for a running rat symbol?
You explore the body. Give me an investigation check.
Please don't be dog shit.
Exploring his body.
Oh, thank fuck. 26.
Oh my god.
That is an excellent fucking check.
Yeah, baby.
Very well done. Very. You do find, tucked away pretty well. There's a lot of sort of graffiti scrawlings along this figure, tucked away very well, almost by this figure's boot on the ground. You sort of have to squat down for it and almost look underneath on the heel, and you find something written here in big blocky text. It reads, "Beyond this point, you may die, but the prepared survive." And then next to it is a small, looks like very crudely carved symbol of the rat in profile with the geometric sort of diamond behind it.
Hey, Higher, does this look like Monty's handwriting?
And give me a history check as you look at it higher.
Fat 13.
It doesn't actually take much for you to recognize this is your brother's handwriting. You recognize it specifically in some of the smaller letters, the E's and the A's. The way they're drawn is typical of an Aetherian handwriting style. It's a small thing, but you notice it immediately. If it's not Monty, it's someone else from your civilization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says.
Oh shit, that's good. Okay, we're on the right path.
Yeah, it's true. He's
Damn, he even throws up his fucking gang sign.
Maybe we should too. You know, the running rats sounds like they're disrespected around here, and now we're a part of their team. We could boost them up a little bit.
What if we smash this thing just to tell them?
No, this feels like an important marker.
Let's smash it.
Malagus, there will be things to smash ahead.
Okay. Do you guys want to carve something into this stone statue?
I'll go ahead and carve my holy symbol on there.
Okay. You carve in, and you get the 3 concentric circles going on an open spot you see on the side of the figure's stone cloak.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and start carving in. Queen Ridice, the Fionn of Valkyrie, Savior of the broken, Guide of the wandering, Peace bringer, our kind lady who brings us from the mist, the soft hand of harmony. And then I carve her little symbol.
Boot liquor.
Wish you had some boots to lick, don't you, asshole?
No.
Oh shit! Should I put down like a verse for my god?
Verse.
You kind of wrote a lot.
Oh yeah.
You notice that Orpheus's scrawled little handwriting and the small font just to fit it all in one little spot does look pretty dense. Not a lot of people seem to be writing that much here.
Worth it.
You all make note, an interesting sort of sight happens in front of you. Samir seems to be pressing his hands up to the petrified body, placing his head against it and then pulling away, investigating it closely. He pulls away thoughtfully and speaks softly. "If I had more time, I could bring him back."
Really? What? How?
It would be not in his original form, but this creature could become a stone golem with the same body, rather the same mind as before. He's
Really?
still in there. This thing is still alive.
That's okay. So we should put him in our bag.
I really wish you would have told us that before we marked him.
Yeah.
I don't have the facilities here. In fact, I don't even at my workshop. I just know the process. We would need a lot of materials, and he sighs and goes, I don't know if we can do it right now.
Well, why not take him with us? It's not like anybody else is good to come along and help him.
I do think we should leave some other sort of marker here, if we can.
Okay, yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, even if the other shitheads that walk through here are sort of assholes, if we get rid of their one big marker, I feel like it would really fuck them up.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they'd probably be mad at us, but we can take him as long as we find a suitable replacement.
Can anyone shape stone in a similar way with magic?
No,
I can't.
not to me at least.
No.
Right, well, at least for now, can we leave him here and let's get him on the way back, okay?
Sounds good.
I mean, what's the benefit to leaving him here?
I think we don't want to make this harder for other adventurers.
Oh, and you're worried we don't have a way to construct a sign. Well, I see.
There was some torn up wood out there earlier. I could just go back and grab some. We could, post it up here. Sorry, statue's gone. The stairway's this way. Fuck you.
I mean, that would work, yeah.
Yeah, I could build it into an arrow pretty fast.
Let's do it.
All right, give me a quick, build check. I want a survival check, please.
Oh, yeah. Not like sleight of hand to build?
Well, part of it is also finding the right materials and scavenging for the wooden chunks.
10.
Okay. DC was 10. This is not a hard task. But you would sort of make a just good enough shoddy construction of a wooden sign that you can't stake into the stone ground here. So instead, you just sort of lean it up against the stone man was, and some mere gestures to the bag of holding that you have higher. Do you think he'll be safe in there, or should we drop him in Dulam's bag?
Definitely not Dulam's bag.
Yeah, probably the bag of holding.
I don't see any reason why he would be harmed in the bag of holding, especially given he's already in this state. Let's throw him in.
All right. I don't think we should throw him in. Let's put him in gingerly. And you guys can sort of slide the bag over his head and slowly start pushing pieces of him in. And it takes a little bit, just sort of stretch out the edge of the bag just wide enough to fit him in. But after a few minutes, you manage to shove this petrified body in.
Cool, that was weird.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make such a big thing of that. I just, when you see you can help somebody, it's hard to ignore it.
No, Smear, I think it was a very good judgment. I didn't think he could be saved. I'm glad.
I agree. It's just you just said it was weird.
I think you mean the situation.
I meant the whole shoving a bag over his head, but it was the best solution for sure.
Oh yeah, this was good. Your marker looks good too, Orifice. Look, it's almost standing up on its own. Nice.
Don't patronize me.
Okay. All right, you guys continue forth then. You find the staircase to the next floor. This is not the sort of wide downward staircase that the previous ones have been, but rather a spiral staircase, thin and narrow, that seems to descend at a steep angle. It's single file down here, and you can't see the bottom because there's no hole down the middle. Instead, there's a thick stone pillar, almost cavernous in nature, like a stalactite, or rather just like a column found in caves. It descends with these nasty, jagged stairs sticking out of it that are almost difficult terrain to climb down, almost a little wet and slippery on your way. As you move deeper, those final signs of civilization start to fade. That stone path that you were on just a minute ago is now given way to raw, uneven cavern floor. It just seems like the last remnants of humanity scrawled on that petrified man as you officially enter the 5th level of the dungeon. It's late now. You all feel like if you wanted to, you could long rest now and get ahead of the evening, or you can continue forward for a little bit longer. The descent down the spiral staircase takes a bit longer than you all expect, not because it's very deep, but rather it's just sort of dangerous crawling down. Every once in a while someone will slip and you almost risk taking out the 2 people in front of you. About halfway down, you all are met with the acrid smell of burning, and you find about halfway down the staircase, sort of pressed into the stairs, are 2 humanoid figures that look to have been burned to a cinder, pressed up against one another, almost like in The Thing, where 2 bodies are melted into one.
Oh.
You look out.
So that's not a good sign, right?
Should we be worried about traps on the staircases?
I think it would probably be fine, Hyder. It seems a lot of people use these, though I don't know what did this to them. And you take a moment to look now, and you see there's really nothing recognizable about these figures at all, save for just the very edges of unburned red robes that the two of them seem to have.
Whoa.
Bright red.
Interesting. I guess there was a skirmish down here.
You don't think that was the people you met earlier, right?
It might be.
Oh. How recent is the burn, can we tell?
You can still smell the burning, but give me an Arcana
shit.
check if you want to know more.
I will also roll an Arcana check.
Excellent.
Oh my god. My +5 and for what? 9.
22.
Oh.
All right, Demos, you get a look at this, and you think this probably happened within the last 4 hours or so.
Wow. 4
Pretty
hours.
recently.
Yeah, very recent.
You think the insides of these people are probably still white hot smolders, considering whatever heat it took to burn them. This bad was probably pretty extreme. You also are able to tell pretty immediately that this was done through magic. It is not dissimilar to the remains of the people that you created with that one fireball.
They just named their party.
Oh no, higher. I think that was the other group. I think these were the elves, right?
Oh, those. Okay.
Yeah, those guys were assholes. Fuck them.
Okay, I honestly feel a little better about that. Yeah.
And there's only 2 bodies, right?
As far as you can tell, yeah.
Interesting. I wonder where the third went. Maybe the third did this.
Treachery within the party? Hadn't thought of that before.
I guess I just don't see how that'd be advantageous, given you still have to go all the way back out. But
True, but sometimes you
possible.
just fucking hate someone.
Who is Malgus looking at?
He's staring right at the 2 bodies melted together. He looks to be deep in thought.
I thought he was going to be looking at Samir.
He'd be looking at you.
You know, higher. There are spells that can turn friends into foes.
Well said, Demos. Even spells of confusion.
That's an ugly thought. I think we need to go forward, though, assuming that a traveler did this, unfortunately, rather than a monster.
Honestly, I mean, have we even encountered a single monster down here? There was that large troll-like thing, but otherwise, not a one.
Huh, you're right.
And it even seemed somewhat friendly, although it killed a stag, but...
I mean, but that's just sort of hunting. I don't know, that's not evil per se.
I honestly agree with Samir, but I think we have much more of this to explore.
Yeah, I agree. Keep
So
on
as you guys,
trekking.
You step over these 2 melted bodies. It's a bit awkward, especially with the slimy stairs, to sort of scoop yourselves around it without getting too icky in there.
God, should we bring these bodies, up some for healers, or also throw them in the bag for peelers?
I think we gotta cut our losses here higher. These are unrecoverable.
Yeah.
You need a fucking soup spoon to get most of that up.
Do they have badges at all for which guild they're with?
If they did, they are long since melted away. The entire torsos and upper legs of these 2 individuals have been melted together into black rock.
Okay.
It probably wouldn't even be worth it to do a check for any useful items. Anything on these guys just got melted. You pass over just fine though, and you guys continue to descend the next half of the stairs, and as you descend, the air grows ever cooler, and a faint, whispering draft winds up through the tunnel corridor. After another 5 or so minutes of descending, you all are met with a new smell. Before it was just sort of damp stone, but now you are met with what smells like blood and sweat, but old, ironous blood and sweat of both man and animal that's been ground into the rocks and the cavern walls here over centuries. You find yourselves now exiting the staircase after a long descent into yet another chamber of respite. Here, however, you are basically alone. No torch sconces anymore, none of that sort of civilization's drapery, not even the stone floor here to give you all a bit of respite. There is cavern walls, cavern floors, wet stone, smoothed out fairly well by what you imagine are just years and years of people walking along them and the natural fin, but somewhat rocky. You'll likely need to lay out a thick tarp beneath your tent to get a good rest. And I said almost alone because there is one other sign of life in here. You find sitting solitary in this room is a single red-robed elven wizard. The figure is sat up in front of a small, looks like alchemical fire, magic campfire made up before him. The fire burns bright, and there looks to be a small pot atop of it, like a teapot perhaps, or coffee pot, or some sort of stew pot. And the figure is sitting before it, legs curled up behind him, and he quickly darts his head to look at you all. You descend out from the staircase. No one else is here.
Oh, I think it's him.
I think he killed those guys.
I don't know. Does he seem sad about it, or like?
You see him. He looks surprised to see other people down here, and he does look like nervous in some way. He sort of darts back and forth between the group of you, sussing you out, and then sort of leans back a bit, trying to look cool and collected, and then he averts his eyes back to the teapot as if he wasn't looking, and pretends to be doing something else that you can tell all of his attention is on you.
Yeah, like I don't want to like cast a spell on him or anything. You know, I feel like he'd know. So
Let's just go say hi to him. You know, I think we should just say hi.
Like, I can't believe he can just sit there after what he did.
I think we should tell him we know what he's done and he'll answer for his crimes in the Eternal.
He will surely attack us for that.
And we'll put him down. Or maybe
Okay,
someone
but
else
then
will
we're
put him
just
down.
killing him, and I don't see a point in that.
Yes, what if his friends attacked him first?
Well, then maybe we should ask his side of the story. Maybe he needs help.
Sure, but if we want to teach him a lesson, killing won't do that. Either
Okay,
way.
so we could imprison him?
No,
God,
maybe
should
just
have
like
learned
a
that.
just like a stern talking to.
Should have learned that spell that the Lady of Pain used on Father Lucius.
What?
The lobotomy one?
That seems like a really powerful spell.
Samir, you raised him pretty evil.
That's not evil. It's you know, he was a bad guy, and you know, he got to live. That sounds like a good deal for me.
Well, it's almost like not worth. It's like, you know how I'm just a soul and I'm not even alive, but I'm still a soul at least?
Debatable. Sure.
Okay, well, you took away his soul. That's even worse than the life.
I don't know. He did seem different, but I don't know. There were some remnants of him, at least. You know, I know he still wants to live, at least.
True.
I suppose so, but it's pretty yucky, Deimos.
All right. We can drop the matter.
If you ever think I'm evil, please just kill my body.
Oh
No,
then-
we don't need to be killing people. I think that's kind of the point. Deimos, I get where you're coming from. It's a somewhat merciless punishment, but also a very cruel punishment at the same time.
It like defiles their very being.
Well, you know, if they're an evil being, you know.
Hmm.
Anyways, we shouldn't be talking about this in front of a new friend, perhaps.
Yeah, good point.
So we should approach and talk to him?
Mason, to me, does he look more like a warrior type or a spellcasting type? Just first impression.
It's spellcasting for sure. The robes, and you also notice a huge book sort of strapped to his side. You recognize this immediately as a spellcaster, some sort of mage.
Huh.
Maybe.
Hey, why are we talking amongst ourselves, right? Let's just go talk with them. Hey, buddy! Malagus steps forward.
Oh, Malachus. Maybe
Hey, listen,
only...
big man. No need to be afraid. Me and my friends were just wondering, did you kill your buddies back there?
Oh, Malagus.
Malagus, we could have been more. We could have danced around it a little bit.
Straightforward and to the point. I admire this side of you.
The figure looks at you all surprised and then horrified and then angry.
Yeah.
Standing up abruptly, the elven man is taller than Malagus by far. In fact, he might be the tallest humanoid here, save for Demos, of course. He looks at you all, and You see his sort of long elven ears almost glow red with anger as he goes, I did not! How dare you make those accusations? They struck me! I was merely defending myself. Luckily, they were discussing traitorous intent against me, and I was behind them just a spell, but I heard their discussion and I turned against them just as I knew they would me. I struck first, but it was to protect myself. Nothing more.
What'd they say?
Okay.
Like,
They
exactly.
spoke of treason. They told one another, they said once they acquired the great artifact down here, then they would kill me and split the reward 50-50 between the two of them. They only needed me to get down here. That's what they spoke of.
You say treason. Are you like some sort of official they were supposed to serve?
No, I'm using language of the High Court because I'm a sophisticated man. Are you a commoner?
No, sir. I am the highest knight of Queen Ridicy, and I would expect you not to besmirch her name by proxy.
Oh, a knight, good, the law. Perhaps
Yes,
you could
quite.
take this up if perhaps you arrive before I do. Explain to them that there are individuals working inside, and he sort of looks at you now, and there's this look of worry in his eyes, as if he's like sharing some evil secret, and he goes, inside the Fogfoot program, there are people looking to harm their fellow man.
What is the Fogfoot program?
Oh, it's a guild.
Yes.
We are a great and powerful guild, and I am one of the great red knights, spellcasters, who venture down here to collect goods. Today we were meant to go on a simple mission. We were merely down here to collect some wedding ring of some individual.
They were gonna split a wedding ring?
Well, it's not just a wedding ring, you see. It was actually a great magical artifact that the wearer had no clue of its potential. Wore it merely as a band of devotion, never using its true power.
Was there a reason you had to kill them beyond repair? You could have at least left them for revivers.
I did what I had to. It was the only way I knew that they would stay down. And besides, revive? What? So they could come and find me and kill me again? I can't allow it.
They
And
wouldn't
the
have
figure-
even known what had happened.
They
if
were
they
going
kill
to
you again?
betray me.
I mean, sure, but you still killed them first.
It was moral, but yes, I suppose it was a bit legally murky.
Elaborate?
The figure notices in his rage that he's becoming a bit disheveled, and he takes a deep breath and flattens out his red robe and sits back down by the pot and goes, I was acting in self-defense, nothing more. I'm sure generous, good people like yourselves, aligned with goodness, agree with this matter. Please, feel free to rest here. I'd be happy to help you keep lookout tonight. He gestures to the large empty room.
You're very friendly now. All of a
That's
sudden.
okay. I don't want you to mistake us for betraying you.
What?
I think what hired means is we're just a bit worried to work with you.
Higher, that's your name? It's a pleasure to meet you.
And you gave him my name. I am higher.
Well, my name is Elhis Nunanthreant.
It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances.
Do not apologize, my friend Higher. You merely caught me in a difficult moment, as you might most travelers in this dungeon, but I have realigned myself and will continue the mission without those two fools. I could have done it without them anyway. How difficult is it to find some lost wedding ring down here?
Probably not too hard. I guess we aren't reporting you or anything, so we can just both be on our way.
Sure, but I plan to spend the night here. Feel free to do so yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do believe we need to get going and continue moving, though.
Yeah.
Be wary. The fifth floor, I believe, is the start of the true dungeon of the Undermount.
Oh.
Thank you.
The figure nods to you guys and slinks back into his spot up against the wall, back pressed against it tightly.
Okay, I'm ready to leave.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm scared he's gonna also think we're gonna tell on him, and then he'll get us. But something to keep an eye on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, excellent. So you guys make your way out of this little safe room then, leaving behind this red-robed wizard on your way out. The elf watches you on your entire walk out, barely blinking as he does so. And just as you guys turn the corner, Malaga says, perhaps a bit too loudly, yeah, that guy totally fucking killed him on purpose, Jesus.
Malagus, no, we don't think that. You're dumb.
No, I know it. Not thinking anything.
Malagus, if you stay back, they'll
They don't
come
pay me to
and
think.
kill us.
He just threw a weak sort of a fucking pansy fireball out of his left ass cheek at his friends. You know, if we see it coming, we can fight back.
Yeah. I don't know what you're inferring, but either way, I think we must leave this man here.
And I think we can beat that asshole. The wedding band thing was a floor 5 quest up there, and we're going all the way down to 6, baby.
No, we're
True.
going down to
That's
floor
right.
5 now.
Well, yeah, but we're going further, right? We're going to 6, right?
Yeah, we're going to 6.
Yeah,
Eventually.
there you go. See?
Well, when do we plan on camping for the night?
I mean, we haven't
I
really
think-
done much today.
Yes.
It has felt pretty long, though. I mean, we could probably just go to bed right now.
Man, I guess we really need to make you better. I'm worried about you, man.
What do you mean make me better? What the fuck? I'm
I mean,
fine.
like you have a disease, like a serious one.
What? You have a disease. Ugly bitch syndrome.
Oh,
Can I get an up high from anyone? Please?
Malagus, my brother's life is at stake. I'm sorry you're tired.
Oh
but
my God.
I wish we could keep going.
Oh my god. Alright. Fine. Yeah. Sure. Great.
Source
Got this,
walks
bud.
in the whole brother line, Malagus.
Yeah, alright. Okay, great. Let's keep going then. And you guys continue forth on floor 5 now. The signs of humanity have seemingly vanished. There are still rare signs of looting. You find more and more of these, what you might call like small areas of just like someone has been here before. For example, dust has been knocked off of a door frame, or a door has been left open and you see it's been propped open with a rock. Or even rooms that looked like they may have had valuables in them once that were very easily noted have been taken, but now it feels like you are truly dungeon crawling. This feels like if any of you have in your past crawled a dungeon before, this is about how most of them feels. Perhaps visited once a while ago, but it feels very wild, very arcane. There are scuttling sounds and loud whooping sounds in the distance that you're not sure the origin of. Animal sounds, creature sounds maybe even human sounds, but it's a bit louder down here. The sort of still, quiet air that was above you has been replaced by the sound of life breathed into this floor, 5th floor. This one is more dangerous than the previous, so I will have you guys roll a survival check to pass through it, but the DCs have changed a bit and have become a bit more volatile. Additionally, on this floor, you guys are going to need to make 2 survival checks to fully pass. So 2 random encounters.
Oh,
17.
Nice.
I also got a 17.
I just
Oh.
rolled again because I'm stupid. But funnily enough, I got the same thing both times, which is a 14.
Holy.
Excellent. Dulam.
15.
Very nice. All right, you guys, believe it or not, got the same roll as last time, a 13. 13 average. Just above average, baby. That is above average.
Huge.
But as you guys walk along here now, this floor is very spread out. It is dense with all sorts of what you think are the stench of things that have happened somewhat recently. There are nasty crawling things crawling all over, bugs that are much bigger than on previous floors, and having a firelight out here actually feels a bit more dangerous now that you you guys almost see shapes in the shadows in front of you move around quickly, almost as if there are creatures just on the outskirts of your visions watching you. But this could just be a trick of the light.
Okay, light off. Malagus, you can hold on to someone?
Don't you have to hold on to someone too higher?
Dark.
No,
Why
I
don't you hold on to each other? Neither of you do. Doolum.
I hold on to Oro.
I pick up Doolum if it lets me.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why'd you do that for?
Gotcha, lad. So it doesn't get lost.
It seems as if Dulam gives off a sort of natural
but,
glow, and I can just
hold
use...
on to Deimos at least.
I'm okay. He sort of straightens out his black clothes and goes, I'm independent, haha.
We are a party.
You don't have to be though. Yeah, Hire is right. We're a party.
Yes, I trust you all. Where is a good spot for me to go if I can't see? Perhaps in the middle of the group?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He sort of steps in line, right up next to you, Demos.
I'll flank him and hold Doolam's glowing on one side.
Holy Doolam, you're
Like on the
glowy.
side of Samir.
Wait, I can't see anything. Can I go next to Dulam too?
Alright, I moved Doolam back to one arm.
Yay. Alright, so you guys continue forth. As part of your idealized path, Dulam, you take a lot of zigs and a lot of zags. You travel through these rocky, cavernous rooms. Each of them, again, sort of like a room of a house in some way. There are, again, more dining rooms in here, which you imagine were perhaps long since used by you all recall this was a dwarven mithril mining site before it was a dungeon. So these could have been dwarven eating halls. You find great bastions of armaments. They were likely used once before as a armory for the people who lived here that have since been all knocked over, and all the stone tools here look somewhat valueless. There are rooms that look like they used to be tailors, or rooms that look like they used to be butchers and stonemasons. These rooms you can sort of identify based on large tools and supplies that would have likely been used by these individuals that are not that very valuable per se, and especially because they're just the general layout of these rooms. You find bathhouses with empty holes where water once had been. You even find a room I think might have been a pool room, but the entire pool has been completely drained, and inside you find a bed of thin, powdered skeleton.
Huh.
Bones that had been powdered and dropped in here. You're not sure what for. Jesus, that's fucking gross.
Don't like that.
Who wants to go swimming in the bones, am I right?
No.
Eventually, you guys make your way into a long, thin pathway that you note as being likely important on the way, as you notice there are torch sconces here again, lit up. This pathway descends into the ground a bit, about 10 feet of stairs you have to crawl down, sort of haphazardly because there's these wet cavern steps, and eventually they all drop into a pool of mud. This mud is not that thick or deep. You would wager about 4 feet deep in total and is a little runny. In fact, there seems to be a sort of extra runny layer right on the top of the mud, like a bit of water wasn't quite able to seep into the mud and sits still right on the top, though it's black, dark black, sort of watery liquid on top. You guys travel down into this. Malagus makes a big huff. Jesus, this is fucking gross. And you see there's about a 40, 50-foot hallway that leads all the way to another staircase that seems to exit this gross mud and back out into likely more caverns. The torch sconces on the walls all seem about high up above the mud level here and illumore.
It goes without saying that Orpheus is, like, visibly ill.
You guys sort of start stepping in. I don't want to go in there. I feel like I'm going to get my clothes dirty. Look, Samir's clothes are brand new. It's so dirty in there.
Did you make those clothes last night, Samir?
No, I've had them.
We're adventurers.
Oh, nice.
We're meant to get dirty, Malagus.
True. Very well said. He just doesn't have to lick himself clean when it's all over.
I didn't even say anything.
Just easy.
Fine. He descends into the mud. 4 feet of mud is like over half of your bodies for Dulam and higher for the small folk here.
I mean, it's over half of our bodies for everyone except maybe
That's a good point, but I guess
it's
it's probably coming up to your shoulders. Otherwise, Dulam feels especially gunky. And higher, you've got mud all up in your armor. Yeah,
This is
Demos
the
is above it. This is an interesting question that I'm going to ask here. What is y'all's passive perception?
Huh, that's a funny thing to ask.
That's silly
Mine's
of you.
14.
Oh,
8.
my D&D Beyond.
8.
Sucks ass.
How is it 8?
You know, sometimes things happen.
Sometimes it's 8.
14.
Dulam?
12.
Oh my god, it's all ass.
I have -1 to whiz. I don't know how. Deimos has an 8.
Okay, well, what is y'all's
14.
marching order?
I mean, me and Doolam could be up front.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are up front. Behind you then is Samir and Demos, and then higher you're bringing up the rear with, I guess, Malagus. Fuck, man. Not against you, I just hate being not in the middle.
Yeah, no, this sucks. I feel like I'm drowning.
One surprising point of note here, Dulam, you find, as you guys begin trudging through this mud, that it is surprisingly lubricating for you, your internal joints especially. It sort of reminds you of back on Mechanus when you would take great oil baths.
This is surprisingly pleasant.
Huh.
Good for you, buddy.
You like being all oiled up?
Quite.
Not a 6-spot, my ass.
I'm gonna try to pretend how you feel about this.
That's a great idea.
Not working, but I'll tell you when it does.
I mean, it feels sort of good to get dirty in a way, because, you know, you get to wash it all off afterwards.
As you guys make it about halfway now, it
Okay.
I mean, I got nothing to fucking say to that.
I was thinking about casting shape water. For real.
Oh, you know, you could like clear out a little core and walk off.
How do you feel about that idea, Hire?
What?
To shape a little corridor with shape water?
Yeah, that might be a good idea later, once we're out.
Or maybe you could like shape the water off of us, you know, so we can get dry relief.
Yep, I could do that too. We'll be nice and clean in no time once we get past whatever the hell this is.
You guys are, it's the mud is starting to get thick around the middle area. You notice that there is sort of a natural floor, a bottom of a circular, what am I trying to say here? There is a natural well point in this hallway where it's a bit deeper than elsewhere, and you guys sink only about a half a foot deeper in the middle here, but each step is seemingly more difficult than the last here. Around here, you become aware of the fact that each of your steps seems to be releasing up the aroma of methane.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Smells terrible.
The moment this registers, Dula, your foot hits something hard, and you immediately regret it. The sound of a closing bear trap is muffled by the heavy pitch of the mud around you, but you watch in horror as the torches that line the walls all drop off of their sconces immediately, and a slow-moving blaze starts at the edges of this oily, muddy corridor.
Tinser's floating disc!
I don't know if that will work, but I'll cast it anyways.
Just for theater of the mind, the corridor is 40 feet long. It's about 10 feet wide here, and you guys are halfway through, 20 feet from either side. Dulam, your foot feels hard trapped. As the bear trap closes quickly around your foot, it crunches into your metal, hurting, and you feel some stinging pain shooting up through your body as it deals. Big roll. 1 damage.
We're going to be flies. We need to go.
The fire starts licking around the edge. What would you guys like to do?
We need to get Dulam out of the trap, right?
I'll hold my breath and go under since I was leading Dulam.
You hold your breath, you breathe in, and you sink your head under. As you go to dip your head under, it smacks the surface of the mud first, kind of stinging your face a bit. And then you slowly push in. It's thick and heavy, and you can't see it all under here as you try to push your body beneath it.
I just want to feel around underneath and feeling that, well, okay, I am going to roll an intelligence check for my own benefit.
Okay.
Because
I'll give you guys all something to do, and then the fire will creep in at a rate of about 5 feet per, around here as it spreads around. As you stick your head in Orpheus, you find that you are immediately met with the oily sensation in here. It stings your eyes and mouth and nose.
Not my eyes. I've got goggles on.
Okay, you're right. You got goggles on. So just your nose and mouth sting as you feel warm oil pressed up against it, almost like gasoline. It stinks.
Okay, I got a 15 on my little personal check, so Orpheus, I think, sort of instinctively begins to slow down his movements, slowly but with purpose.
Okay, you slow down with purpose, and you find the mud gives way just a little more.
Mm-hmm. I want to feel around
in.
Dulam's foot to see if this bear trap is even connected to the bottom, or if it's freestanding.
You reach in and you feel around, and give me a perception check. I'm going to need that with disadvantage, because you can't see.
Yeah.
What would the rest of you guys like to be doing? Shit, what's going on down there, Malik James?
I guess I have a couple questions, Mason.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see. So how tall is the mud?
The mud right at this specific spot is 4.5 feet deep.
Okay. Does does the mud count as the ground? Y/N.
It's an interesting thought. Do you have a spell in mind for this?
Yeah, for Tensor's floating disc, it specifically floats 3 feet above ground.
Give me an Arcana check for that to sort of gamify that.
Nice. 16.
Okay. You think that because this is like thick enough mud here that it would count as ground. You could probably get a disc above it.
Okay. Then for my action, I will probably cast Tensor's floating disc.
Okay, you spawn a disc and it pops into existence. You want it just like a few inches above the surface of the mud?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, you see it pop into existence. It floats there now, heavy and stone. You see the fire roaring against the edges of the muddy corridor that you're all in, slowly creeping in. The fire rages pretty high here. You actually see that it rages up to almost the ceiling of this area. So just standing on the disc, you might still be afflicted by some fire damage, but at least you'd be out of the mud itself.
Okay, cool.
Orpheus, what was your perception?
Not one.
Oh.
You reach around, you find something, you pull on it really hard, and you're like, no, this is attached to the ground. And as you begin pulling on it, Dulam, you feel someone pulling on your other foot, the one that's not bear trapped.
Sorry.
Wrong foot.
Can I hear?
No, you are deafened.
Yeah.
I'll double
how
tap on Oro's shoulder.
I
You feel
come
some
up.
Does
tapping.
it hurt? Are you okay? Is it free?
That was my other foot.
Shit. Back under.
Back to work.
Great. Higher, would you like to do anything?
Does there seem to be like a source of the fire? Like, is this being like cast as a spell from someplace?
Torch sconces that were on the wall all dropped their torches, so they sort of come out from the walls equidistantly from all the torches that were lined up against the wall. It's basically like two lines from the edges inward.
Oh, so it was like mechanical in
Yes,
that.
you imagine
Okay.
that whatever Dulam just stepped on might have mechanically triggered all of these torches to get dropped out.
Okay, so dispel magic would not help.
Unfortunately not. The fire is already lit. You also
Fair.
believe now that this mud is oil-based, not water-based, so you actually think shape water might never have worked on this.
Can we see like the end of this mud pit?
You can. It's only 20 feet away.
Okay. And is Dulam out yet?
Dulam is still just standing there. Dulam, do you have I guess you don't have facial expressions, but do you want to be doing anything right now?
I would love to try to get my foot out of the bear trap.
All right, you're still trapped in the bear trap. Give me a I suppose an athletics check to pull yourself out. You
Okay.
are grappled, so athletics to pull yourself out.
Okay, using a luck point, I got a 21.
Oh yeah, that's great. You reach down now, sort of bat Orpheus's hands out of the way, reach your hands around the bear trap and wrench it open, and it hurts as you do so. You find the bear trap was armed with some sort of hooked spike that got into your metallic components, just so that as you pull it out, it hurts almost as much as it went going in, sort of like a fish hook might. So as you pull it out, you are afflicted with yet another, ooh, this is the big roll, 8 points of damage as it yanks out of your body and scrapes hard against your metal. Hey, look, we got an average damage roll, too. You are now freed, Dulam, from the trap beneath you, but you guys are still in a starting to get really warm core. You guys hear some shouts from behind you as Samir goes, oh, what's going on? I am feeling very stuck right now. Do we need something?
Move forward immediately.
Oh, okay. Higher, as you sort of turn to Samir to say this, you notice something a bit unnerving. Samir is sloughing off at the edges. The mere ambient heat of the fire just 5 feet away, you see his facial features starting to droop down a bit. He looks extremely scared, though it might just be the drooping of his face.
I freak the fuck out and try to start shoving him in the bag.
You...
Good in
What
the
are you
back.
doing, Higher? I don't want to go in the bag. I don't want to go in there.
You died! Come on!
Yes, I don't do well with fire. This is scary.
Can I cast shape water, or not shape water, create, or just, can I create water at the fire?
Yes, you can.
10 gallons.
Okay, nice. You create 10 gallons of water. That is a lot. It's not enough to douse out all of the fires here. You merely sort of push it back for a round, smoldering out a decent amount of it and forcing it to rebuild itself from further down. The water is created, and you all hear a loud sound as the water slams into the fire and spreads out atop the oil. Samir starts pushing up on his face a bit. Can we get out of here now? Demos, how many can your disc fit?
Does it have a weight capacity?
500 pounds.
So we've got 2 tiny people, 3 medium people, and 2. It's not going to be all of us. Samir, get in the bag.
Samir holds his hands up. I really don't want to go in there. And you see his hair start slowly sliding off of his top of his head.
This is so freaky! Please get in the bag, Samir! Oh my god! Get in the bag!
Samir, please trust
horribly
us.
nervous, comically
Jesus.
nervous.
I'll
And he
get in
looks
the
at the bag and
too.
goes, okay,
It's
all right.
fine.
Okay, yes, let's do that. And he tries to wrench open the bag to get in.
Okay, I know I said I'd get in, but I'm the fastest runner, so Dulum, get in the bag.
I'll hop in after.
Go.
Okay, as you begin crawling in, the fire begins spreading out another 5 feet. The area in which Hire threw out some water, the area immediately around you guys does not increase in width, but you notice both behind you and in front of you, the fire starts closing up the gap, burning brightly, almost donutting you guys into this little area in the center, where there's still no heat hot enough to burn you.
And so it's around the edge we want to run off of as well.
Yes, it looks like you'll have to make your way through some flames. They're not as bright and as high as the ones on the edges, but it's still there.
Okay, I'll just tank the fire. I can cast some running spells on myself to get through it and put you in the bag. Wait, no, we have the disc. What am I saying? Okay, should we just all get in the bag except Deimos? There's no time to talk!
I want to jump in the bag.
I'm already in the bag.
Okay, yeah. Everyone get in the bag. Everyone get in the bag.
So much trust in Deimos.
Okay, so Hire gets in. After Hire, Orpheus, you want to try to get in the bag?
Yes.
Orpheus, you go to push in, and you find there is no room.
Oh,
Shit.
You look in there, you see Hire and Samir and the giant petrified stone all pushed up against each other.
Really too bad.
There is not much room left. Bag of holdings are large, but they can't fit more than that.
That's okay.
Okay.
There's only the 3 of us, and the disc takes 500. There's no way we add up to 500 pounds, all 3 of us. Dulum's like less
bitty.
than half a person, size-wise. Personality-wise, Dulum, you're many men's worth.
So Mason, the
Yes.
speed of the disc is sort of up for interpretation to the DM because it just specifically says that it stays within 20 feet of you. So if you had to rule on the speed of the floating disc, would you say it's
I would say it's we'll just say it's your base speed. So you go 30 feet per round.
Yes.
So that I think that's a fair speed it can go on its own.
Because it stays within 20 feet of you, so it has to go your speed.
Exactly. So that feels like a fair assumption. So it will say it can go 30 feet per round while you're atop it.
Well,
There's a little...
because then here's my other caveat.
Oh,
if I teleported away from it, how fast would it go to catch up with me?
Whoa!
An interesting thought.
Labbing.
So let's see. To move to catch up to you, I wouldn't be able to teleport, I feel like. But I guess what you mean. It's not actually raw, so we'll just have to feel it out. I would say it could probably move about as fast as you could possibly move, which is 60 feet per round if you're sprinting. So we'll just say 60 feet per round, which is easily enough to clear the edge of the fire in this room. It would still have to pass through it, though. I would say it wouldn't teleport.
Okay. I mean, gosh, if you guys are willing, if Dulum wants to vortex warp me to the other end of the pit, then like 20 feet like past the lip of it, then I feel like that could work.
I'm willing to try anything. I don't want to burn alive, Deimos.
Yeah. Mason, can we like guesstimate to like 60 feet per round, right? Going through fire. Like, how much fire damage would you think one would take from that?
You would guess just one instance of it, however much it does in one flash. You think being on fire would be much worse. You don't think it would catch on fire being on it, but it would just sort of be a flash heat of damage, and then it would be over. Trudging through the fire in the mud, which is, again, it's like really you gotta push against it. You think it would be a lot worse of a burn. So if you want to roll, though, I suppose a survival check for me, I will give you a dice amount that you think the damage.
All right. 14.
Okay, you look at it, you think it could be anywhere between 2d6 and 5d6 damage of, like, flash heat.
Jesus. You guys would probably survive that, right?
I mean, we've got more HP than a higher.
I mean, I don't know if I could survive that. Hey, guys,
Fuck, I forgot you're still here.
Fuck you, I'm still here. I'm gonna be fine, alright?
Promise?
Yeah, check this out. And you see him stretch out his arms, and he slowly starts running as fast as he can in the mud toward the open flames on the other end.
Get on the disc! Are you stupid? Can I intercept him? I was in front of him, and it's really slow mud.
You go to jump in front of him, yeah, and push him aside. The flames continue roaring now. What do you guys want to do?
All right, so I'm thinking everyone gets on the disc, holds on, and Dulam vortex ports me to the 20 feet past the lip.
Sure, that sounds good.
All right, but wait, where's Dulam?
On the disc.
Oh, I thought you were in the bag. No, Hire went in the bag. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Malagus climbs on the disc with you. Orpheus, you trudge through the mud, climb on the disc as well. Demos, you're still in the flames now, when you see the flames creep another 5 feet towards you from all sides, boxing you in now to a small little corridor that you have and the heat is starting to become blistering on either side of you. It burns hot and bright, the oil casting a steam of smoke into the air that's slowly begun descending now, obscuring your view slightly and making your voices raspy.
I'm ready when you are, Dulam.
Oh, no.
I'll give a thumbs up and then I'll teleport him.
Okay, Voomp. Demos, you hear a soft flicking sound in your head as your vision warps and changes as you appear on the other side of the flames. It's much cooler over here. You even find a couple steps up that wet cave vibe of this dungeon really staves off the heat of this little corridor. But you see this disc now accelerating towards you. It begins speeding up to 60 feet. Lightning fast, not quite as fast as
Nothing is that fast.
The cat is evil. I keep seeing her little paws under the door.
It is quite
She's
cozy in
mad
here,
and
isn't
awesome.
it, Hire? This is nice in here.
Your like flesh is like on me.
Not flesh, it is clay. It is just warm clay.
Okay, I'll think of it that way.
Yes.
They got this, right?
I give it like an 80% chance, yes.
Best odds I've heard in a while.
Yes, of course. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is if somehow this bag caught fire, which then we would be thrown out into some distant plane quite violently. That would suck.
Yeah, but they made a good
It's
plan.
a magical object. I don't know if that was...
And the right people are carrying the bag, I'm sure.
I'm sure they gave it to, probably Demos.
Yeah, I hope so.
It just goes flowing forward, spinning through the fire. As it does so, all of the people on board, I would like you guys to suffer for me a whopping, high roll, 17 points of fire damage as you're thrown through the burning hot flames of oil. That is for Orpheus, Dulam, and Malagus. Malagus starts bleeding.
I'm bleeding bad.
Dulam, how you looking?
I mean, I got bear trapped, so of course I'm bleeding.
He's bleeding, boys. Oh, great. This is actually a great time for us to spit out. Well, actually, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. The group of you are thrown forward by the disc. In fact, the momentum of it all suddenly stopping right by Demos throws you all off, sort of like a fucking, it's like a 20-mile-per-hour car hitting a wall. So it won't do damn. You guys all slam into the stone steps, which are nice and cool, actually, which sort of help the sort of immediate flash burn that you guys all got. You all have your eyebrows singed now. Even Dulam's eyes are singed. The edges of all of your clothing got crisped up a little bit as you're all thrown against the steps, clear of the trap as the fire begins burning hotter and hotter inside of this corridor. As you guys all smack into the walls here, I would like for Dulam, please, to roll a d10.
Oh, nice.
What?
Laser.
Oh.
I got a tree.
Okay, Dulam. This actually comes by way of your foot that got torn up by the spikes. You guys all have a moment to land here and catch your breath, and the bag gets rattled, which for Hire, you and Samir, it sort of shakes your whole world as you go. Go, 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 go.
Grr.
This is unpleasant now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rock to a stop and get up, and you all see Dulam. And Dulam, you notice this as well. Out of your foot, we'll say it's your right foot that got stuck in the trap. Sort of right out of the toe region, there is a blindingly white light shooting right out. It shoots out in almost a single line, darting back into the corridor where all the flames were, and it's brilliantly white. It almost illuminates this whole staircase back up to the regular level of the dungeon here. And as you sort of twist your foot back and forth, you notice that this little white laser beam twists with it, back and forth in a perfect straight line. Oh, that's a cool fucking trick, Dulam. How'd you do that?
Red hands, I guess.
Oh,
Does
oh,
that
cool.
hurt?
Aim it at me. Let's see if it hurts.
No. I have enough healing to do.
Okay.
Oh.
Pointed at him.
You pointed at Malagus. He winces for a second, and then he looks down, and you look at him, and it doesn't seem to be hurting him. He looks at it. He sort of opens his, like, the top of his shirt for a moment to, like, have you point it right at his chest, at his heart. And he looks at it, and you peel away from it, and you look down, and it's very ever so slightly red, like he has been in the sun for a while, but you don't see any damage. Okay, now do it in my eyes.
No.
Okay. That's
You
awesome.
slowly aim it up, and of course he just goes, ah! Ah! I can't
Don't
fucking
listen
see
to what
it!
he says.
Ah! Malagus' screams echo down the corridor. Ah!
Jesus.
Are you okay?
I can't fucking see. Jesus, Dulam, that was so bright. It was like
Seems
looking
like
at the sun.
Seems like it couldn't have been more your fault, Malagus.
Oh, no, I'm not mad at Dulam. I mean, I asked him to do it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the self-awareness.
Blinking out fucking stars over here, Jesus.
Let me heal you all. That was a lot.
Yeah. Thank you, Howard.
Yeah. I'll also start going around and casting prestidigitation to clean anyone who wants to be clean.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow, yeah. Well,
Yeah, that sounds good. Hey, well planned. Props to for Dulam and Demos for doing that little disc move and the teleport. That was good, I was ready to just get burned up. Me and Oro, we were gonna hoof it.
yeah. I was going to run.
That's interesting. Wait, Dulam, can you do that little teleport thing on yourself?
No.
Huh. Well, pity you were the one who got stuck in that trap, huh?
Yeah.
Quite.
That's all right. We'll just put Orpheus up front next time.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm fucking with you, Oro. Jesus.
No, I mean, I would rather be in front, honestly. It seems like it's my job.
There you go, I see. You look at Malagus now, and you see he looks really surprised. And for a second, you're confused, and then you notice, no, he's not surprised. His eyebrows have just been burned right off.
Malagus, you look like shit.
He then raises his non-existent eyebrows to look even more surprised. What?
Your face, dude, it's all jacked up.
What? No, it's not. It's not. It's not all jacked up. And you see, at this point, Higher, you've healing people. Samir also emerges from the bag, and he looks at you, Orpheus, and then he covers his face, and he goes, I know, it's horrible.
I can mend it. I can mend it. I'm going to close my eyes, but I can mend it.
He turns away from you. Don't look. I'll fix it later. Let's just go to bed right here.
Oh, let me fix it. Let me fix it.
No,
Can I try to run around and start mending his face?
He tries to cover his face from you.
I do have to touch it, which means I am just prying his hands off.
Great. Are you also not looking?
No, I'll look.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check, please, to put everything back where it's supposed to. As you do so, Higher, who are you healing? And Demos, you are also, what do you guys do? Casting.
I cast Mass Healing Word, so I heal everyone for 11.
God
Nice,
bless
okay.
your soul. I'm no longer bleeding.
Bless.
Go ahead.
Malagus, come here. I'll fix that for you.
Oh, thanks, man. Demos, you're the best. You know that?
Of course. I get out my little portable inkwell, and I like dip my thumb in it, and I just like smear eyebrows on his face.
Oh, yeah. All right. I thought we were gonna do some healing, but yeah. All right. All right. You just thumb them on there real good. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Orpheus, what'd you get?
I got a 24.
Oh, excellent. You lean in, even with him trying to cover it, you put everything back exactly as it goes, perfectly aligned. It is perfect. Samir grabs his face, feels it really fast, and then he looks at you, hands down. Now he looks exactly as before, and he gives you a completely and utterly neutral smile as he goes, "Oh, Orpheus, that was so wonderful. Thank you.
Prettier than before. It's what I set out for.
You are stunning.
Oh.
What?
Your ability to perform magic so successfully, it stuns me."
Okay, better. Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. My friend. I just tap his arm.
I appreciate your assistance there.
Of
This is a
course,
good
now
point.
don't be such a brat about it next time, Samir. Everyone's ugly sometimes. I mean, Malagus wakes up every day like that, and I point at
Hey,
him.
fuck you, man. What'd you get on your roll? Oh, Demos, is that a 4?
A strong pour.
Oh, yeah, all right. Demos, you thumb it on there big time. We're talking caterpillars on here. They are huge. I mean, like, these are the thickest, bushiest eyebrows. There might be more here than there is on his actual head, just at least visually.
Ah, perfect, Malagus. Exactly the same.
He raises his eyebrows up and down. It's horrifically expressive. He turns to you now, Orpheus, and goes, "Hey, I look beautiful every day." And raises one eyebrow slightly. The fuck you laughing at? Hey, piss off, alright? What are you doing? Fuck you.
You look so stupid. Oh, Mally. It's alright. We're going to fix all of that.
Demos can fix it. Just heal me, please.
I mean, Malagus, I can't really do any healing. I mean, I can clean you, but that's about it.
Malagus, you look fine. We all just survived something horrific.
Fuck you. Clean me,
I'll
Demos.
bless Malagus and extra cure wounds.
Okay.
9.
You see the bright burn spots on Malagus disappear. Even so, the sort of red mark on his chest from Dulam's laser also subsides. His eyebrows, if they did grow back, you can't tell. The black ink is just everywhere.
Now, Malagus, when I clean you, I could probably take the eyebrows off, but do you really want that? Don't you like your new look?
I can't tell, but Orpheus is laughing at it. Is it funny?
You know, depends on the perspective, Malagus. Maybe I kind of like it, you know?
Demos could have done better.
You throw a healing, cure wounds his way. Looks good. Dulam, from the healing you received, the laser beam coming out of your foot also disappears. You notice the way it does so is sort of the plating over your foot gets repaired over the hole, and it leads you to believe that there's white-hot light is probably inside of you all the time now, and this is probably the first time you've really recognized that. Cool party trick. You know, I bet if we poke holes in you, like little pinpoint holes, Dulam, you could be like a disco ball.
Poor little holes in its head, and it can spin circles while playing its music.
Let's not do that.
If we ever need light, I could put a hole in me.
No, Dulam. No, that's not right.
I think...
Dulam, I thought you said you didn't have any holes. We don't need to change that.
Mutations that involve self-harm are bad, I've learned.
Yeah, I've heard the whole party will bitch about it non-stop.
If I may take a moment, this is a good time for me to say, and Samir looks a lot better now, much less melty, that I am extremely, and my kind as a whole, are extremely weak to fire. It is extremely dangerous for me, and I just thought this is a good time to share this with you all.
Yes, I learned that recently. Thank you.
Samir, why didn't you want to get in the bag?
He closes his mouth and opens it again slowly and goes, "It is by that means of transportation, more or less, that I was lost from my plane and sent to Surkad."
Really?
I'm sorry.
So wait, did you leave your plane by accident?
Yes.
No, I thought Zavrix took him.
No, he's talking about when he went to Surkad from the City of Brass.
From my home, yes, from the City of Brass. I did not want to go to Surkad. I arrived here by complete mistake.
I had no idea.
Yes, that's why I've been trying to get home. Not because I missed it for sentimental reasons. Well, I have, but because I was taken from there. I want to go home. My father probably believes me dead.
I had always thought you got in a fight with your father and left on purpose.
No, I miss him.
Oh.
I miss home. I did not want to be here. Forgive my hesitancy. I just know that these items, these bags of holding, mine was not a bag of holding specifically, but interior spaces that are larger than their exterior are dangerous. They are not as resilient as they look. One small tear and poof, there you go. I suppose I was lucky to get Surcad as my destination. I think others have gotten much worse.
What was the item? The small plane you were in?
It was similar to a bag of holding. It was a what you might call a safe of storage, tiered and itemized. It could be opened at any location from different safes. You understand?
What were you doing in there?
He looks at you, and you see his eyes sort of narrow, just a tad. And he goes, I will share that story another time. I think we should get to safety first. It is a long story. I will share it with you, though. This is not a trying to dodge. I just want to prioritize here.
Understood.
Sorry you went through that, Samir.
Yeah.
It is all right. It went well this time, but forgive my a bit of sarcasm in the bag earlier, Hire. I was just very two of us.
Samir, we could get you home if you wanted.
I would like that. I don't want to prioritize that. It is not something I need to do immediately. Let us first make sure that the more immediate issues are dealt with. But if ever there is a time we may travel to a different plane, I believe I could give you all a great visit to the city of Brass.
That sounds good.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Quick question, Samir. Isn't the city of Brass like on fire like all the time?
Actually, it's quite interesting. If you'd like to discuss this while we walk here, Demos.
Yeah.
And he starts moving forward, and you guys continue through the dungeon now as he speaks a bit quietly now. All the same, it is, you guys are traveling through a dungeon, so you're sort of whispering a bit. God.
Good.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Here are my notes. Haha. As I was saying, no, the city of Brass, you'd think it would be on fire, for it is found in the plane of elemental fire, but actually it is set in an enormous hemisphere of brass. That is why it is named so. Some 40 miles across. It is functionally like a curtain that protects the city from the heat. You'd assume that perhaps the heat would just insulate in here and create some sort of oven, but the city of Brass is run by an Ifrit. If you're unaware of this, it is a type of genie, and this genie has been unshackled, which means it is willing and able to make as many wishes as it wants. One of which was to make the city of Brass climate-controlled magically. This means the brass circle, the hemisphere, is magically enchanted to keep in the cool air, albeit still pretty hot. It is roughly in freedom units, 90 to 100 degrees every day.
Wow.
Oh.
Very hot, but there are nice...
We use metric in Valhalla. What is it there?
You use metric? Oh, yes, for our British listeners, that is 32 degrees Celsius to 37.
Wow, what a quick calculation.
Thank you.
Sounds horrible.
And while that does sound bad, there are many workarounds for this. For example, we have cool springs instead of hot springs that are very nice. And the great river of fire that runs through the center of town, while very hot, is actually a great fishing spot if you ever are interested in rockfish or any sort of flame tuna.
Wow. I didn't realize you lived in such a cool place, Samir.
It's very, exotic compared to here. They have created outside of the city of Brass the obsidian fields, which are used to cultivate exotic crops that only exist in the plane of elemental fire, literally grown on fire.
Wow. I can't wait for you to show us around. This sounds amazing.
Yes, I think you'd love to see it. And because the leader of the city of Brass is an Ifrit, there are many great splendors in the town. While the town is fairly large, the Ifrit oftentimes makes trips through the town, granting minor wishes for its inhabitants, which means most people's houses are beautiful and adorned with all sorts of fine luxuries, and people don't oftentimes have to work and gruel in such hard hours as they do here, for most things can simply be wished into existence, albeit slowly.
Wow.
Sounds like a paradise.
Yeah.
Aside from the temperature.
Fair enough.
Is it like a humid heat or like a dry heat?
Very dry. And like I was saying, there are solutions to this. Like, for example, myself, I would completely melt in such temperatures. But there are small artifacts, like, and he takes a moment to whip his backpack around in front of him quickly and dig around inside of it until he pulls out a small brass ring, and he shows it off to you all. Like this, quite useless in the material plane, but this basically prevents overheating from natural temperature. If we ever end up going to a desert or some similar location, I would happily offer it to you all. I didn't have it on because I didn't expect us to run into fire, but I perhaps should leave it on now just so I don't melt in such heats as we did before.
Seems like a good idea.
Yes, I think you should keep it on, Samir.
Yes, but just as a warning to you all, fire itself still is extremely dangerous to me. This only mitigates the effects of ambient temperature. Heat itself from actual fire still hurts me many times over compared to normal.
Understood.
Just as a warning. And he slides the ring on his finger, sort of shows it off a little bit. I'm not much of a jewelry person, but I suppose I'll get used to it. Haha.
What color is it? Silver or gold? Oh, wait, you said
It
brass?
is brass, yeah. So it's like sort of a
Yeah, I
bronzy
feel
color.
like brass is actually really your metal, Samir. I think you've got it figured out.
It sort of blends in with the skin tone a bit too. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You guys continue forth for a bit now, and that is your first random encounter you have run into with your survival check. So I would like a second one from you all now.
Oh.
As you walk, you see a couple more interesting sights. One such thing that you guys just sort of bumble into, you find a very deep pit that seems to drop down. A very
Not
deep
the
pit
zero.
in one of the rooms, like a well that seems to drop down to the floor below, and you see wargs down there. Enormous dogs with large, sharp teeth fighting one another, biting up bones. This looks to be some sort of hole that you can drop down people to get eaten up by wargs, but you guys sort of appreciate it on your walk by.
The scenery.
All right, let's have everyone please call out what they got for their survival check.
0?
You're fucking with me.
Thanks, buddy.
And I don't know what to say.
It's okay.
Wait, was it a nat 1?
It was a 2 that turned into a 0 with -2.
Oh, yeah.
I got a 23.
Okay.
I got an 18.
I got 13.
13, very nice. Samir shitting the bed with a 9, and Malagas getting a 15. I fucking kid you guys not, that is a perfect average of 13 again.
Oh my god!
You guys are consistent,
We are
man. What the
nothing if
fuck?
not consistent.
Wow. That's so
That's hilarious. The 0 really helped. That was good for me.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome.
Made it a lot easier. So thank you guys. Really good stuff. Okay, so you guys continue trudging through. It's starting to get pretty tiring now. You guys are hoping you find the a quiet place to rest soon. You're not sure
With
if
John
the
Krasinski?
next what's that?
No, it's not worth
Oh,
repeating.
a quiet place?
A quiet
What does he
place
say?
fans sound off in chat.
Oh wait, no, if I sound off I get eaten. No.
You fucking killed me.
So as you guys continue walking for a while, you're not sure if the landing of the 6th floor will be a safe haven as the other landings have been before. Just considering the 5th floor landing was literally just you guys, and so you're not entirely sure if it's going to be safe. So in terms of resting for the evening, it might just be worth it more to find a quiet hole to rest in. However, you can take your chances if you'd like. You continue traveling through now. Another sort of unusual thing you guys run into is as you walk through one corridor leading from one cavern to another, you find yourselves in a long stretch of corridor, and you see on the opposite end of the corridor a small creature hucked over, leaning down and messing with something. You guys are at least 100 feet away from it, though, and with dark vision, it's barely on the edge of your vision. Demos, you're the only one who can properly see this thing, and you identify it immediately as a goblin. The goblin hops up though the second it hears you all running, or not running, it's merely just walking in, looks towards you, screeches, and then runs in the other direction, dashing off.
That was a goblin.
What's his problem?
Probably scared of these big, strong guys down the road, huh? That's
I
us.
flex. Oh yeah, probably.
I can't believe a goblin made it so deep.
They probably live down here, you know? A lot of goblins live down here.
That's my favorite pay-per-view video.
What?
Never mind. Whatever. I'm not funny anymore.
Do goblins live in like packs or like groups?
Roll a history or nature check.
Holy. Nat 20.
Holy shit.
No goblins.
You know the following things. Normally, goblins do
Goblins.
live in packs. It's pretty typical that goblins live in groups of, you are pretty confident it's something in the realm of 10 to about 100 per pack. And they're usually small units, like families.
Interesting. All right, guys. I mean, where there's one goblin, there's probably more.
So we should keep an eye out for them?
Yes, we should certainly keep watch.
How do you guys feel about goblins? Because of the warriors in Valhalla, some are like neutral, some are slightly pro, and a lot are strong con, very anti-goblin sentiment. But Diamisha taught me they're not always evil. So how are you feeling?
I refuse to judge a creature by its species alone.
Okay, that's sweet.
What if? I mean, we could have like one of us like scout ahead, you know. And if you really wanted to try to talk to them, you could.
But I mean, I don't want to seek them out. I just need to know if we see them, is it on sight?
Certainly not, unless they attack.
All right. Timos is being really quiet.
Well, you know, does anyone like speak Goblin or anything? What do they speak?
I think
Goblins mostly speak Goblin, yes. I
is
don't
their
know
own
if any of
language.
us do.
That might be a problem.
Does sound like it could be problematic. But so long as we don't go looking for them, like, are they really going to hunt us down? It seems unlikely.
I mean, there's a possibility they would steal from us, but we'll be on watch.
What if those wargs were theirs? You know?
That was their warg pit.
Because you got a nat 20 earlier, Demos, I will tell you that you are pretty familiar with goblin-like hierarchy. Goblins do also usually run with bigger things, too, such as wargs or trolls or ogres or hobgoblins, just because, you know, being with something bigger and scarier usually means you're safer. Albeit the downside is these goblins have to do more manual labor because of it.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. It feels like they're probably not alone.
Okay, let's be careful.
Well,
Doesn't
we already
change
knew we
anything,
weren't
though,
alone
right?
down here. Yeah,
All right, yeah. As long as we're prepared, we'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
just like Monty said.
Well,
Did Monty
never
say
mind.
that? Oh, yeah,
Monty
yeah.
said that?
Right. On the statue, Samir. He means on the statue.
Oh, I see, yes. Is Monty a fighter, normally?
Not in the life I knew him, but perhaps he's gained skills out here. I don't know. He made it down here, so I don't want to assume he isn't capable of anything.
I mean, you've grown a lot since the last time you saw him, right?
Yes.
So, stands to reason he's grown too.
You know, that is a great point. And you said that it has been a while since you've been together, right? As a group?
I mean, it's been a month for me, but I don't know how long it's been for him.
I see. It could have been longer, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, not to worry. We'll reunite with them soon, alright?
Thank you. I'm sure, even if, you know, he's grown up a little bit, I'm sure he's the same man deep down.
You're raised by the same woman, right? He probably still wants to make your mom proud.
True.
You know,
Thank
if he's anything like you hire, he's definitely going to have a fucking stick up his ass and he's going to be great. Can't wait to meet him.
I would say he probably...
big as an oak tree. I go to high five Malagus.
He gives you a weird look. Not cool, man.
God. Fucking everybody hates me.
I would say he actually has much less of a stick up his ass. That's not like an
Oh.
Etherian thing. It's more of like a me thing.
Oh, huh. So you
And,
just choose to be this way? No, I'm teasing.
Duh.
And as you guys continue now, you are abruptly met with a staircase down. Duelam, you glimpse back to your image of this hallway, and you remember there was listed a staircase here, but this one is not a full floor. It looks like it's only about 10 or so steps that lead down. And it sort of jars you, and you all look at it and, oh shit, are we there already? Fuck yeah. Let's rest at the bottom and take a fucking long nap.
Are we sure there'll be a place to rest at the bottom?
Well, every other place there's been.
Oh, that's true.
Can I check for any signs of life that like pass through the staircase?
You gaze down it a bit. It looks like it's just more sort of rocky stone hallway. It gets a bit more thin down there, though. It slims down to about 10 feet wide, so you guys are going to have to sort of be side by side by twos to fit, which I think you have been already.
Mm-hmm.
How if we want to go down there, I feel like we should just send one person down to go check. Because this feels like a very precarious area to get stuck in.
All right, I get the hint. You know, I'm rogue-ish, so as the rogue-ish one, I'll go down alone, very sneaky-like.
As the bravest, I can go check it out.
More like stupidest.
You guys could go down together. How about that?
Just a side-eye.
Side-eye.
Can work on your teamwork a little bit.
I'm gonna beat you to the bottom. I go down.
He starts running.
Oh god.
Fuck stealth, I'm getting there first. Climb.
Shut the fuck up, Malagus.
You guys
I
run to
walk.
the bottom. Orpheus, you and Malagus are right side by side. Malagus sort of creeps forward, running,
Hello,
and goes,
I'm
fucking beat you, idiot.
Never in your wildest fucking dreams.
What's over here? Hey guys, I think it's safe. And you are met with, in front of you, Orpheus, some sort of large cave-in, like a blockage.
Oh, damn it.
Huge plates of stone have dropped down in front of you and seem to block the only way further down. However, they're not completely obscuring the next chamber. In fact, you have a teeny tiny glimpse through some small holes in the rock through, though it's pitch black on the other side, so it's sort of hard to tell what's going on through these pinpoints. And you notice that on the very bottom of this specific rockfall, there's a thin, no more than like 8 inches, maybe a foot tall, almost like a little crawlway that you think you just might be able to squeeze under.
Look at Deimos. What are his odds looking
You
like?
look at Deimos. Deimos, it's going to be a lot harder. You don't think Deimos could fit through? You'd probably have to move around some rocks. Or if there's some way to, like, teleport him through, that would also work.
Okay, here's the deal, Malagus. I'm going to wiggle through, see if it's on the other side. If I need you to pull me out by my boots, can you do that?
Yeah. All right, I'll hold on. You just slowly creep your way in, all right?
Yeah, I start squiggling. Arms out in front of me. I'm not stupid, not getting wedged in with my arms on my sides.
All right, I'm going to push you through Orpheus, and you see on the other end of this blockage is a large, sort of hexagonal-shaped room. It is wide open, and there are even some torch sconces on the wall that look to be lit with some sort of magical flame, illuminating it somewhat as you make your way in, past sort of the dark blockage that you were at before. And this room is filled with hundreds of simple, identical wooden chests.
Okay.
They are everywhere. They are facing different directions, but none of them look different from one another. They are all identical. All on the floor, the smooth, flush floor, and you don't see any other doors out of this room in particular. It all seems just like a room full of chests, but there's more room to explore if you want to see it. It is silent otherwise. You don't see anything, you don't hear anything.
Okay, I want to wiggle back out.
Okay, Malagus helps by pulling you a little bit.
Cool.
So for the mimic quest, did they need to be dead or alive?
I think it was alive.
Okay, so I think we should either take the architect out of Duelam's bag and just stuff them all in there and hope we can find them, or take everything of value out of the bag of holding and stuff them all in there. Maybe Duelam's bag. We could just fill it up with mimics.
And spawn more mimics?
Not if the architect isn't in the... Oh, but shit, it'll take hours to find the architect in the bag.
And what about all those fucking mimics? What if they go running
What if
around
we take
down there?
everything out of our bag of holding, put it in Samir's bigger on the inside backpack, then fill our bag of holding with mimics?
then they could still crawl out.
They're still alive. Like, they're living creatures. They probably move around a lot.
Can things really get out of the bag of holding so easily? I thought
Couldn't
it
they
was pretty
also
difficult.
cause tears internally if they were alive?
You want to roll an Arcana check about that? You guys can.
I would love to.
Big roll.
23.
Somehow I rolled for someone else. Oh no, I just didn't roll. I'm illiterate.
Oh, you had to
26.
be me.
I do.
Okay, both of you guys know this now. Bags of holding can be opened from the inside. In fact, it is not a lot of effort to open them from the inside unless somebody is actively like trying to hold it close from the outside, and then it's sort of just like a competing athletics check. This, of course, is a check that is done every like 6 seconds, so trying to hold something in there for a night would be pretty hard. It is of note here that Duelam, at least according to your pathway, this is the way to the staircase. If you guys went another direction at this point, it would officially be off map and you would just be going based on random choices.
Oof.
Well, I don't see why we can't walk through this way. We should just not mess with any of them. Maybe they won't mess with us if we won't mess with them, right?
I agree.
Yeah, maybe we just go like one at a time, very carefully.
Yeah, one at a time. Let's do it like that.
Alright, so you want to poke back through, Oro?
All right.
May the bravest lead the wavest. Wait, may the brave pave the wave. Okay, I go.
Almost got it. No, keep going.
You
Wait.
slither under once again, just fitting. And as you poke out the other side, you are once again met with these 100 chests lying everywhere. They are still, and as you officially poke your way through and stand up again, sort of filling the space, none of them move at all. You can sort of wander around. Some of them are pressed pretty close together, and there are some parts of the room where they're so dense you sort of have to do this almost maze-like path so you don't bump into any of these chests. But you have a few moments where you just explore the size of the room here.
Yeah, okay, so did Dulam give me any hint as to what direction I want to go through this room? I guess I'm just walking through the room, and I've got like my hands in my pockets, right? I'm not touching anything, and I'm saying, I don't feel greed. You have no power over me.
You continue through. You don't
I'm
see
not
anything
tempted in the
immediately.
least by you.
At this point in your walking, right as you're making it to the up corner, you see something against the far wall.
Oh, curiosity on the other hand. I'll walk towards it.
You move toward, and you see now that there is a huge stone doorway here. It actually reminds you quite a bit of that seamless stone doorway behind the bookshelf that you guys ran into earlier in the kitty cat room. It looks to be a giant door of some sort that looks to be openable, but instead of hidden, now on this side there is a huge piece of thick parchment stuck to the wall with some large lettering. You approach it now, you see the parchment from a pretty decent distance away, and as you approach, you see it reads the following. To whomever follows themselves into this corridor, you may find my grand and wonderful trap. For here you will find I have placed 4 chests around the center pillar. 3 of them are trapped, but one of them holds the key to this doorway. Can you guess which is which? That is all it says. You look behind you now and you see still hundreds of chests behind you.
Alright, guys, I'm going to need...
Alright, guys! We're gonna need to all be on this. Actually, stay there for a second. Let me come to you. I'm not tempted by greed. I come back.
You make it all the way back.
As I wiggle through the entrance, I want to say, Samir, what sort of chemicals did you find in the alchemy set?
Nothing that valuable. There was just a bit of lamp oil in there, and they
Lamp
had
oil.
some... what are you planning?
I was thinking if we could gas them, we could find out which chests are real by which haven't withered up.
They had some glass beakers that I took, a nice glass stirring rod that I haven't seen, a nice one in a while, some powdered iron.
Powdered iron?
Not much else. Why?
Just gassing, making gas.
I have a sort of... I have a sort of Bunsen burner that we could use. It uses gas.
Bunsen burner.
You ever heard of the wizard Bunsen?
Iron. Of course. So we should taught me everything about the great Lord Bunsen. I have 1 bottle of oil. I
What
have
is
this
on the other
vial
side?
with dark red liquid. I pull out the vial Aislinn had.
of a dark red liquid. Do you know what this is, Samir?
It looks to be a vial of blood. It is dark blood, though, which means this is likely not human.
The fuck would she have blood on her?
It
Okay,
is
I need
used
to
in some
focus.
spellcasting, though not any I do.
Yeah. Okay, what about this? I have all these bee beads, right? Lettermore could fly over to mimics, drop a bead upon them, and if they snap, they're a mimic. And if they don't, they're one of the 4 chests. Oh yeah, and so there's 4 chests. Out of those chests, 3 are trapped. 1 has a key or something. Maybe we should just blow the door open.
What
I
is
could
it
cast
made out
Shatter.
of?
What was it made out of?
It was made out of stone.
I could cast Shatter. That's
These fucking
do something.
bitches keep making doors out of stone.
Stupid
Were you
stone
were you
doors.
trying to sneak when you walked by, Orpheus? Like, were you stealthy, or did you just sort of walk?
Oh, I just walked. I was talking to them.
I mean, these creatures, right? They're probably like sleeping right now, like a big nest of them. My worry is if we'd set off some big explosive like Shatter to blow the door open, even if that wakes them up. I mean, I don't know about you all. I don't know if we can fight that many. Hell, even if we start throwing open chests, if one of them's a mimic and it starts running around trying to eat us, it certainly will wake up the rest. Unless, of course, these are all normal chests. Are you sure they're mimics? How can you tell?
I guess I'm not sure they're mimics, but it's like you said, once they've woken one up, it's too late.
Then all of them wake up. That seems pretty fucking scary. What can we do? Maybe, is there a way to, like, detect creature? You know, like some sort of spell?
Could you do that, Deimos, with your detect thoughts thing?
You know, if they know a language, then they will get picked up. But I
Oh.
don't think a regular mimic knows any languages.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
think
right. You
you're
were thinking
right.
about that earlier. That's smart. Damn.
What's to stop us from just like, I don't know, just like opening, like, we just have like one person over there, like Sir Orpheus, right? And we
Yes.
just have him just like open the chests like one by one. And, you know,
Okay.
if
What,
something
run
bad
back here?
happens, I mean, you know, Doolum could always try to vortex warp you.
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
But then we've made no progress. If you open the mimic and they all wake up, then we can no longer use this path, right? We'll be stuck on this side and we'll have to find some other way around.
Well, I mean,
It is not a bad way to go about it, especially because nobody's life is at. It's just Doolum seems to know the way pretty well, and it
Okay,
hasn't led
wait.
us astray so far.
I have an idea. What if Dillum vortex warped 1 in here with us? And if I heard the sound it makes of alarm, I could put that sound into one of my beads, and then I could have Lettermore deliver the bead into the center, and we could see which chests react to the sound. Sleep the night here, wait for them all to go back to sleep, then open the ones that didn't react.
I think it's a great idea. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
yeah.
There is one downside, though, Oro. Even if we see which chests don't react, if we have to wait a whole 24 hours or whatever, a long rest for them to fall back asleep, are we sure we're going to be able to know which ones were still the ones that didn't react by the next day? Like, that means we'll have to watch them the whole time if these little creatures are moving around and, like, trying to be still again.
Well, the
Well,
ones
I
that
can do
don't
that.
react won't
We'll have
move.
someone
Oh,
on
yeah.
watch, yeah.
True. That's a good point.
Dillon
One
especially has a perfect memory, so seems like a good choice for that.
Oh, yeah, we could just stick a Doolum right next to one of these holes. Hell, with, like, a nice... Let me think. I think I got a crowbar in here, and he sort of digs around in his pack and pulls one out. If we sort of chip away at the stone here, we can make a little area for Doolum to just sit and watch.
Perfect.
There's a couple holes here we can make a little bigger. This could work. Oh, shit. Aura, what if... I mean, we'll know which 4 didn't move, but then 3 of the 4 are still fucking trapped. So if we go in and we get the trapped
Yeah.
one and it sets them all off again, then we have to wait another 24 hours. This could take 4 days if we fuck it up bad.
Isn't
Well, if we
opening
fuck
them...
it up, we could just move on.
True, we could go another way. Isn't opening them without setting off tracks like at least half of your job, Malagus?
Malagus looks at you and groans and goes, it's just a fucking dungeon, man. A high-pressure situation. I don't know if I could do it.
What, you can't perform under pressure?
Well, I could
Come
certainly
on.
try, but, like...
Oh, you could try! Just do it, man! Come on! It's what you're good at, right?
All right, fine. And we can sleep
Good.
here, because, look, 3 of the 4 walls are boxed in, so all we have to do is watch
yeah,
this
it's a pretty safe
staircase.
place to be.
you know, and if anyone starts rumbling down the staircase, we just fuck them up, right?
True, I guess we probably don't want to fight at the bottom of a staircase, but it's the best option.
It's not great, but I mean, you know, worst case scenario, we can just. Oh well, no, I don't know.
But Malleus.
Anyway, I just, you know, maybe if we can, we could just go into the mimic room and sleep there. But that would be horrifying, huh?
Yeah, also we're going to wake up the mimics, remember? That's part of the plan.
Oh yeah, haha.
It's okay.
That's all right. Okay, this is a good idea, but the next question comes: how do we fight one or wake one up?
Dylan was going to vortex warp it in here, right? Or
That
we
would
could
work.
just Wait, couldn't we also just do something to set them all off and wake up all of them?
Throw a
Like,
rock in there or some
I could
shit.
try to wake one up and you guys could vortex me out.
Blast like a firebolt, you know, stick Demos underneath so his hand's under there, blast a firebolt at one of them, and, you know, that'll do it.
Sounds good.
For the spell Detect Magic, do we think it would pick up mimics?
You don't think mimics are magical creatures for that detect.
Okay.
If,
okay, cool.
however, the, like, key to unlock the door is magic, it probably would pick that up, but you're not sure.
Hmm.
It could just be like an iron key.
Well, I guess it depends if Orifice, did you see like a keyhole or anything?
Did I?
You didn't mention looking for anything. There was no investigation check, so you didn't see anything.
Squeeze back
on a-
under. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle,
Not over
wiggle,
there.
wiggle.
All right, give me the
Now
roll.
let me make. Yeah. Give Ardita 5 your fucking nuts blown off.
Oh, but you didn't.
Whoa.
You didn't think of no greedy thoughts on the way.
Uh-oh. You're going in
I'm
greedy?
not greedy. I don't
You're-
feel
you're
greed.
very
21.
Jesus, you have a plus 11. What the fuck?
Yeah! Yeah! Sherlock Holmes, baby! Fuck yeah.
You look at the wall, and sure enough, you actually do see now there are 3 different keyholes along the wall. They're unusually shaped, sort of circular, and as you look inside it, there look to be very complicated mechanical locks on every side. You get the feeling that even with your limited knowledge, Pick might have a lot of trouble getting through, and there are 3 of them.
Yeah. Okay, wiggle out. Back to my boys.
And you crawl back out.
I'm not so sure we could pick the lock, and there's definitely a physical key. Probably took the fucking. There's 3 keys. I bet 2 of them are Malagus's stupid glass keys.
What the fuck, man? Piss off, alright? No one else has even seen this room. You're probably making it up and you're just going in there and like smoking rocks with some cool goblin or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're not going to be able to detect magic the key.
No worries. We can just continue with the plan.
Oh yeah.
Alright, someone want to launch in some sort of detect, or, you know, a firebolt in there?
Yeah, let's do it. I guess we're just gonna go down the line until they wake up.
Just blast something, you know? If one of them wakes up, it'll probably wake up the rest of them. Blast
Maybe
him.
not all of them, but a lot.
Okay. Gosh. I hope everyone's ready.
Aye.
And then I'll cast Firebolt.
Okay, you sort of have to lean over for this. Can you roll, you want to roll to hit one of the chests?
Yes. Fireball.
Fireball.
Bruh,
Fireball?
No, Firebolt.
Okay.
15.
You want to roll to hit for me? Okay, 15. That should hit. So you just blast the nearest chest.
Yeah, probably.
You launch your firebolt out. A 15 does hit Demos as you see it smack hard into the side of one of the simple wooden chests in here, singeing the wood. For a second, nothing seems to happen as the firebolt sort of smolders out and you see a blackened mark against the side of the chest. But then afterward, you hear a sickening squelching sound. Dulam, you're also pressed up against the wall here. There is actually only enough room for 2 people to be pressed up against the other side to see in. So basically, Dulam and Demos are the only ones that truly see what's happening in here. The rest of you guys just sort of hear it and see glimpses of it through pinholes in the walls. But for Dulam and Demos, what you see, the chest that was struck shudders. The wood then stretches out quickly and splits into fleshy tendrils. The iron reinforcements around the edge of the chest twist into something like gnarled muscle. It lets out a gurgling hiss. The lid snaps open to reveal the oh-so-classic, glistening, tooth-lined mouth. It begins jumping up and down on the unseen legs, the chest bouncing, and you see the teeth inside rattling as the chest snaps open and closed, looking to bite in the direction of wherever the firebolt rang out from. It jumps toward the debris wall that you're all on, smacking on it hard, and clatters around. You hear again more wet, gross squelching sounds as tendrils begin shooting out the wood, smacking up against the stone and up against other chests as it goes.
Oh, God.
And after bumping into a couple more chests, you see them also begin to expand out, and then chaos. Like a chain reaction, the room explodes into motion. One by one, other chests lurch to life. You see some have legs that burst from beneath their wooden disguises, others tongues slopping out onto the stone as they screech and slam into each other. Hundreds of mimics are springing into a frenzied riot in here, bouncing off the walls, crashing into each other, toppling over one another in tangled masses of gnashing teeth and flailing pseudopods. You see some cling to the ceiling, others roll and tumble like rabid animals biting one another, clamping down on anything nearby. The noise is horrendous. Slapping tongues, gnashing teeth, clicks and bashing of wood up against things, the sound of like hundreds of bodies slamming into each other. It is near deafening on your side, even behind the debris wall, and you think it likely echoes out into the dungeon for likely miles of tunnels, the way that echoes. It is loud. The air is all of a sudden thick with the wet, hungry screeches of all these things going crazy. The debris wall, even in front of you, shudders every once in a while. Demos and Duelam pressed up against it. You're able to sort of use your body weight to push back a little bit, and you notice none of the mimics seem to have the strength alone to actually destroy and push in the wall, but it does frighten you every once in a while as a piece of stone drops, or another piece of stone where you had an eye hole closes up, and you see it slowly settle a little bit. They are going nuts. From the outside, it is horrendous. Specifically for Demos and Duelam pressed up against the rubble, you see some of them, maybe even sensing movement behind the cracks, have begun pressing their bodies up against the rubble, little oozing rubbery forms trying to squeeze through the gaps. Not enough to get to any of you, but you see the gross wooden pseudopod arms trying to lick past to get to you, dripping gross, almost ectoplasmic saliva. I need from Duelam a very imperception check to see through this carnage.
Is there any way I could give it advantage by like wiggling up next to it and pointing?
There's only enough room for 2 people to be pressed up against the rubble, and
Gotcha,
Demos
and
has
Demos
to be
and
one
Duelam.
for firebolting. So Demos
Okay.
is already sort of aside for this. So this is Duelam. This is you right here, baby.
Using luck and built per success, I got a 24.
Holy.
That's my control build right there. Very nice. It's unbelievable. At Demos, you do not see what the fuck is going on behind here. Honestly, you're not sure even on your best perception checking day, you might even be able to see any of the chests, but Duelam, somehow among the horde of monsters in here, you are just able to make out glimpses, just like photographic seconds of 4 completely still chests, the real ones, untouched and unmoving, buried in the sea of these creatures. If for any normal creature, it would have been just a flash second and it would have been hard to remember where they were, but with your photographic memory, you can chart out exactly where they are on the floor, and you now have a perfect mental image of where they're sitting. Well done.
Noise.
The creatures continue going nuts, though, and at this point, you guys are sort of pressed up against the debris wall. Little gross pseudopod limbs are trying to reach through. Saliva is leaking down. Demos, you sort of feel like you might have to press your body up against it to protect it, but as you slowly pull off, you see the rubble wall is not being pushed down. It just like quakes every once in a while. There's sort of shake. The wall shakes every once in a while, but it doesn't fall. The sound, however, is disgusting, and you guys sort of sit here over the loud noise. Hey, so, should we, like, go to bed now, or? Callaghan shouts over the noise.
I guess so. Do we need to set up our tent, or we're sort of already in an enclosed space? We could just put out sleeping bags in a circle.
Yeah, I think I could fall asleep to this, you know? It's like white noise.
Well, I assume they'll quiet down in an hour, and maybe we eat dinner for now.
An hour? Yeah, let's fucking hope. Yeah, sounds good. Let's cook some dinner.
Yeah, I guess let's be quiet so they don't hear us.
You guys sit now, trying to be as quiet as possible and begin cooking some dinner. Do you guys want to give a stealth check or just sort of exist down in this little hole?
I say exist in the hole. Like, we're probably not being super loud, but the mimic screams, I would assume, would cover up most of our noise regardless.
Okay. The creatures continue going nuts as you guys cook up some of the meats you have for dinner. About a half hour goes by, and you see something is on the edge of your vision at the top of the stairs now. You sort of can creep over, for those of you who are sort of on the edge of camp here, and Samir points it out. It looks like we have a little friend watching, and you see, sure enough, there's 2 little goblin heads stacked one on top of another, peering over the edge, looking down at you, just curious what all the noise is.
Morning, little fellas.
They screech something at you.
Not a chatty bunch, are they?
I suppose not. Should I shoo them off, or is it alright that they sit?
I don't really want them coming back with a bunch more, I suppose.
Alright.
But I'm
Samir's-
really shooing.
It's okay, it's alright. Samir stands up and sort of walks over and puts his hands out in front of him, sort of and goes, okay, off you go, bye-bye. And the 2 goblins immediately jump up and the 2 skitter off.
Maybe when we keep watch tonight, we should keep watching the hallway. That's above the stairs.
Yeah, that's real smart. We don't want to get, jumped.
Yeah.
Counterpoint, we could trap the shit out of the stairs. I have oil and powdered diamonds. Were those goblins wearing shoes?
You couldn't tell. You just saw their faces.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit, that's a fucked up thing you're gonna do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I see, the only problem, Orpheus, is it's a great trap, but we're at the bottom, so, like, any fires we light, we're cooked. Any, like, slime we add is gonna, sort of drip down here.
I just thought they'd all fall down the stairs and also cut up their feet.
That's something. It's sort of like Home Alone.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's one of my favorite movies.
Oh man, back in the day I had a razor. Shit was awesome, You trace that along there, cut people up real good.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we just keep an eye out at the top of the hallway.
Yeah, I'm worried this noise is gonna attract an unsavory bunch. The smart know to avoid noise, right? But idiots like goblins, no offense goblins, but that big troll we saw would probably want to go to noise.
How about this? I have 90 clay marbles. We could put them all down the stairs. Then we could crush up those test tubes Samir found, put them on the bottom stairs and the top.
Samir turns to you, turns back. I didn't know you had clay marbles.
I do 90 of them?
Cool.
Are these also children to you?
I think that's like his flesh, It's like if he had little flesh balls.
Huh. Yeah, maybe I'll go dump out my clay marbles on the stairs. I mean, do you want them, Samir? Would you want to keep? Okay, I dump out 30 of them on the top stairs.
Okay, the top stair is officially trapped.
But wait, is this the plan we're going with, or are we just gonna keep watching the hall?
I mean, Doolam already has the image of the room, right? And where the chests are. So we don't even have to camp here, right? We could backtrack a little bit if we
I
want
thought
to.
it had to stay there all night in case the mimics moved around the chests.
Dulam, you have noticed from your vision that some of the chests do get bumped up a little bit. They don't get thrown across the room, but as mentioned before, the mimics that are going nuts sometimes bite onto something, so they'll bite onto one of the real chests and sort of swing it back and forth a bit. You think if you stopped watching, they could move maybe 10 feet away, and that could be the difference between knowing it and not knowing it. So it is probably something you need to watch all night.
I think I should stay here.
All right, and then yeah, I guess we should trap the top.
Samira, can I have some of those test tubes of yours?
I'd rather... Okay, yeah, I understand. For the group. And he passes over 5 nice glass test tubes with some watermarks on the inside, some scum.
Oh, I feel really bad doing this, but I'll put them on the bottom. Okay, 5 stairs from the bottom, I think I'll leave untouched, because he might sit on those, etc. But, the 6th and 7th stair up, I'll put the test tubes down and then just crack them with my boots. Spread the shards around.
Before you do that, just real quick, are we actually gonna have people up at the top to keep watch, or are we all gonna keep watch down here?
I thought we were all staying down here. Should we have someone at the top?
I like Demos's idea, like they could say, the goblins amass a group right on the top.
Early war. Okay, no, that's
coming.
smart. Sorry, I was misunderstanding, but you're right. We should have someone at the top.
No, you're good. And
I
you
can
could
leave
trap
a little-
individual stairs, like we'll know to avoid the top stair because there's clay marbles there.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
We could also just give the person who's on watch the marbles, and then they could trap it preemptively as they leave if something does come along.
Oh, but we'll probably have to switch 2 watches throughout the night. So maybe every other step is trapped.
If I may interrupt for a moment here, I have a option that I think could help us out this evening. I would like to extend the offer for you all to join me in my tent, just for safety. But just know that I would like to keep my personal space in the future, but just for tonight, I offer it.
Why is your tent more safe?
He looks at you and he gives a neutral smile.
But did you equip it with protections?
Yes, it is a magic tent.
You have
Oh.
a magic tent that you've been keeping to yourself, Samir. You are the bratty.
No,
Okay,
not
I'll
keeping.
share it.
I kept telling you all I was going to enjoy the evening in my nice, cozy, personal big tent. And that is all
you
of those
didn't
things
say
true.
big. Okay, yeah, I suppose. Okay, but we still need someone out on watch, right? Like, I don't know how much. Because if Doolam, we could maybe prop up your tent with the opening out to Doolam and have one person sit next to it. And if we're under attack really bad, they could just will it protect us from attack?
Let me set it up really fast. Hold on. And Samir jumps away and goes to the far corner, right next to where Doolam is sitting, and begins pulling out from his backpack the giant tarp tent and begins setting it up. Or not giant, it is small. But he sets it up.
I start picking up test tubes and mending them back together.
These things are toast, man. They're gone.
Hello? Mending.
It's glass
mending.
dust.
Why would it be dust?
Yeah, all right. It is small pieces,
Piece by piece, baby. Brick by brick.
I mean, there's got to be 10,000 pieces here. Are you really gonna per
Okay,
glass?
fine.
You really gonna do it?
No, I'll leave them. I'll buy some new test tubes.
They are quite inexpensive, Orpheus. I just thought it would be fun to collect some old artifacts from in here.
Got it. So sentimental, more than valuable. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just spread it around on the first floor, on the first step over there. We'll make sure to avoid it.
Okay, I do the 6th and 7th step.
6th and 7th.
Actually, 6th and 8th.
Okay. Do you tell the group this?
Yeah, 6th and 8th.
Okay, you set it up on the outside. Malika shouts over, "Hey, I got some sausages finished over here. You guys want to eat now?"
I inhale my portion.
Oh, thank you, Malagus. Can I do an insight if Samir's sad that Malagus is making the coffee and making dinner?
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, you can.
I bet he's salty about it.
You can tell. Malagus is sort of excited. You see Malagus is cooking up some sausage. He seems like he's enjoying being appreciated for something. Just because I'm going to have to do something really horrible, pick the lock on some random fucking chest, and God knows I don't know how to fucking do that.
Haha, me neither.
You've never learned how to do that, Malagus? In all your eternities of stealing and lying and skeeving around?
I mean, I've done it. It's just been a long time. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I picked a lock with you guys.
I don't think ever. Usually we leave
Yeah.
doors shut if they're meant to be shut.
Exactly. So I'm sort of out of practice, but I still know
I
how to
see.
do it. Maybe. Honestly, if it is within the interest of everyone else, who here feels like they have good fingers, who can really jack someone off, who's dexterous.
I agree to 2 out of 3 of those things about myself.
I'm not too dexterous myself.
I would never pick a lock.
I mean, you
Yeah.
know, picking a lock, it's a tiny mechanism, right? I think I understand the way they work.
Doolam, what's wrong with picking a lock? I feel as if, in this, dungeon in this world, that's a perfectly fair and legitimate means to accomplish a goal.
Well, it usually wouldn't be the most efficient for my goals.
Maybe I go out there with Demos then?
I mean, I was offering to help, but maybe Demos is better than me.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Demos has magic, right? And you do too, but The little floating disc thing was really useful earlier, and it looked like Demos teleported. Or did Dulam do that?
Yeah, Doolum did that.
Okay, well that changes things because I thought you could teleport.
No,
well,
I thought you wanted someone to try to pick a lock, but if you want
no, I'm
Deimos
just thinking
to
about
magic.
like say it goes wrong, right? And it explodes up, and we need to get out of there fast. I mean, you saw how
Fast!
quick they
That is
exploded
my-
in there. Go ahead.
There's nobody you've ever met as fast as me.
Okay, then let's do it together.
Maybe I don't want to do it with you anymore.
No, let's do it together.
Let's not try it now, right? Tomorrow morning?
Yes, I just, I'm really stressed about it, and I'm prepping for it mentally.
You got this, Mally.
Thanks, man. Okay, yeah.
Why are you all awkward now, too? Jesus, is catching.
Yeah, whatever, fuck me.
Are you okay today, Malagus? You keep being like, oh yeah, fuck me. No one is even really saying fuck you. I mean, I'm saying it, but I'm not me. What's
Maybe
what's
he is
in your-
just, needy, haha, horny, haha. I'm done with the tent, by the way.
What?
Samir.
That was a joke. Did you like it? Dulam has been teaching me. Dulam, I thought that one would work.
I did too. I give him a side
Orpheus?
five.
Orpheus looks shell-shocked. Okay.
Can I show you all over here for a moment to distract you?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Jeez.
Samir gestures without much ceremony to a small, unimpressive-looking tent that you guys have seen. We can sleep here tonight, he says, just completely flatly. Just once. And he
Understood.
pulls open the tent flap, and you all see inside. Shockingly spacious. I put you in mind here of that tent from Harry Potter, actually.
Holy.
Nice.
Where, as you duck inside this tent, the inside seems much larger than the outside. Not much larger. In fact, the inside here seems just about the size of y'all's mega tent. But it is well kept in here. It's a retreat. There are plush rugs covering the floor, a grand king-size bed piled high with an absurd number of pillows atop linen sheets. You see warm golden light humming from the ceiling as you see what looks like a crystalline chandelier. There's dark wood furniture on the other end, embroidered tapestry, and carefully arranged tools on a wooden table on one end that look to be supplies. Samir stands stiffly near the entrance as he sort of lets you guys in with a neutral expression, and he goes, I purchased this a while ago, back when I was an adventurer, because I wanted the fine things in terms of camping. It is a bit embarrassing, but there is actually a spell that I can cast along its perimeter, the alarm spell, that it notifies me if anyone enters that isn't us.
I see.
That's very helpful.
Can Dulam watch the chests from in here?
Dulam might need to leave the little front tarp open, and you could perhaps see it. I could also drag the tent closer to that entrance if you'd like.
Maybe we do that, and then Dulam and one other person at all times can sit at the entrance.
It is a little more practical. We can keep lights on in here, and you can't see them from the outside. It is a smaller footprint. I believe a goblin walking by and hearing loud noises, seeing only one small tent in here would not look twice.
That's a good idea, Samir.
It is at this point that you are met with the cozy smell of cedar and cinnamon filling the room. Also met, of course, with the smell of clay.
Smells really nice in here, actually. Actually, this whole thing is pretty damn impressive, Samir.
It's practical.
I don't know about practical. I think it's kind of over the top, like fabulously so. But
He crosses his arms kind of defensively.
It helped us now, did it not?
no, it's super. I don't think there's anything wrong with over the top. I'm a lover of luxurious environs myself, but this is far beyond practical.
Okay. Well, I am. Just don't touch all my pillows.
Okay.
It is enchanted in a special way, too. I had it custom ordered where, unlike a bag of holding, when the outside is torn, all the inside is merely expelled rapidly instead of sent planarly.
Very nice.
Which alleviates a lot of my stress.
That's good. So when we get to the city of brass, like, is your dad's mansion's gate made of gold or crystal?
Why do you assume my father is wealthy?
It seems like you're really accustomed to a certain superfluous lifestyle.
I got used to some things, yes.
Yes, I think you did.
I mean,
Oh, it's not a bad thing.
Samir made
Samir.
his
It's
money.
quite charming, actually.
Thank you. We are free to stay here the evening. I believe it is a little more safe in here. The alarm spell will work well, and I can extend its range to be the outside of the tunnel here to alert me if anyone walks in.
Great. Good work.
It will be a silent chime in my head. It can wake me up from slumber as well. So this could be our stay for the evening. He gives a neutral smile.
I go ahead and stretch out at the foot of the bed.
Yeah. Good night.
All right, I guess I'll drag in all of our shit in here, huh? Malgus drags in the ruddy camp stove and the crappy mega tent. It's not crappy, but it is mega tent.
Why are we bringing the mega tent inside?
Well, are we just gonna leave it empty outside?
Well, I guess we should just collapse it, right?
I thought the whole point was low profile. I'll collapse it in the morning.
I go start collapsing the mega tent. I want something done right. Thank you, Hire.
And this is, I guess, where we're gonna start the long rest real fast. So who wants to do the first round of long resting? Duelam, I assume that while you're awake, you are focusing on the inside of this room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, luckily there are lights inside, so it's very well lit. You've got a pretty good view too. By the time everyone seems to be bedding inside of the Samir's small tent, the creatures in here are still going nuts. They seem to just sort of be keeping each other hype. Every time one settles down, something else bumps into it, and it gets all frenzied once over again. They don't seem to be slowing down much at all, but you keep a close eye. You know which four they are, so you're able to know where to look. But nevertheless, I need 2 other people to keep watch, or I suppose just 1, whatever you like.
First watch again.
Okay, who wants to be with Hire?
I'll go with higher.
Yeah, big.
All right, Oro, that means it's me and you, shit fuck. All right, now I'll go to bed.
Oh, asleep already.
Demos and Hire, you guys are on watch now. You're sort of at the mouth of this very large internal tent. The smell of spices sort of wander toward your nose, and you're full from a pleasant evening of dining. You see Duelam hunkered over in the corner, still as a statue, looking into this room of mimics, and the wall still shudders every once in a while when one bangs into the side of it, but you guys have gotten used to the noise.
Man, this tent makes it almost not feel like hell down here.
Yeah, it's quite surprising how much of a taste for luxury he has.
I mean, if he can afford it, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Well, it's just sort of. I mean, I'm not one to judge. Like, gosh, what would you say? Like an automaton, that likes luxury, and it's just interesting. Anyways,
I thought you came from a noble background yourself.
I did. I mean, I didn't live in like the most noble of quarters. But nothing quite like what Samir has. My goodness.
Well, you guys can have that in common, and we're very lucky to have him to share in those resources, even if it's only tonight.
Yeah.
Do you think you can hear us right now? I don't know. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said it out loud. It's just, does he sleep or?
I imagine it's something like Duelam, where like he's like half asleep, but like always listening and perceiving.
Cool.
Dang. So you really think your brother took this way down here?
I mean, we were given the same resources we were. I don't know where else he would have gone. I guess I'm not sure how he made it past this, but I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I guess he would have had to pick every single lock.
Oh, yeah, I guess he would be good at picking locks, and maybe he had some sort of way. He did something similar to what we did.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have actually picked the lock. Maybe skipped a lot of this altogether.
Yeah, it's tough, you know. We don't really have any lock pickers in the group.
Oh yeah, I do kind of wish we had one.
Ah.
Job opening.
Do you ever want to go back for your father? I don't know. I feel like we spent so long chasing Monty. Would you do the same for your father?
Honestly, I don't know what happened to him, and well, we didn't really have quite the connection, you know. Nothing quite like what me and Samir have. So it's been quite nice, staying with him at least.
Well, we're very much lucky to have Samir. He's a good man. Sorry to hear about your dad.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, I've noticed. You know, the strongest bonds are usually not of blood. Higher.
Yes, I've found. Well, I guess I haven't known any different, but I've found the same. Except when it comes to Orpheus and Malagus, they seem to have a innate blood connection.
Yeah, you know, you can like really like feel the connection they have. You know.
Yeah, it's this weird like tension in the air.
Yeah, it's like they like each other, but they also hate each other. It's very interesting.
What?
Yeah, I don't even think they know which sometimes, but they always come around.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate you guys.
Okay, so can I get you guys to roll your perception checks now?
Yeah.
Could I just help hire?
Sure, yeah. Give me a double.
I'm glad you can hear my dice rolls from Xavier's camera. Not great. 14, which is my passive as well.
You are sort of hanging out with Demos. This conversation is dragging your attention a little more than you expected, Higher, as you're really pulled into this deep convo, and you find yourself a tad distracted, but not so much to miss anything. You notice Duelam completely still, the mimics continue screaming and ranting. The few interesting things that happen throughout the evening, at one point, you notice yet another group of goblins approach the stairway. This a larger group. You hear them shuffling a ways away and stop about 5 feet from the doorway. The only way you can tell it's creatures there is because of the glows of their yellow eyes reflecting in the light spilling out from the tent flaps. You see a group of what looks like 5 goblins, all small. None of them look to be armed, but they look curious, and that could be dangerous. They all stand just out of reach, watching you.
Should we do something about this?
I mean, I don't know if it's immediately concerning, but I'll trust your intuition.
Because last time first we saw 1, and then there were 2, and now there's 5. I don't know. It's all very interesting.
No, I'd rather not send a warning shot. It is concerning that more and more of them are coming, but we are, I believe, safe for now, and we can always tell the next watch.
All right. I guess I can go shoot them off real quick.
But do you need to?
I mean, you know, we don't want them exactly to feel like they're like welcome here, you know? Like we should still put on like somewhat of like a front, you know, that they shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I can see that train of thought. Could you maybe cast like a firebolt like above their heads or something to try to scare them off?
Melt them.
I feel like a non-violent method surprisingly is going to be the most effective.
Oh, sorry. I thought you would jump to the violent method.
You know, and I don't blame you for assuming that higher. I don't. But you know, you'll find that I just like to get things done the most efficient way, and I feel like this would be the most efficient way.
Yeah, no, I like your plan better. I'm glad you suggested it.
Thank you. All right.
What are you gonna do to scare them off?
I'm just gonna, you know, like sort of like approach them a little bit, you know, look a little scary and just like shoo them away. Nothing crazy.
It takes very little for you, and you see them all scurry away. As you stand up and get a little closer, you notice the 5 looking at look to be children of sorts, or juvenile goblins. None of them fully aged and aggressive. They're merely curious and seem to just sort of be checking out what's nearby. And at the second you get even a little bit closer, they all sort of and squelch and run off, and you hear the plopping of their bare feet on the distant stone. Gosh,
Just children. Interesting.
And they run off.
Okay. Just for funsies, I'm just gonna cast detect thoughts, just to see if I can sense any other beings around.
All right, you pop a detect thoughts, and you reach out your awareness 30 feet in every direction, and you feel nothing here. You feel out further, and you sort of walk around. Do you want to exit this little corridor that you're in, or stay in it?
Yeah, I might take like a little peek out real quick.
I suppose I would ask for a perception check, but you don't really need it because you're doing a detect thoughts. So as you step out into the hallway a little bit, you see down one end of this hallway, the goblin plop off in the distance. Down another, you don't really see anything, and right in front of you, which seems to lead off into another pathway, you're sort of at a four-way intersection here. You do pick something up on the edge of your radar of 30 feet, but just as quickly as it appears there, it disappears. It was an intelligent mind. Something lively, and it's gone right out of your 30-foot range the second you feel it.
Which pathway was that down?
This is like directly across from your own pathway, not left or right, but straight.
Interesting.
This is not a direction you have come from before. This is a new path.
Okay, I'll head back down quietly and
head back,
and I'll tell Hire everything. All right, Hire. They scurried off, but I did seem to notice there was something or perhaps someone else sort of just like on the edges of what I could perceive like down the corridor across from us, but just for a second. They left like as soon as I peeked my head out.
Interesting. Maybe some sort of other creature is with these goblins, an intelligent one. That is concerning, and the fact that it left the moment you came out too.
Well, I guess maybe we can just hope that it was something docile and non-confrontational.
Well, they might be gearing up an attack, but I fear there's nothing we can do about it for now other than really wait. So I think we should just alert the next watch.
I felt, because the goblins went a different direction, right, Mason?
Yes, they went off to the left. You still see like the edge of one of them plopping off in the distance, scared.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever this was. It might not have been with the goblins, so we'll just have to keep a good watch.
Oh no, then it's probably the guy who killed his friends.
I don't know, because it was dark, down that hallway, and I don't know. I guess he could be scary like that and just, be watching from afar in the dark. But I don't know. It was odd.
Well, certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yes, quite.
All right. So that is actually the end of anything on your watch that is of interest. The rest goes on without a hitch. And at the end of your watch, and Dulam can confirm this, about half of the mimics have calmed down. The other half are still going fucking nuts, so it's still a madhouse in there. I mean, we've gone from like 200 active to like 100 active, but about half of them have found like quiet corners or just like areas of less traffic to settle down back as chests where they don't get rattled as much. This makes your job, Dulam, a lot easier, where now you've got a much easier chests that aren't moving. Of course, there are a lot more that aren't moving, but you've got, you knew which four they are, and so now it's not as much of a strain on your eyes to try to pick them out of the mass of mongrels running around in there.
As it gets kind of easier, can I start pulling out, like, without looking at it, can I, like, pull out some paper and start writing down some of the first conversations we had with some here?
Yeah, you know them off the top of your head. Can I get a sleight of hand check for you to write without looking?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And with that, Hire and Demos, you guys can swatch about your shift. Orpheus, time to wake up.
All right. God, just sink into the smashes forever, Jesus.
Come on, we gotta go sit out here.
Okay, it's time to go sit out there.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, some goblin children paid us a visit. But they left pretty
Oh.
quickly.
All right. Did you like scare them off? What was the play? Did you like fire something at them?
Yeah, no, I barely even like started to approach them, and they ran off.
Oh, okay.
But it was odd because I went up the steps a little bit, just to peek out, and I sensed someone like down the opposite hall, just for a split second. But then they disappeared as soon as I popped my head out. So just keep an eye out. I'm sure it'll be fine.
No, that's good to know. Thanks, Demos,
Yeah,
for checking that out.
Thanks for the heads up.
Huh. What do you think that is, Oro? Is somebody watching us? It could be that red guy, the wizard from earlier, the elf.
Yeah, I mean, he was on that floor. I
Yeah.
bet there's probably a few other adventurers there too.
I mean, hell, any adventurer from Kingdom fucking Come could hear this racket. But, I mean, they know we're
Yeah.
tough, right? They probably just saw us from a distance and were like, oh, I can't fight them. Let's see if it's a part where they don't go on watch. But we're going to be on watch all night. So I feel like, we're
Sure.
we're good.
I mean, it could have been something as simple as someone passing through the hallway.
True. I just, this close to us, it can't be a coincidence, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
I
I don't
suppose
know.
that's true.
I sort of feel like either they'd keep a wide berth from the noise or they'd go to it. I can't imagine somebody just accidentally passing by, unless they were deaf.
What if they were tracing their steps and, oh, that's the way to go where I came from before, I don't want to get lost. Well, I have to go
guess.
down this hallway, I'll just make it quick.
And at least we know from Duelam that there's at least one surefire way down to the 6th floor beyond this path. So maybe they were gonna go down the steps, but then heard all the shit, saw Demos, and were like, fuck that, I'll go somewhere else. Because Demos looks pretty tough.
Demos does look pretty tough. So, Malagus, are you really trying to go hard on Demos? I don't understand where you're today you're alternating really fast between being very flirtatious and very mean and what's the word? Off-putting? No, not quite.
You know,
Standoffish.
He's got a sense of calm around him, a bit more than usual, and he takes your question a bit more in stride than you would normally expect from him as he goes, yeah, I don't know. I felt awkward a bit a couple times today, and honestly,
Yeah.
It is sometimes fun to tease Demos because, it's sort of sensitive that way. It's funny.
Yeah. I think you like teasing most people, it seems.
I don't know. Levity, right?
Levity. Yeah, I get that. Oh my god, do you remember when Samir tried to make that joke?
Yeah, that was fucking funny. No, you guys were giving me shit for making cat jokes earlier today. I don't get what sort of inside joke I'm not in on.
Oh no, it's just that it's funnier if we pretend yours aren't funny.
I can respect that, but I don't like being on the sucker end of it.
I didn't think you
Well,
would.
Fuck you. All right, listen. I feel like what we're doing now is fine. I like your plan, by the way, for the mimics. This is working. You
I'm
got
a
some brain
strategic
behind you.
genius.
You are. I sometimes I don't see it, but sometimes I really do.
What do you mean sometimes you don't see it, man?
Don't focus on the bad. Focus on the sometimes I really do. That's a compliment right there.
Fucking yeah, that is sort of a compliment. That's big for you.
Yeah. I wanted to say I've actually have done very little thinking in this dungeon because you guys are, I like it. You're clever.
Do you feel like usually you do most of the thinking?
Well, I don't know. I just from my thieving days, I was very independent. I had to do all the thinking. Like my mind is screaming at me right now because it's like, oh, Malagus, you're in a dead end. There's nowhere to go around here. If a big scary group of goblins showed up at the top of that staircase, we'd have nowhere to go. But I trust you guys, and I know we're gonna be safe because we got a big group, and that probably won't happen. But, my
Probably
mind
not.
is screaming at me about that. So, I have to tone down my own thoughts and just go with the group, go with the flow,
I know exactly how that feels.
You get what I mean?
So these thieving days of yours, when were they? Is that the last year since you've been alive? But you're traveling with Iceland, so was she thieving? I guess we know she was thieving.
Yeah, and it was those days. And honestly, I get as I told you, I spent a lot of time in the sort of hell area.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of time to do some thieving in there because, believe it or not, it sounds like your afterlife was real special and fantastic and different, but mine actually was mostly like Earth, like the material plane.
Huh.
Which is sort of like, I bet someone thought it was really funny to make society.
Yeah, society.
But there was still money, there were still houses, there were still prisons and stuff, it was sort of similar, but the order of operations was all whack, and there were lots of creepy crawlies everywhere, and you couldn't die, and that was something. So
Yeah. For the record, I don't know if I would say my afterlife was fantastic.
Oh, yeah, you just always talk about it like it's something you need to go back to, like it's something you missed, but...
I miss it because it gives me purpose. The place was very horrible, but Ridsi is making it better, and while it's still... The war isn't over yet, it in some places it is better, and if the war never ends, it won't get any better. So, does that make any sense?
Orpheus, like, I know I'm sounding like a broken record here, but, like, what you did today with this room over there, the duel staring at, like, that was purpose. You did something here, and that wasn't just for, like, temporary purpose. Like, you helped us, the group. And I know it's a different scale, because with Riddicy, I'm sure you were helping, like, hundreds and hundreds of people, but you're still doing the same stuff, It's not like you've lost purpose.
Purpose isn't a purpose if you can just leave it behind. It's just an excuse.
That's your damn loyalty again. Listen, that's a great skill to have. It probably makes you a damn good knight, but I guess your queen has been acting awful shady lately, at least from what you've been telling us. And
yeah,
the smartest knights I know are the ones that know when to cut and run. Not that I'm saying you need to do that. I just, sometimes it's worth thinking about.
I don't know what Riddicy wants from me anymore, really.
I know it's hard. I just, remember when we were talking to Bisc the other day? Biscuit was saying, "Oh, I want to stay alive," and that's sort of what I've been saying too, and feel with Biscuit on that. But you want to go back.
Yes.
You're sort of the only one who wants to go back, except old fucking, what was her face, the kid, Diamisha. She wanted to go back with you, but she was sort of crazy about it, And honestly, I think between her and Bisc, you're more like Bisc. I'm just going off of other people I've met.
Malagus, you understand, Bisc is in a body. Someone lived there. That body was alive a handful of weeks ago.
I know, and it's
had
not
family and
permanent.
Goals.
So
it's not permanent, so we need to get back.
What if there was a way to make everyone happy, Like, I'm right now in a corpse, sort of, and that's creepy to think about, but it's not anymore, because it's alive, and I fixed it up, and... what if, we got Biscuit a body that was dead once, that no one's using anymore, clean it up real nice, no harm, no foul, right? That old redhead woman that he's currently inhabiting gets to go back, and no one's hurting there, and then, that's... everything is solved. But, I don't know. That's probably more complicated than that.
What if I want Biscuit to come back to Valhalla with me? What if I don't want everyone else in Valhalla to leave one by one? It won't be worth going back to if they're not still there.
You got to start looking at the big picture here, Orpheus. If everyone from Valhalla is leaving, maybe you should too.
And stay
all
here?
Your friends, your family, Riddicy, right? They're all... things are changing now. If Riddicy is really coming back, like you're saying, what if you stayed here to protect her wherever she goes next?
That. What? In Valhalla, we were all united. Here, it's all chaos. There's no two sides to anything. There's 12 or 20 sides, and they're all mixed up. And even when you're on a team with people, you don't always agree. It's messy here.
Well, yeah, but luckily you're a damn good knight, and I know you can adapt. You were on easy mode before, and now you get to try the real shit. But you can do it.
I'm not even a knight here. I don't even have a sword.
Well, yeah, knights don't need swords. I mean, I know they didn't do it where you come from.
Knights need someone to serve.
Knights have, wizard shit sometimes.
No, not where I'm from. And a knight needs someone to serve, most importantly.
Well, I mean, can't you serve, like, the cause? It doesn't have to be a person. Like, right now we're Duelam, and can't we, we can serve Duelam for fuck's sake. Just pick anyone, right, Duelam? I know you're still awake over there.
I think it prefers to just listen sometimes.
No, look, Duelam's writing something. I see you writing something over there. What are you writing?
I perfectly stopped writing.
You're notating this conversation, shithead? Write this down. And he starts doing a jacking off motion.
Go back to writing.
Yeah, alright, whatever. Maybe what it is just, since you're away from home, Riddicy seems so far, and it's hard to tell what you want her. I've come to see you as a close person to me. Friend isn't right. Just like, because I suppose...
I'd rather keep things firmly in the friend area.
No, I just mean, like, I suppose it would be more like, I don't know, brother? Does that feel right? Just think on it. Decide yourself, all right? I don't care.
Okay, okay.
But I just mean, like, you know, I've come to see as something like that, and, you know, just like you don't want to let Riddicy down, you don't want to let me.
I don't want to let you down, Malagus, but you know, I need to go.
I know, she's more important. I get it. But just, you know.
But it's frustrating because all I want to be is at her side, and she wants me to stay here now, and I don't understand why she could want that.
He shakes his
I
head.
don't know how Iceland could help more than me. I just wish she would explain it all.
You see the flickering light from inside the tent against Malagus' face as he turns towards you, and he's got some genuine sadness in his face as he seems to be feeling something with you. And he goes, I'm sorry, Orpheus. It really fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I get it. Can I get a perception check from you guys? Malagus has bad perception. Can I give you a
Oh, yeah.
advantage roll, please?
Oh my god, I almost certainly don't even need the advantage though, because I rolled a 19. This one, okay, yeah, 19 plus 4, 23.
It's an amazing roll.
Yeah, I'm ready to chase away some goblin teens.
Oh yeah, this is excellent. 24. Yeah, you're gonna see some shit. First thing you do is see out of the corner of your eye, and almost hear it, the scuffling of a boot. And sure enough, you see on the far end, across the hallway, up the stairs, across, just out of the glimpse of your eye, you see a boot and somebody's knee sticking out from behind a distant wall. Far from you, very far. And it looks to just be one individual, but it's a human with a boot on, who looks to be sort of creeping around.
He's there. They're watching me.
You believe so. The stance and the posture and the little scuffling you heard, you think they're basically peering around.
I hugging the left-hand wall, I want to first put a finger to my lips, then start creeping up this way, skipping the trapped stairs.
Give me a stealth check, please.
Oh my god, 23.
Good roll. You creep up the stairs, avoiding the trap, silent as a mouse. You make your way up to the very top of the steps now, and you get a better look at the individual behind the pillar. You see the boot now much clearer, and you see about the stature of the person, and even half of their face, about a plane of their face, hidden behind the wall. You look off to your right, down the hallway, nothing's there. You look off to your left, nothing is there either. The quick glimpses reveal that you guys seem to be alone here, and you look across now and you see the following sight. It looks to be a halfling across the way from you. This halfling looks older, definitely grizzled and adventuring type, and the half face that you see looks like a stout man's face. You also see sort of edging out, you didn't quite see it before because it was dark, but there is the shoulder of a pauldron, like a paladin's pauldron, sticking out just a hair.
Oh.
This is for sure an adventurer, and you're not sure if you recognize them. Not at least from the half face you have.
I want to draw my chain whip as quietly as possible. I know that sounds hard to do, but I did roll a 23. And then I want to, like, swing around the corner really quick and sort of brandish. Oh, no, wait, what am I saying? Obviously brandishing my gun. And I want to say, what are you sneaking around for?
You jump out and you frighten the shit out of this individual. They were looking way down this hallway, but you prepped up just enough where you scared them point blank, and they jump back 5 feet. And you get a full view now of this halfling who is wearing plate mail with a long blue cape flowing behind them, and bears a huge, way too oversized sword along their hilt, along their waist, wrapped around a belt. It's not drawn, it's well sheathed, and the individual doesn't look to be having any weapons of any sort, and the two hands go up wildly as the halfling croaks out, I'm so sorry, listen, it's nothing, I don't want to hurt you, we need to take that path, and you're blocking it, and I don't know if you're a fighter. It's just, we were waiting to see if you would move along already. It's just, sorry. And the figure looks flustered and scared and looks at your firearm and confused.
No need. I sheath my gun. Hey, more the merrier. You can come join us so long as you're not going to, like, try to hurt us or anything.
No, my party is camped a couple rooms that way, and they point sort of vaguely down a hallway and then tilt their hand toward another hallway as if pointing in two different directions. in a cone shape, if you will. I should probably be getting back to them. It's just they wanted one of us to watch you guys because it's dangerous to camp here, and we wanted to camp at the base of the 6th floor, and it's just down the stairs, but you guys are blocking it, and we thought maybe you guys were killers, and you were trying to kill people who were trying to go down, and shit, man, I didn't mean to.
There's this, like, puzzle thing with some mimics ahead. You know, if you're going to try to go to the 6th floor, you might want to come with us, because figuring out this damn mimics puzzle has been, like, pretty much a headache, and we could all go through at the same time before the door seals again.
So are you guys just resting right now? You're not, like, camping it out?
You know, sort of. So there's, like, all these mimics in this room behind us, and then so we need to camp it out to see which ones don't move overnight to figure out which ones are the real chests, and then we need to go through the real chest tomorrow. Hey, are you a thief? Do you have a thief in your party?
No, actually, surprisingly not, sorry.
No one skilled at picking locks?
No, we're a group of good folk.
Fuck, us too, but goddamn, being good's never felt this bad. Okay, join us. Come along, little one.
No, I really should be getting back to my group. Can I meet you all in the morning? I'll bring the party of mine, and we'll convene and plan it out. If you actually are getting a long rest, I really should be too. Sorry to impose. The figure looks flustered and scared.
You're so flustered, it's fine. When you're at the top of the stairs, just give us a shout down and await further instruction.
Right. I'm so sorry for the sneaking again. I know that's suspicious, and
I
just
not
really
classy, to be honest.
I know,
but
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean, I snuck up on you, right? I did, so it happens.
Very successfully. Well done. You must be the thief
Thank
of the
you,
group,
yes.
right?
No. Watch your tongue. No, I am a knight. However, I understand that sometimes stealth is tactically beneficial.
Yes, of course. I'm again so sorry. As you could have guessed, the same reason I did so myself. But I'll be going now, and please make yourself enjoy the space down there, and be wary. I've seen a lot of goblins around here. I'll also tell your friend, the Dragonborn. I'm sorry if I startled him. I was watching him earlier.
Yeah, all right. Fare thee well, little warrior.
Right.
Yeah.
The figure picks up a small stool that you hadn't noticed behind him that looks to be a sort of fold-up little wooden stool that he grabs and goes running off through the hallways behind him, clanking somewhat loudly. Clank, 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 clank.
Teach him about stealth. I head back down the stairs, careful of the booby-trapped ones.
You head back, avoiding the booby traps. Malagus gives you a wave. You scare that punk?
He was a really nice guy. I scared him, but then we sort of had a good talk. I think he's going to join us tomorrow to go through the mimic lair.
Malagus sort of jumps out of his chair now, and he looks like he's rowdy all of a sudden as he goes, all right, let's see. And he throws a sort of a punch at nothing in front of him. I just scare him off. You give him one of these? Fist with his other hand.
No, it was more like one of these. And I make finger gun and sort of show myself waving around the gun.
He sort of hunkers down and he goes, hey, listen, I don't know if you could even win a fist fight, could you, Orpheus, huh? You got what it takes?
I sheath my finger gun and then raise my fist. Let's find out.
All right, come on. Let's see what you got. Sort of backs up. Hey, Duelam, keep score.
I start writing a little tally that says Oro and one that says Malagus.
All right, give me a throw.
Okay. I want to throw, like boxing. I'm not doing it as hard as I can, but I'm trying to prove I can hit him, right?
Yeah. Give me a roll to hit. That's it.
Oh yeah.
For no damage, just for a punch.
Yeah. Don't worry, my punches don't do damage either way. So actually, I am hitting as hard as I can.
Hold back a little.
16 to hit.
16. That does hit. You glance Malagus's shoulder, and it's glancing for a moment, but you curve your hand just right that you get a solid connection, and he twists with the punch a bit, and he goes, oh shit, that was good, all right. And you see, without warning, he throws a fist at you as well, a sort of haymaker right at your stomach.
Oh yeah.
He got a 14 to hit.
It hits. I puke.
Nice, a clean shot right to your gut. He also pulls it a little bit, but it is sort of a weak point, so it catches you right. Oh, you feel a brief bit of nausea hit you. All right, that was good. All right, now give me a real one that hurts. We're about to fall asleep anyway. I'll rest it off.
Okay. Straighten up. Spit on my fists, rub them together. Remember that I have metal nails, so my unarmed strikes actually do damage.
Doo-doo. That is flavored like a scratch, by the way, just for reference. If you're still punching, it wouldn't be able to add damage, but if you're going for a scratch,
it's
it
a
would.
punch then.
Okay.
4.
4 does not hit. Malachus goes in for another this time. All right, let's see if you can take this one, all right?
Okay.
He backs up a bit, and you see he sort of feigns with the right and goes in hard for the left, getting a... Ooh, my God, nat 20. Malachus is rolling.
Holy
So
fuck.
even though he tries to hold back on this one actually does bleed some damage in, as he does 1 bludgeoning damage to you, smacking you really hard, right sort of on the neck area, on the side of the neck. It isn't enough to hurt your windpipe, but you feel the muscles down your neck cramp up hard as your shoulder burns. Oh shit, sorry, that was too hard. That was too hard.
Asshole, Jesus.
Sorry, shit, sorry.
Ow.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
telling-
alright.
Who am I telling? Some Duelam, maybe? I'm telling Duelam.
Duelam already saw. Duelam, was that double points?
Duelam! It hurts.
Alright.
That subtracts a point.
Fuck.
You're in trouble.
Alright. Malachus waves a hand and he goes back and he slumps back down into the little seat in front of the tent and looks back out into the hallway, bored.
I want to slump next to him and then try to surprise attack. So attack with advantage on arm strike. One more straight to the shoulder as hard as I can.
Roll to hit, he's not expecting it.
Okay. Oh, it's okay. The first one is good. Okay, another nat 1, but it was advantage, so no. So dirty 20.
Oh yeah, that'll hit. Wham! Mean and clean right to the shoulder, a perfect square punch. He does actually recoil from this. It's not enough to knock him off his seat, but he really like pulls in his arm and goes, "Ow, fuck, man!" And he looks to you, and he's got a good, big, genuine smile on his face, and he looks happy.
I'll go back. I'm happy too.
The flickering light of that beautiful enchanted chandelier inside Samir's luxurious tent is casting shadows against you guys against the wall on the stone as you guys are play fighting. And Orpheus, out of the corner of your eye, something shifts. You catch it. It was hard to catch. In fact, if you hadn't gotten a beautiful 24 on your perception check, you might not have caught this at all. A slight shimmer in the darkness. Perhaps a trick of the light, a ripple in the air. You turn your head now toward the hallway. It's only been a few minutes since you've been out of it, but you look out now sort of curious as what it is you just saw out of the corner of your eye, and Orpheus, you feel your stomach drop out from under you as you see filling the entire passageway, nigh invisible save for a DC 20 perception check. Pressed flush against the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, sliding its way down this corridor, is a massive gelatinous cube. It is silent, nearly invisible. However, the thing that caught your eye, the shimmer that you saw dragging up against the ground in this thing, a small little goblin child pressed inside of it with a little, looks like silver chain wrapped around its neck that caught the light just so.
Oh my god.
The dim light from the tent now warps around it, and it's almost completely translucent. You see this goblin child pressed against the bottom, now in full view, and at first it seemed sort of distant, but now as you stare, it is moving towards you.
Oh my
you
god.
look toward Duelam. You are trapped. Behind the debris wall, you still hear mimics. Not a lot. It's probably only like 10 or 20 left, according to you, Duelam, but they're restless. They're twitching in there, poised and waiting. But this mass of acid slides down the corridor, and you guys have nowhere else to go. And that's where we're going to end our session tonight, guys.
What the fuck?
Holy
cube
Seems like
time.
a good spot to end.
Holy shit.
We're
Is
all
it
dead.
Gabagool?
Think about
It's
Gabagool. Yeah, we're going classic dungeon here, babe. We got Mimic Chest, we got Gelatinous Cube. It's all here, baby.
No.
Oh my
perfect.
god.
My first mimic, I think.
Baby's first Mimic. It's about to be Baby's first 20 Mimics fought in order.
Yeah, 96.
Yeah, so now this is a fun game if you'd rather fight 20 Mimics or a cube.
Cube.
I'm Mason. I've solved your cube puzzle.
You have not solved my cube puzzle.
Whoa.
I solved your cube.
You've solved shit.
Well, let me put it this way. I've either solved your cube puzzle or I'm about to make it way worse.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It's filled the hallway. It squelches down the steps. Actually, as it does so, all of your clay balls and glass dust get sucked into it,
Great. Great.
adding to the mess. It actually does make it a little bit easier as diffuse out through it. They start melting pretty quickly, but then it sort of just looks like a speckled blob. And it makes it a bit easier to see. It is also at this point, right at the end here, where you guys hear a shout from inside of the tent as Samir goes, "Something is wrong!
What?
Too fucking late, idiot!" Alright, we'll pick up there next time, you guys. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you guys for a great session. I guess I'll have us pick us up there next time. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Good session. Okay, allow me to queue up the poll results. I know you've all been lying awake in bed, waiting to find them. The poll I'm about to go over the votes of is from episode 17, Survivor. In this poll, we asked you to vote, what is the best ship? Your options were Hire and Demos versus Dulam and Father Luces versus Malagus and Samir versus Dulam and the Lady of Pain versus Jackknife and Grimwalk versus Orpheus and Samir versus Deimos and Malagus. So, shall I just go bottom to top in our echelons?
Yeah, I think so.
Bottom two echelons. These two only got one vote each. That was Hire and Deimos and Malagus. Sorry, Deimos, we hate your pussy.
Damn, what the fuck?
I love
Wait,
Odyssey.
Deimos and Malagus? And oh, that would have been such a good one.
Forever bachelor.
Forever. It's just that we don't want to see you taken.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So true.
Second tier, these each got 2 votes. They were Dulam and Father Luces, Malagus and Samir, Jackknife and Grimwalk, and Oro and Samir. And then in first place, by a significant margin. Can I get a drum roll, please? Dulam and the Lady of Pain. Oh, sexy journey.
I'm not a sex bot.
You're a sex bot. We voted. You're a sex bot.
Fuck
We're all
you. I'm not a sex bot. Don't turn me into a sex bot.
5 votes all together put
What
you
the
as a
fuck?
sex bot. So
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
So,
better
that's
install
all
a new
votes.
hole, buddy.
No. Don't
Sex
turn me
bot.
off and wake me up as a sex bot.
How come Lady of Pain beat out Father Luces? I thought the Father Luces sex was freakier.
Yeah,
Because everyone
I'm a really
hates
big fan of
Father
that,
Luces.
personally.
Well, he's out
What
of the story
is
now.
hotter? Dommy mommy or lobotomy sex? It's
It's about the freaky level.
When you put it like that.
What? No.
Well, Dulam is the Dommy mommy to Father Luces, really.
I just don't see Dulam as a dominant person. It's like I'm unable to.
Well, that's a Dulam exclusive thing, not a player thing.
Well, it's like I know something fundamental about the basics of Dulam that prohibit it from being dominant.
Is it a personality thing or like?
Well, it's like, you know how like all my characters have to be like a little like, what is
Say
something
it.
all my characters?
Say the line.
Say it.
Ah!
Say it.
Say it.
All my characters have to have some complicated relationships with identity. Isaac could play a dominant person.
Hello.
Sexually speaking, just not possible.
I'm going like pure human paladin next campaign, and he'll be the
Yeah,
most dominant man.
No matter how you play him, he'll seem like he just wants a teacher to step on him with high heels. That's just what it's gonna be.
I believe in Isaac's range as an actor.
Thank you.
I don't think anyone could act that hard. He's
That is
playing.
crazy.
He's trying to play off type. It's not.
Got
Yeah.
this. I already act hard. Heyo.
Got this.
I feel good.
I don't know. I really liked
Okay.
how Dulam deprived Father Luces of like basic rights, and he was kind of like excited about it too. I don't know, just the vibes I got.
Is this thing on? Hello. There's no power.
said anything.
Hello?
I'm so sad.
Today, we want to ask you all, who would you most like to go on watch with? Whether you are play fighting or watching your imminent doom ooze towards you, who do you want to talk with? We have lots of good options. So vote in our poll, please. We love to see your feedback. It helps us gauge our engagement. More importantly, follow us on Spotify. You do not want to miss the next episode that we'll release next Monday, as always.
We're
And
going
you
full
should-
player wipe. They're all gone.
All dead.
all dead. We'll restart with new characters. Anyways, also, if you liked our episode, please shoot us a review. You know, we accept 5 stars, maybe a 4-star. Anything lower, go fuck yourself. Check out our subreddit, r/runtpack. For all the links to our Spotify and our other platforms, including our subreddit, r/runtpack, please check the link in our Spotify bio. You can also shoot us an email. I read every single email, and I will give you my personal phone number and swear that I will answer every single one of your calls. Yeah, fuck it. That's all. Love you. See you next Monday.
Love you.